Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Dressrosa, New World. Silver's Rayleigh stood in silence, paying his respects at the unmarked yet majestic grave at the edge of Greenbit. Beside him were Shaki, accompanied by the blind swordsman, Isho, who had acted as their guide. After a brutal massacre of the Marine forces and slavers that had targeted Amazon Lily, Rayleigh had settled down in Dressrosa, driven by his need to uncover the truth about Rouge. Ross had also shared with him the final resting place of Roger, further binding Rayleigh to this vibrant island. Shaki had followed suit, opening a new bar in the bustling heart of Dressrosa. After a moment of reflection, the trio made their way towards Shaki's new establishment, which was set to open today. Any idea when Ross will come back to Dressrosa? Rayleigh questioned the blind swordsman, who was expertly navigating and leading them through the lively streets of Dressrosa. Roscoe might take a while to return to Dressrosa, Isho replied, tapping his sword stick with every step. As for Daffy-Coin, he should be back soon now that the entirety of North Blue is practically under the Don Quixote family's control. As they walked, Rayleigh and Shaki observed the citizens of Dressrosa, who seemed to revere the blind man despite the island being the main base of the Don Quixote pirates. The presence of pirates in Dressrosa was surprisingly minimal. Only those with significant authority within the Don Quixote pirates could set foot on the island. In a short span of time, the surrounding 4 islands had been converted into bases where Don Quixote subordinates were stationed, maintaining a tight grip on their territories. Their destination was the eastern port area, where Shaki had opened her new rip-off bar. Rayleigh chuckled at the sight of the name board, but a stern glare from Shaki silenced him. However, his attention was soon caught by an unexpected sight: fishmen on a human island. He turned to the blind swordsman in confusion. "Fishmen in Dressrosa?" Rayleigh asked, his surprise evident. Shaki, however, seemed unfazed, already aware of the situation. Isho elaborated, "Dressrosa doesn't discriminate between species. We've enforced guidelines to ensure the safety of fishmen, but they must also follow our rules to avoid causing trouble. See that luxurious cafe next to your new bar? That's little Shirley's venture. She calls it the Mermaid Cafe. It's one of the main attractions of Coral Port." "Coral Port?" Rayleigh echoed, puzzled. "Yes," Isho confirmed. "Due to the influx of fishmen, this area has become a popular attraction for both locals and tourists eager to meet fishmen. The eastern port was renamed Coral Port, and many of the establishments here are owned by fishmen." They finally arrived at a grand, 4-storied building a few hundred yards away from the Mermaid Cafe. "You sure did get yourself a prime spot in such a bustling place," Rayleigh commented, impressed. With a gesture from Shaki, the trio entered the newly opened rip-off bar. The place buzzed with excitement as patrons, eager to experience the new establishment, filled the space. The proximity to the Mermaid Cafe also drew in a curious crowd of fishmen, adding to the bar's lively atmosphere. The rip-off bar was spacious and inviting, with a rustic charm that instantly made guests feel at home. Shaki had meticulously designed the interior, blending warm wood tones with nautical elements, creating a cozy yet vibrant ambience. The bar counter, made from polished driftwood, was the centerpiece, lined with an impressive array of bottles and adorned with seashells and marine trinkets. Suddenly, Rayleigh's observation hockey detected a massive surge of energy. Within an instant, a powerful projectile was hurled into the sea from the center of Dressrosa. Seconds later, a thunderous boom resonated throughout the island. Surprisingly, none of the patrons seemed alarmed. Such occurrences had become routine. While others might not grasp the power packed behind the projectile, Rayleigh could estimate its potency. The projectile had been launched towards a point beyond his observation hockey range, leaving him clueless about its target. "It seems like little Shirley must have found another one of those troublemakers." Isho chuckled, his blind gaze directed towards the source of the projectile. Over time, Shirley's control over her devil fruit had increased at a staggering rate. She could now scry over distances of thousands of miles. However, the railgun's maximum range was about 2,500 miles, and Shirley could see much further. Wolf had been continuously working on upgrading the railgun. Rayleigh chose not to inquire further about the weapon, understanding it must be a closely guarded secret of the Don Quixote family. Instead, he picked up an old satchel and placed it on the table, pushing it towards Isho. I don't like owing people favors, so please pass this over to Ross and let him know that this shall be my repayment for letting me stay in Dressrosa. Isho was surprised by Rayleigh's words. In a short time he had known Silver's Rayleigh. He had come to understand the kind of man the Pirate King's right-hand man was. He did not refuse the gesture and accepted the satchel, which seemed to contain 2 devil fruits. Honestly, there is no need for such repayment. Rayleigh-san, Ross Kuin has made it clear that you are to be welcomed as one of our own. Just as Shaki-san, both of you will hold the same privileges as the others from the core of the Don Quixote family. Isho remarked, feeling the weight of the satchel. But nonetheless, Ross Kuin will appreciate this. Rayleigh nodded, a slight smile playing on his lips. I just want to ensure that everything is square between us. Dressrosa has been a sanctuary, and I value that. And if possible, I would like to call this place home in the foreseeable future. Open Sea, North Blue. It had been more than a week since Daffy had razed the German kingdom and practically sunk it. To his surprise, the overwhelming display of power had caused almost the entirety of North Blue's underworld to submit to his will. He had expected a prolonged conflict, planning to raze every last stronghold. Instead, those involved in the attack on the Don Quixote family, and those who had taken advantage of their previous fall from power, had been quickly subdued. Now, the only significant faction left was the 5 families of the West, who had completely retreated from North Blue and were holed up in West Blue, their original territory. Perry, Perry, Perry. Perry, Perry, Perry. As Doflamingo admired the view of the open seas from his seat on the massive galleon, his personal transponder snail rang. He picked it up, recognizing the voice on the other end immediately. Daffy, how are Senor and Diamante doing? Have they woken up? Ross's voice echoed from the other side, etched with concern. Daffy couldn't help but smile. Fuff. You underestimate them, little brother. They are strong. They'll come around soon enough. So, tell me, how's your vacation in East Blue going? I wish I could take a break from work too. Ross's voice calmed down. Well, you can take a break now that we have North Blue under control. But make sure to find the people I asked you to find. They are important to our family, Daffy. I understand, little brother. I'm currently on my way to the island, where the so-called Coon Village is. From what I've learned, it's a place known only for famine. Why are you so adamant about finding a little girl in the middle of a wasteland? Is she someone as talented as Lucci? Daffy couldn't help but ask. Ross had tasked him with finding a few individuals in North Blue and integrating them into the core of the Don Quixote family. Although Daffy was skeptical about Ross's approach, he agreed to do so. Now, he was on a journey to find these future members of the family, and his first target was a little girl barely 3 years old. No, she isn't, but she is just as important. Speaking of little girls, what about the stowaway you found on the ship? Has she woken up? Ross's voice sounded from the other side, prompting Daffy's gaze to shift towards the ship's cabin. Just a day after leaving the German kingdom, one of the goons had found a small girl with a gunshot wound on her back, passed out on the ship. No one knew how the child had gotten there, but she was barely alive and breathing. Originally, Daffy wanted to toss the dying kid into the sea. However, as fate would have it, Ross had called back then, and at his brother's request, Daffy had asked the ship's doctor to treat the little girl. From the descriptions Daffy had provided, Ross had a vague idea of who the girl might be, and if she was indeed who he thought, she would be a valuable addition to the family. Sigh, not yet, little brother. The kid has lost quite a bit of blood and hasn't come around yet. You're turning our family into a daycare center. Do you even know how many little kids we're harboring in our inner circle now? Daffy added with a chuckle. Trust me, Daffy, this isn't enough. In the future, Every one of these children will be the pillars upon which our empire will be built. Treat them with care, just as you have been treating the rest of the family. And just so you know, we will be adding quite a few more children. It's better to raise them from a young age. This way, their loyalty is guaranteed. The girl aboard your ship, if I'm not mistaken, is the princess of the Germa kingdom, the firstborn daughter of Judge Vinsmoke. Vinsmoke Reju. Don't worry, the kid has no love for her father. But she is special. If we groom her properly, she could become another powerhouse in our family. Daffy was surprised to learn that the child aboard their ship was Judge's daughter. Fine, if you say so, little brother. So, Daffy, have they reached out to you yet? Ross's voice echoed from the other side. Daffy's gaze sharpened as he understood who Ross was referring to. Are you sure they will take the bait? Daffy questioned. Yes, Daffy, they will. We are an anomaly in their plans. Too dangerous to be left alone. We need to know what they are planning. The world government has been around for 8 centuries and must have quite a few tricks up their sleeves. We need to tread carefully. After you gather the people I mentioned, I want you to return to Dressrosa. Like you said earlier, it's better to take a break for now and use this time to consolidate our power in North Blue and expand our influence in the New World, Ross added. So, are we not going to retaliate for the ambush, dear little brother? Daffy couldn't help but ask. He was itching to do something grand, like another raid on world government stronghold. Soon, Daffy, soon. Patience. Have patience. First, I want us to grow stronger. They must have gotten an estimate of your strength by now, and they will set more traps. In case they reach out to you, be careful. My intuition says they have a dangerous card up their sleeve, Ross warned. The world government was anything but simple, and things were moving rapidly around the world. Their intelligence network had collected quite a bit of important information. Whitebeard was making his move towards Fishman Island. The recent influx of pirates to the island was staggering, and soon enough, Whitebeard intended to put an end to the matter. His presence alone would be a powerful deterrent to those who sought to exploit the inhabitants of Fishman Island. Meanwhile, the world military draft had concluded, resulting in a massive influx of new recruits to the Marines. This was an opportune moment for the Marines to consolidate their power. Among the new additions to their ranks was an individual already gaining fame. According to circulating information, this new admiral, codenamed Shira Tora, meaning White Tiger, was recommended by none other than the Marine hero, Garp. For someone to be endorsed by Garp himself, they had to be quite a powerhouse. Initial reports suggested that several figures of admiral-level strength had joined the Marines, hinting at a significant bolstering of their might. Another matter of concern was the emergence of a growing power within the New World, a collaboration of pirates who had originally been imprisoned in the Eternal Hell. These pirates have been actively targeting Marine bases in the New World, their ambitions extending beyond mere raids. It seemed they were gearing up to challenge one of the 2 emperors of a New World. While the leader of this organization remained unknown, speculation was rife that it might be Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki had been actively rebuilding his fleet after establishing a base in West Blue and had recently been seen over the waters of the New World. Once considered an overlord of the New World alongside Roger and Whitebeard, Shiki was unlikely to let someone like Big Mom overtake him. She had already cemented her position as the 2nd Emperor of the Seas, and Shiki appeared determined to reclaim his former glory. Daffy nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Fine, little brother. I'll be careful. Good. Take care, Daffy. We have a lot of work ahead of us. And by the way, let me know once you find the little girl in Coon Village, Ross concluded, his voice firm and resolute. As Daffy ended the call, he looked out at the open sea, determination burning in his eyes. The Don Quixote family was on the rise, and nothing would stand in their way. Whole Cake Island, New World. Mama, mama. Big Mom's laugh reverberated throughout the throne room, but the atmosphere was anything but jovial. Everyone in the room knew how angry Big Mom was right now. As seconds passed, the laughter only picked up pace, and the pressure emitted by Big Mom increased dramatically. The homies in the surrounding area all fled, sensing the imminent threat emanating from her. After a few minutes of mad laughter, it abruptly ceased. With eyes filled with wrath, Big Mom looked straight at Smoothie and the rest of the siblings who had gone to recover the mythical Zoan fruit. She scanned everyone, and then her eyes settled on Vince Smoke Judge, who was bound and restrained. Mama. So not once, not twice, but now it has been 3 times that those little Don Quixote brats have challenged me. Do they think the name Charlotte Linlin holds no more meaning on the seas? She bellowed, her question echoing through the room. The only reason she had yet to punish Smoothie and the gang was because her fury was now completely directed at the 2 Don Quixote brothers. Dressrosa, New World. Silvers Rayleigh stood in silence, paying his respects at the unmarked yet majestic grave at the edge of Greenbit. Beside him were Shacky, accompanied by the blind swordsman, Isho, who had acted as their guide. After a brutal massacre of the marine forces and slavers that had targeted Amazon Lily, Rayleigh had settled down in Dressrosa, driven by his need to uncover the truth about Rouge. Ross had also shared with him the final resting place of Roger, further binding Rayleigh to this vibrant island. Shacky had followed suit, opening a new bar in the bustling heart of Dressrosa. After a moment of reflection, the trio made their way towards Shacky's new establishment, which was set to open today. Any idea when Ross will come back to Dressrosa? Rayleigh questioned the blind swordsman, who was expertly navigating and leading them through the lively streets of Dressrosa. Roscoe might take a while to return to Dressrosa, Isho replied, tapping his sword stick with every step. As for Daffy-kun, he should be back soon now that the entirety of North Blue is practically under the Don Quixote family's control. As they walked, Rayleigh and Shacky observed the citizens of Dressrosa, who seemed to revere the blind man despite the island being the main base of the Don Quixote pirates. The presence of pirates in Dressrosa was surprisingly minimal. Only those with significant authority within the Don Quixote pirates could set foot on the island. In a short span of time, the surrounding 4 islands had been converted into bases where Don Quixote subordinates were stationed, maintaining a tight grip on their territories. Their destination was the eastern port area, where Shacky had opened her new rip-off bar. Rayleigh chuckled at the sight of the name board, but a stern glare from Shacky silenced him. However, his attention was soon caught by an unexpected sight: fishmen on a human island. He turned to the blind swordsman in confusion. "Fishmen in Dressrosa?" Rayleigh asked, his surprise evident. Shacky, however, seemed unfazed, already aware of the situation. Isho elaborated, "Dressrosa doesn't discriminate between species. We've enforced guidelines to ensure the safety of fishmen, but they must also follow our rules to avoid causing trouble. See that luxurious cafe next to your new bar? That's little Shirley's venture. She calls it the Mermaid Cafe. It's one of the main attractions of Coral Port." "Coral Port?" Rayleigh echoed, puzzled. "Yes," Isho confirmed. "Due to the influx of fishmen, this area has become a popular attraction for both locals and tourists eager to meet fishmen. The eastern port was renamed Coral Port, and many of the establishments here are owned by fishmen. They finally arrived at a grand, 4-storied building a few hundred yards away from the Mermaid Cafe. You sure did get yourself a prime spot in such a bustling place," Rayleigh commented, impressed. With a gesture from Shacky, the trio entered the newly opened rip-off bar. The place buzzed with excitement as patrons, eager to experience the new establishment, filled the space. The proximity to the Mermaid Cafe also drew in a curious crowd of fishmen, adding to the bar's lively atmosphere. The rip-off bar was spacious and inviting, with a rustic charm that instantly made guests feel at home. Shacky had meticulously designed the interior, blending warm wood tones with nautical elements, creating a cozy yet vibrant ambience. The bar counter, made from polished driftwood, was the centerpiece, lined with an impressive array of bottles and adorned with seashells and marine trinkets. Suddenly, Rayleigh's observation hockey detected a massive surge of energy. Within an instant, a powerful projectile was hurled into the sea from the center of Dressrosa. Seconds later, a thunderous boom resonated throughout the island. Surprisingly, none of the patrons seemed alarmed. Such occurrences had become routine. While others might not grasp the power packed behind the projectile, Rayleigh could estimate its potency. The projectile had been launched towards a point beyond his observation hockey range, leaving him clueless about its target. It seems like little Shirley must have found another one of those troublemakers. Isho chuckled, his blind gaze directed towards the source of the projectile. Over time, Shirley's control over her devil fruit had increased at a staggering rate. She could now scry over distances of thousands of miles. However, the railgun's maximum range was about 2,500 miles, and Shirley could see much further. Wolf had been continuously working on upgrading the railgun. Rayleigh chose not to inquire further about the weapon, understanding it must be a closely guarded secret of the Don Quixote family. Instead, he picked up an old satchel and placed it on the table, pushing it towards Isho. "I don't like owing people favors, so please pass this over to Ross and let him know that this shall be my repayment for letting me stay in Dressrosa." Isho was surprised by Rayleigh's words. In a short time he had known Silver's Rayleigh. He had come to understand the kind of man the Pirate King's right-hand man was. He did not refuse the gesture and accepted the satchel, which seemed to contain 2 devil fruits. "Honestly, there is no need for such repayment. Rayleigh-san, Ross Kuin has made it clear that you are to be welcomed as one of our own. Just as Shaki-san, both of you will hold the same privileges as the others from the core of the Don Quixote family," Isho remarked, feeling the weight of the satchel. "But nonetheless, Ross Kuin will appreciate this." Rayleigh nodded, a slight smile playing on his lips. "I just want to ensure that everything is square between us. Dressrosa has been a sanctuary, and I value that. And if possible, I would like to call this place home in the foreseeable future. Open Sea, North Blue." It had been more than a week since Daffy had razed the German kingdom and practically sunk it. To his surprise, the overwhelming display of power had caused almost the entirety of North Blue's underworld to submit to his will. He had expected a prolonged conflict, planning to raze every last stronghold. Instead, those involved in the attack on the Don Quixote family, and those who had taken advantage of their previous fall from power, had been quickly subdued. Now, the only significant faction left was the 5 families of the West, who had completely retreated from North Blue and were holed up in West Blue, their original territory. "Perry, Perry, 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 Perry." As Doflamingo admired the view of the open seas from his seat on the massive galleon, his personal transponder snail rang. He picked it up, recognizing the voice on the other end immediately. "Daffy, how are Senor and Diamante doing? Have they woken up?" Ross's voice echoed from the other side, etched with concern. Daffy couldn't help but smile. "Fuff, you underestimate them, little brother. They are strong. They'll come around soon enough. So, tell me, how's your vacation in East Blue going? I wish I could take a break from work too." Ross's voice calmed down. "Well, you can take a break now that we have North Blue under control. But make sure to find the people I asked you to find. They are important to our family, Daffy. I understand, little brother. I'm currently on my way to the island, where the so-called Coon Village is." Huddled in a corner, barely visible in the dim light filtering through the entrance, was a tiny girl. She couldn't have been more than 3 years old. Her hair was matted and tangled, and her clothes were nothing but filthy rags hanging off her emaciated frame. Her skin was pale and streaked with dirt, crisscrossed with countless scratches and bruises, some of them infected and oozing. Senor's breath caught in his throat as he realized what she was doing. The little girl was gnawing on the bones of a rodent, her eyes wild and desperate. She looked up at him, her expression feral, as if she were more animal than human. Her lips were cracked and bleeding, and her cheeks were hollow from starvation. "Hey, little one," Senor whispered, trying to keep his voice gentle despite the lump in his throat. "I'm here to help you." The girl flinched, clutching the bones tighter, as if they were her only lifeline. She didn't speak, her eyes darting around in fear. Senor noticed the makeshift shelter she had created from the cave's sparse resources. It was pitifully inadequate, with just a few branches and leaves arranged to provide minimal cover. As he inched closer, Senor saw more signs of her desperate struggle for survival. The girl's arms and legs were covered in deep scratches, likely from the thorny bushes outside. Her feet were bare and blistered, and her toenails were cracked and broken. She had tried to return to the village multiple times, judging by the fresh and old wounds alike, but had been chased away again and again. "Please, don't be afraid," Senor said, his voice breaking slightly. "I'm here to take you somewhere safe. You don't have to be alone anymore." The girl stared at him, her eyes filled with a mixture of suspicion and hope. Slowly, she released the bones and crawled towards him, her movements slow and painful. Senor's heart ached at the sight. How could anyone abandon a child like this? He reached out and gently lifted her into his arms. She was so light, almost weightless, and he could feel every bone in her body. She clung to him, her tiny hands clutching at his shirt as if afraid he might disappear. Senor felt tears prick at the corners of his eyes, but blinked them away, focusing on the task at hand. As he carefully made his way back out of the cave, the girl nestled against his chest, her breathing shallow and ragged. Senor whispered soothing words to her, promising that she would be safe now and that she would never have to suffer like this again. He knew that Doflamingo had a dark side, but in this moment, he believed that they could offer her a better life. When they emerged from the cave, Doflamingo and Reju were waiting. Doflamingo's usual stern expression softened as he saw the girl in Senor's arms. Reju's eyes widened in shock and pity. "We found her," Senor said, his voice barely above a whisper. "But she's in bad shape." Doflamingo nodded, his face grim. "Let's get her back to the ship. She needs medical attention immediately." As they made their way back, the little girl clung to Senor, her eyes closing as exhaustion overtook her. Senor held her tightly, vowing silently that he would do everything in his power to protect the little girl from now on. No child should have to endure what she has gone through. As they finally reached the ship, Doflamingo noticed a crowd of desperate islanders gathered near the shore, their eyes filled with a mixture of hope and fear. Among them, a scrawny woman, all skin and bones, stepped forward hesitantly. Her eyes, however, were not filled with concern for the child, but with a ravenous hunger for the rewards promised. That's my daughter," she cried, pointing a trembling finger at the little girl cradled in Senor's arms. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed as he assessed the woman. He could see through her facade. More than her concern for her daughter, her eyes were set on the crate of fruits that had been promised as a reward. A cruel smirk played on his lips as he picked up the crate and walked toward the woman. "She is no longer your daughter," he said coldly, placing the crate in front of her. "She's part of my family now. This is your payment for keeping her alive for these few years, though you did a terrible job of it." Those who knew Doflamingo well could sense the seething rage beneath his calm exterior. Without another word, he turned and returned to the ship, where the doctor was already tending to the little girl. As the ship sailed away, Reju's eyes were fixed on the island shore where the islanders stood, their figures growing smaller with each passing moment. She felt a wave of disgust looking at the woman, who, even at the last second, was more concerned about her reward than her own child. The scene reminded her of Judge, who would abandon his own children without a second thought. "Tell me, Reju." A voice sounded beside her, breaking her thoughts. Doflamingo walked up next to her and stood by the railing, his gaze focused on the receding island. "When you see this island, what do you see?" The little girl didn't fully understand what the captain was getting at, but she responded nonetheless. I see people who are desperate and hungry. People who are willing to do anything for a bit of food." Doflamingo nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. "Yes, that's part of it. Hunger and desperation can drive people to do unimaginable things. When people lack the will to fight for a better life, they become animals, driven by their most basic instincts. That woman, she abandoned her own daughter, not out of cruelty, but out of a twisted sense of survival." Reju listened intently, absorbing his words. Doflamingo continued, his voice growing colder. "This world is cruel, little one. It's a place where only the strong survive. Those who are weak, those who lack the will to rise above their circumstances, are left behind to rot. The islanders, that woman, they're examples of what happens when people give in to despair. He turned to look at Reiju, his eyes piercing. But you have a chance to be different, to be strong, to never let this world break you. Remember this lesson, Reiju. Strength is the only way to survive in this world. And strength comes from the will to do whatever it takes. Reiju nodded slowly, understanding dawning in her young mind. She realized that Doflamingo was not just teaching her about the cruelty of the world, but also showing her the path to survival and power. Dressrosa, New World. Silvers Rayleigh stood in silence, paying his respects at the unmarked yet majestic grave at the edge of Greenbit. Beside him were Shaki, accompanied by the blind swordsman, Isho, who had acted as their guide. After a brutal massacre of the marine forces and slavers that had targeted Amazon Lily, Rayleigh had settled down in Dressrosa, driven by his need to uncover the truth about Rouge. Ross had also shared with him the final resting place of Roger, further binding Rayleigh to this vibrant island. Shaki had followed suit, opening a new bar in the bustling heart of Dressrosa. After a moment of reflection, the trio made their way towards Shaki's new establishment, which was set to open today. Any idea when Ross will come back to Dressrosa? Rayleigh questioned the blind swordsman, who was expertly navigating and leading them through the lively streets of Dressrosa. Roscoe might take a while to return to Dressrosa, Isho replied, tapping his sword stick with every step. As for Dafikoin, he should be back soon now that the entirety of North Blue is practically under the Don Quixote family's control. As they walked, Rayleigh and Shaki observed the citizens of Dressrosa, who seemed to revere the blind man despite the island being the main base of the Don Quixote pirates. The presence of pirates in Dressrosa was surprisingly minimal. Only those with significant authority within the Don Quixote pirates could set foot on the island. In a short span of time, the surrounding 4 islands had been converted into bases where Don Quixote subordinates were stationed, maintaining a tight grip on their territories. Their destination was the eastern port area, where Shaki had opened her new rip-off bar. Rayleigh chuckled at the sight of the name board, but a stern glare from Shaki silenced him. However, his attention was soon caught by an unexpected sight: fishmen on a human island. He turned to the blind swordsman in confusion. "Fishmen in Dressrosa?" Rayleigh asked, his surprise evident. Shaki, however, seemed unfazed, already aware of the situation. Isho elaborated, "Dressrosa doesn't discriminate between species. We've enforced guidelines to ensure the safety of fishmen, but they must also follow our rules to avoid causing trouble. See that luxurious cafe next to your new bar? That's little Shirley's venture. She calls it the Mermaid Cafe. It's one of the main attractions of Coral Port." "Coral Port?" Rayleigh echoed, puzzled. "Yes," Isho confirmed. "Due to the influx of fishmen, this area has become a popular attraction for both locals and tourists eager to meet fishmen. The eastern port was renamed Coral Port, and many of the establishments here are owned by fishmen. They finally arrived at a grand, 4-storied building a few hundred yards away from the Mermaid Cafe. You sure did get yourself a prime spot in such a bustling place," Rayleigh commented, impressed. With a gesture from Shaki, the trio entered the newly opened rip-off bar. The place buzzed with excitement as patrons, eager to experience the new establishment, filled the space. The proximity to the Mermaid Cafe also drew in a curious crowd of fishmen, adding to the bar's lively atmosphere. The rip-off bar was spacious and inviting, with a rustic charm that instantly made guests feel at home. Shaki had meticulously designed the interior, blending warm wood tones with nautical elements, creating a cozy yet vibrant ambience. The bar counter, made from polished driftwood, was the centerpiece, lined with an impressive array of bottles and adorned with seashells and marine trinkets. Suddenly, Rayleigh's observation hockey detected a massive surge of energy. Within an instant, a powerful projectile was hurled into the sea from the center of Dressrosa. Seconds later, a thunderous boom resonated throughout the island. Surprisingly, none of the patrons seemed alarmed. Such occurrences had become routine. While others might not grasp the power packed behind the projectile, Rayleigh could estimate its potency. The projectile had been launched towards a point beyond his observation hockey range, leaving him clueless about its target. It seems like little Shirley must have found another one of those troublemakers. Isho chuckled, his blind gaze directed towards the source of the projectile. Over time, Shirley's control over her devil fruit had increased at a staggering rate. She could now scry over distances of thousands of miles. However, the railgun's maximum range was about 2,500 miles, and Shirley could see much further. Wolf had been continuously working on upgrading the railgun. Rayleigh chose not to inquire further about the weapon, understanding it must be a closely guarded secret of the Don Quixote family. Instead, he picked up an old satchel and placed it on the table, pushing it towards Isho. I don't like owing people favors, so please pass this over to Ross and let him know that this shall be my repayment for letting me stay in Dressrosa. Isho was surprised by Rayleigh's words. In a short time he had known Silver's Rayleigh. He had come to understand the kind of man the Pirate King's right-hand man was. He did not refuse the gesture and accepted the satchel, which seemed to contain 2 devil fruits. Honestly, there is no need for such repayment. Rayleigh-san, Ross Kuin has made it clear that you are to be welcomed as one of our own. Just as Shaki-san, both of you will hold the same privileges as the others from the core of the Don Quixote family. Isho remarked, feeling the weight of the satchel. But nonetheless, Ross Kuin will appreciate this. Rayleigh nodded, a slight smile playing on his lips. I just want to ensure that everything is square between us. Dressrosa has been a sanctuary, and I value that. And if possible, I would like to call this place home in the foreseeable future. Open Sea, North Blue. It had been more than a week since Daffy had razed the German kingdom and practically sunk it. To his surprise, the overwhelming display of power had caused almost the entirety of North Blue's underworld to submit to his will. He had expected a prolonged conflict, planning to raze every last stronghold. Instead, those involved in the attack on the Don Quixote family, and those who had taken advantage of their previous fall from power, had been quickly subdued. Now, the only significant faction left was the 5 families of the West, who had completely retreated from North Blue and were holed up in West Blue, their original territory. Perry, 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 Perry. As Doflamingo admired the view of the open seas from his seat on the massive galleon, his personal transponder snail rang. He picked it up, recognizing the voice on the other end immediately. Daffy, how are Senor and Diamante doing? Have they woken up? Ross's voice echoed from the other side, etched with concern. Daffy couldn't help but smile. Fuff. You underestimate them, little brother. They are strong. They'll come around soon enough. So, tell me, how's your vacation in East Blue going? I wish I could take a break from work too. Ross's voice calmed down. Well, you can take a break now that we have North Blue under control. But make sure to find the people I asked you to find. They are important to our family, Daffy. I understand, little brother. I'm currently on my way to the island, where the so-called Coon village is. Where do you think you're going? He growled. We're not done with you yet. Though you are old and have lost all your glamour, I am sure you will fetch a decent price. His crew closed in, and the market square, once filled with the sounds of commerce and community, now echoed with the mermaid's cries of pain and the pirates' cruel laughter. Such horrors continued all over Fishman Island, and with each action, the hatred of fishmen against humans deepened. Back on the edge of Fishman Island, in another part of Waterwheel Town, a group of pirates had cornered a young mermaid near the edge of the island. Her large, frightened eyes darted around, searching for an escape route that didn't exist. The pirates closed in, their grins predatory. Look at this one. One of them jeered, young and fresh. She'll fetch a high price. The mermaid backed up until she felt the rough stone of the island's edge behind her. There was nowhere left to run. One of the pirates lunged at her, and in a desperate attempt to escape, she dove into the water below. But the pirates were prepared. They threw a net into the water, tangling her up and dragging her back to the surface. Her screams were muffled by the water, but as they pulled her up, her terror was evident. Let's see how well you swim now, another pirate mocked as they hauled her onto the deck of their ship, her fate sealed in the hands of her captors. Within the Fishman district, The pirates had created a temporary stronghold, and the inn had been turned into a meeting place for some of the most powerful pirates who had laid claim to Fishman Island. Damn! One of the burly pirate captains smashed the table. His current bounty was worth 600 million belly. He was from a new world, but had specifically come to partake in the bounty of Fishman Island. What's the point of capturing so many mermaids and other merfolk species if we can't sell them anywhere? He roared in anger. Yeah, on one side, we have a new world. Anyone who comes close to the territories of that blasted Don Quixote family with the slaves is being hunted down. On the other side, in Sabaody, that new admiral, that madwoman, has been tearing apart any pirates that get to the island with slaves, another pirate grumbled. As they discussed their frustrations, the inn was a microcosm of the chaos outside. Pirates drank, fought, and plotted their next moves, all while the island continued to suffer under their reign of terror. Fuck it. We'll just control the entirety of Fishman Island. We just have to wait. Sooner or later our time will come, one of the captains declared, his voice filled with grim determination. Suddenly, a rumble echoed throughout Fishman Island. The inn, filled with rowdy pirates, fell silent. The tremors repeated, shaking the very foundation of the island. The pirates looked at each other, bewildered and alarmed. What the hell is going on in here? A pirate captain wearing a bandana gulped as he looked around for an explanation. The door to the inn burst open, and a pirate staggered in, covered in blood and bruises, one arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Many of the captains recognized him immediately. He was a notorious figure, a big shot from the New World with a bounty of 1.3 billion belly. He had been left in charge of guarding the main port, where more than 80% of the pirates' massive fleet was anchored. Seeing him in such a state sent a wave of panic through the room. Run! Run away! It's Whitebeard! He gasped before collapsing onto the round table, breaking it under his weight. A long gash on his back exposed his very spine, a gruesome testament to the power of his attacker. The pirate, once a terror of the New World, lay dead before them, sending shivers down the spines of everyone in the room. They knew all too well the terror of the man, known as the strongest man in the world. Sea quakes rippled as Whitebeard launched his assault even before their flagship could dock. The port was crowded with hundreds of pirate ships, a testament to the dire situation on Fishman Island. Whitebeard clenched his fist and punched out, sending a massive shockwave that tore through each and every ship in the port without exception. Those who had anchored their ships elsewhere were the lucky ones. Whitebeard turned to the fishmen among his crew. Have your brethren informed that the Whitebeard pirates are here and will seal the entire island. Do not let any of the pirates escape with their coated ships. If anyone tries, just damage their ship coatings, which will force them to retreat back. As for the rest, I will take care of them. Go, my sons. Fishman Island needs our help. Hunt every pirate who has harmed them. Fishman Island is under my protection. Whitebeard roared as another pulse of quake power reverberated throughout the island. He then turned to Crocodile, who stood silently, observing the situation unfold. Before he could react, Whitebeard grabbed him and tossed him out. Gururara, get going, you brat. Show me how much you have learned in the past few weeks. Crocodile snorted, but then turned himself into sand and started hunting down the enemies, feeling this would be a good time for practice. Back at the main port, the full might of Whitebeard's crew was on display. The pirates, who had once controlled the area, now lay scattered, their ships burning and sinking. The harbor was a scene of utter destruction, but amidst the chaos, the Whitebeard pirates moved with purpose, ensuring no innocents were harmed. Within the inn, the remaining pirate captains looked at each other, their bravado shattered. They had come to Fishman Island seeking power and riches, but now they faced the wrath of the strongest man in the world. Fear gripped their hearts as the reality of their situation set in. He's here. Whitebeard is here, one of them muttered, his voice trembling. Another captain, tried to muster some semblance of courage, spoke up. We can fight him. We have numbers on our side. But the others knew better. They had seen the devastation wrought by Whitebeard and his crew. Numbers meant nothing against such overwhelming power. Run. "We need to run," one of them finally said, his voice filled with despair. "Run? Where do you think we can run? Have you forgotten where we are? We are 10,000 meters below sea level. Without our ships, we are sitting ducks. We need to confront the white-beard pirates. That is the only way," one of the captains roared. They were also strong pirates from the New World, so unlike others, some did not completely lose hope. They wanted to fight. Whitebeard's strength was all hearsay. None here had truly experienced the strength of Whitebeard, so they felt that with so many powerful pirates gathered around, they might have a chance. There were at least a dozen pirates here who had a bounty of close to 1 billion belly each. But what they did not know was that the reason no one knew the true extent of Whitebeard's powers was because anyone who had truly faced his wrath had never walked out alive. Tisich, only if we had breached the palace, we would have had something to bargain with. But now it's too late. Gather all the pirates at the central plaza of Coral Hill. We will launch a joint offensive on Whitebeard. Who knows? Maybe today we will bring down one of the emperors of the sea. The pirate bellowed, igniting a fever in all the surrounding pirates. The scene at Coral Hill was chaotic. Pirates gathered in droves, their numbers swelling to over 100,000. The desperation in the air was palpable, but so was the resolve. They prepared for what they hoped would be a final stand against the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard, leading his crew, advanced methodically. Every step he took seemed to reverberate through the island, a reminder of the power he wielded. His crew, seasoned and loyal, moved with precision born from countless battles. In the streets, Marco, the 1st Division commander, led a charge against a group of pirates trying to regroup. With his Phoenix abilities, he swooped down, his blue flames cutting through the enemy ranks. His movements were a blur of fire and speed, leaving devastation in his wake. Jozu, the 3rd Division commander, used his diamond hard body to bulldoze through any resistance. He was a force of nature, smashing through barricades and scattering pirates with his immense strength. Vista, the 5th Division commander, with his mastery of swordsmanship, danced through the battlefield. His blades flashed with deadly precision, cutting down anyone who dared stand in his way. His elegant but lethal movements left a trail of fallen enemies behind him. Crocodile, using his sand powers, created sandstorms that swept through the enemy lines, disorienting and overwhelming the pirates. He reveled in the chaos, his powers adding to the overall destruction. "Whitebeard, you damn bastard!" a voice bellowed throughout the plaza, freezing everyone in shock. The strongest among the pirates had formed a coalition to face Whitebeard, and the pirate in the lead spoke again. "You are a pirate like us. Why are you helping these rotten species? Have you become a fish lover?" Before he could finish, his observation hockey detected a massive incoming threat. Whitebeard was in no mood for dialogue. He launched into the air using sheer strength, covering hundreds of meters with his leap, and descended upon the pirate who had just spoken. The pirate bellowed, "Busashoko Haki," cladding himself with a thick layer of armament haki as the massive shadow descended upon him. Even the other pirates surrounding him infused their weapons with haki, ready to support the pirate in the lead. This man had a bounty of 1.5 billion belly and was the captain of the Dreadnought Pirates. However, as the massive shadow descended, he finally understood how futile his resistance was. If he had tried to run, he might have had a sliver of a chance to survive. But now, Whitebeard's Naginata glowed with a white halo covering it as he swung his weapon, infused with armament haki. Boom! The entire world seemed to freeze, and like glass, everything around the area of impact shattered. The very seabed upon which the plaza was built caved in as the force ripped through the ground, creating a massive crater that spread for thousands of meters. The entire island seemed to shake under the massive impact. If Whitebeard hadn't held back, the destruction would have been even worse. However, even this controlled attack was too much for the pirate, who thought he was a hegemon of the New World and could face Whitebeard head-on. With his dying breath, he realized why the name Whitebeard was feared throughout the world. The surroundings were utterly transformed by the single attack. The pirate who had challenged Whitebeard had literally vanished from existence, his body disintegrated by the overwhelming power. Along with him, several other pirates who were too close to the impact were obliterated, their bodies reduced to mere fragments. A single swing from Whitebeard was all it took to annihilate close to half a dozen pirates who boasted bounties over 1 billion belly each. The ground where the plaza once stood was now a massive crater, its edges jagged and uneven. The force of Whitebeard's attack had rippled outwards, causing buildings to collapse and the very landscape to shift. The seabed itself had caved in, creating a chasm that swallowed the remains of those unfortunate enough to be caught in the blast. The other pirates, who had rallied, now felt absolute despair. Their bravado and confidence evaporated in the face of such overwhelming power. They were nothing compared to the force of nature that was Whitebeard. The realization that they were facing the strongest man in the world sank in, and it paralyzed them with fear. In contrast, the Whitebeard pirates were emboldened by the sheer display of power and brutality. Their spirits soared, and adrenaline rushed through their veins. Their aura skyrocketed as they prepared to finish the battle. Who in this whole world could challenge the Whitebeard pirates as long as their pops were here? They bellowed with renewed vigor, their voices echoing across the battlefield. Clang! A powerful shockwave rippled through the completely destroyed plaza as Whitebeard smashed his naginata, planting it into the ground. Kill them! Kill them all! No mercy! Whitebeard's voice roared like a thunderclap as the Whitebeard pirates descended on the fleeing enemies. Marco, leading the rest, transformed into his phoenix form and swept through the ranks of the panicked pirates, his blue flames incinerating all in his path. The scene was one of utter chaos and devastation. The pirates, who had once seemed so formidable, were now running for their lives, their morale shattered. The Whitebeard pirates showed no mercy, cutting down their enemies with ruthless efficiency. The air was filled with the sounds of battle cries, the clash of weapons, and the desperate screams of the doomed pirates. Whitebeard himself stood at the center of it all, his presence the beacon of power and dominance. His mere presence commanded respect and fear. As he watched his sons decimate the enemy forces, a grim satisfaction spread across his face. Fishman Island would be safe, and those who had dared to threaten it would face the full wrath of the strongest man in the world. In the end, the battle was a testament to Whitebeard's unparalleled might and the unwavering loyalty of his crew. Fishman Island had been saved, and the legend of Whitebeard's protection would spread far and wide, a warning to anyone who would dare challenge his domain. However, as the massive shadow descended, he finally understood how futile his resistance was. If he had tried to run, he might have had a sliver of a chance to survive. But now, Whitebeard's naginata glowed with a white halo covering it as he swung his weapon, infused with armament hockey. Boom! The entire world seemed to freeze, and like glass, everything around the area of impact shattered. The very seabed upon which the plaza was built caved in as the force ripped through the ground, creating a massive crater that spread for thousands of meters. The entire island seemed to shake under the massive impact. If Whitebeard hadn't held back, the destruction would have been even worse. However, even this controlled attack was too much for the pirate, who thought he was a hegemon of the new world and could face Whitebeard head-on. With his dying breath, he realized why the name Whitebeard was feared throughout the world. The surroundings were utterly transformed by the single attack. The pirate who had challenged Whitebeard had literally vanished from existence, his body disintegrated by the overwhelming power. Along with him, several other pirates who were too close to the impact were obliterated, their bodies reduced to mere fragments. A single swing from Whitebeard was all it took to annihilate close to half a dozen pirates who boasted bounties over 1 billion belly each. The ground where the plaza once stood was now a massive crater, its edges jagged and uneven. The force of Whitebeard's attack had rippled outwards, causing buildings to collapse and the very landscape to shift. The seabed itself had caved in, creating a chasm that swallowed the remains of those unfortunate enough to be caught in the blast. The other pirates, who had rallied, now felt absolute despair. Their bravado and confidence evaporated in the face of such overwhelming power. They were nothing compared to the force of nature that was Whitebeard. The realization that they were facing the strongest man in the world sank in, and it paralyzed them with fear. In contrast, the Whitebeard pirates were emboldened by the sheer display of power and brutality. Their spirits soared, and adrenaline rushed through their veins. Their auras skyrocketed as they prepared to finish the battle. Who in this whole world could challenge the Whitebeard pirates as long as their pops were here? They bellowed with renewed vigor, their voices echoing across the battlefield. Clang! A powerful shockwave rippled through the completely destroyed plaza as Whitebeard smashed his naginata, planting it into the ground. Kill them! Kill them all! No mercy! Whitebeard's voice roared like a thunderclap as the Whitebeard pirates descended on the fleeing enemies. Marco, leading the rest, transformed into his phoenix form and swept through the ranks of the panicked pirates, his blue flames incinerating all in his path. The scene was one of utter chaos and devastation. The pirates, who had once seemed so formidable, were now running for their lives, their morale shattered. The Whitebeard pirates showed no mercy, cutting down their enemies with ruthless efficiency. The air was filled with the sounds of battle cries, the clash of weapons, and the desperate screams of the doomed pirates. Whitebeard himself stood at the center of it all, his presence a beacon of power and dominance. His mere presence commanded respect and fear. As he watched his sons decimate the enemy forces, a grim satisfaction spread across his face. Fishman Island would be safe, and those who would dare to threaten it would face the full wrath of the strongest man in the world. In the end, the battle was a testament to Whitebeard's unparalleled might and the unwavering loyalty of his crew. Fishman Island had been saved, and the legend of Whitebeard's protection would spread far and wide, a warning to anyone who would dare challenge his domain. In the few days since the Don Quixote family had rescued the girl from the barren island, a peculiar scene played out repeatedly, and by now, everyone was used to it. The little girl, filled with a deep fear of abandonment, followed Señor Pink like a duckling wherever he went. Despite numerous attempts to console her, she remained adamant about staying close to him. Even Doflamingo and Diamante couldn't help but grin at Señor's latest predicament, but Señor didn't seem to mind. He simply let the little girl shadow him, accepting her presence with a quiet, stoic demeanor. "Captain, she needs a name. We don't even know if she has a name," little Reiju voiced out, seated next to the captain's chair. By now, the goons on the ship were already aware that the little girl, who had initially been a stowaway, had become a part of the inner circle. They understood that she needed to be treated with the same respect and status as the rest of the Don Quixote family members. The crew of Doflamingo's ship consisted of elite pirates who had surrendered to the Don Quixote family. However, it wasn't as if there weren't people who harbored ideas about taking down Doflamingo and becoming the king of everything he had built. But those working on this ship were well aware of the cruel reality that awaited anyone who tried to betray or even entertain such thoughts. If Doflamingo was a monster, then his little brother Rosinante was a different species altogether. Their captain might take sick pleasure in tormenting any traitors before killing them, but the agony would last only a few seconds at best. Rosinante, however, was different. The last time someone in the crew tried to rebel, Rosinante captured the rebels and tortured them for 3 whole days, forcing the rest of the crew to watch. Though it was sickening, it sent a clear message to everyone who had joined the Don Quixote pirates. In this harsh environment, a surprising scene unfolded. A group of ruthless pirates were seriously involved in finding a name for the little girl. Doflamingo, lounging on his ornate chair, smirked. "Well, if we're going to give her a name, it should be something that fits our family." "She's just a little girl," Señor interjected, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. "She needs a name that gives her a sense of belonging." The crew fell silent, contemplating. Each suggestion was weighed with surprising care. Names were tossed around, some fierce, some gentle, and some downright ridiculous. "How about Livia?" Reiju suggested, her eyes bright with excitement. It's a beautiful name, and it means life. She survived something horrible. It's fitting. Just then, the transponder snail that had been set aside on the table began ringing, "Perry, Perry, 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 Perry." The ship fell silent as the crew's attention turned to Doflamingo, whose mood instantly changed. He had been expecting this call for some time now, and today, finally, the transponder snail he had taken from Marcus rang. With a quick command from Senor, everyone cleared the deck, leaving only Doflamingo to pick up the call. Silence ensued, as neither party on either side was willing to break it first. After a minute of standoff, the elder on the other side broke the silence. Doflamingo, fufufu. I wondered why the esteemed elders of the world government hadn't called me yet. I was beginning to think you had forgotten about the incident, and I was considering raising one of your affiliated countries to send a clear message. Doflamingo chuckled, relishing the frustration that he could sense from the grim expression on the transponder snail. Doflamingo, we are not here to exchange pleasantries or provoke you further. Your recent activities have disrupted the balance we have carefully maintained. We acknowledge your growing strength, so let me cut to the chase. Instead of fighting this meaningless battle, we would like to make a proposal. The elder's voice echoed with a tone of reluctant diplomacy. Oh, a proposal, you say? After planning to kill me multiple times, you still think there's something that would interest me in negotiating with you? I'm intrigued now. I'm listening. What do you have to offer? And what do you expect in return? Doflamingo responded in a mocking tone, sarcastically trying to rile up the elders. He wanted to know their exact plans, and to do so, he needed to provoke them. But contrary to his expectations, the elders did not fall for the trick and continued speaking. We would like your family to cease all hostilities with the world government and join our fold. In return, we will reinstate yours and your little brother's status as celestial dragons. The elder's voice echoed with authority. However, Doflamingo's laugh bellowed through the transponder snail. Do you think I need the approval of some undead freaks to tell me who I am? The world may not know your secrets, but I do. So unless you have something better to offer, don't waste my time. He chuckled darkly. This time, there was a reaction. The pressure emitted by the elders was palpable even through the transponder snail, making Doflamingo narrow his eyes as he leaned forward. Tell me, elders, is your secret only worth that much? He sneered. Doflamingo, like it or not, you have the blood of the celestial dragons flowing through your veins. We are born to rule this world, and now we are offering you a way to rule it alongside us. The elder calmed down and spoke again, his tone calculated. Tell me, Doflamingo, would you like to be immortal, someone who can live forever and rule over this world for eternity? The entire atmosphere froze as Doflamingo's eyes dangerously narrowed at the mention of immortality. All you have to do is come back to our fold and embrace your true identity as a celestial dragon. You will have everything you have ever desired and more. Even living forever is something within your grasp. The words of the elders were like silk, smooth, and enticing. Doflamingo's breath was ragged. Immortality, that was something anyone in this world would vie for, and he, a man with ambitions to rule the world, was no exception. So what do you really want? I know bringing me back is not what you're truly after, especially if you are willing to pay such a price. Doflamingo's interest was evident. This made the elders think they had him in their grasp. All they had to do was sweeten the deal. Doflamingo, your power, influence, and knowledge make you an invaluable ally. We need someone with your capabilities to maintain the order of this world. We have seen the chaos that can ensue when the balance is tipped. Join us, and not only will you rule as a celestial dragon, but you will also have a hand in shaping the very fabric of our reality. Your ambitions align with our goals: control, dominance, and eternal rule. We can help you achieve this. The elder's voice was firm and persuasive. Doflamingo paused, his mind racing. The offer was tempting, incredibly so, but he knew there had to be more. The elders were desperate, and desperation meant leverage. And what my family, my crew? What guarantees do I have that they will be treated with the same respect and power you are offering me? Doflamingo asked, testing the waters. Your family will be elevated to positions of power, just as you will be. They will be integral to the new order we will create. Your strength will be our strength, and your enemies will be ours to crush. You will have our full support in every endeavor, the elder assured him. Doflamingo's eyes gleamed with a mixture of ambition and caution. The offer was almost too good to be true, and he knew there had to be a catch. But the prospect of immortality and ultimate power was too enticing to dismiss outright. The elder's smile could almost be heard through the transponder snail. If you accept this offer, you will truly become one of us. We promise to groom you for the position of elder. You understand what our position means, right? I know all this is a lot to think about, so we will give you some time to consider. The call abruptly disconnected. Doflamingo's breath had been ragged, and it seemed he was almost tempted to accept the elder's proposal. However, the moment the call was disconnected, his demeanor changed, turning cold and calculating. A powerful wave of conqueror's hockey burst out in tides, swaying the entire ship dangerously. Finally, he understood what these bastards wanted. Not once throughout the conversation did the elders mention his little brother, Rosinante. This omission revealed their ultimate goal. They were desperate to bring Rosinante back. Immortality was indeed interesting, and he needed it. But would he have to beg these bastards and grovel at Emu's feet to gain that power? No. If he wanted something, he would take it on his own terms. Besides, his little brother had already hinted at the means to gain immortality. Doflamingo crushed the transponder snail in his hand, reducing it to dust. Now that he knew the elder's main goal, there was no need to entertain their conversations any longer. He needed to inform Rosinante. The elder's desperation to offer eternal life and a status as an elder meant that Rosinante was someone they couldn't afford to lose. Doflamingo stood up, his eyes gleaming with a cold, calculated fury. His mind raced with plans and counterplans. The elders thought they could manipulate him with promises of power and immortality, but they underestimated his cunning. Everything he had showcased to the elders was a facade, a performance to extract information. Now, with the truth laid bare, he would use it to his advantage. He walked out onto the deck, where his crew had gathered, sensing the shift in his mood. They looked at him expectantly, awaiting his command. Prepare the ship. We move out immediately to our next destination because we are running short on time. I need to speak with my little brother in the meantime, Doflamingo commanded, and the crew sprang into action. As the ship bustled with activity, Doflamingo retreated to his quarters, his mind still racing. The elders had revealed their hand, and now it was his turn to play. He would protect his little brother and secure their power, not through submission, but through dominance. The elders would regret ever thinking they could control the Don Quixote family. A predatory smile spread across Doflamingo's face as he thought of the chaos he would unleash. His cunning mind had already begun to weave a web of plans and contingencies. The game had just begun, and Doflamingo intended to win. Shimatsuki Village, East Blue. Clang, clang, clang. Blades clashed at blinding speeds, making it impossible for the children to keep track of the duel happening between the two warriors. Kushiro and Miyamoto were going at each other with skill and finesse, but inexperienced, I could clearly tell that Miyamoto held the advantage, putting his opponent on the back foot. They were showcasing their skills with swords so the children could watch up close. The only one who could keep track of the movements was Leo Lucci, who had mastered the basics of armament hockey and observation hockey. Within the workshop, however, a different clash of metal resounded. In the month I had been here, Kozaburo had me working in the smithy, making me understand the true depth of swordsmithing. The more I learned, the deeper I felt my connection grow with Akatsuki and Shusui. Good, this is good. Kozaburo examined the way the piece of metal was tempered. It seemed like I had finally reached the man's standard for folding metals after a month of nonstop training. I wiped the sweat from my brow. Maybe now, with my understanding of properly beating metal, he would help me reforge Kitetsu. He had already offered to provide the best materials to help reforge the blade. If you can maintain this standard throughout the forging process, then I can guarantee we can forge a skillful grade Mido. Kozaburo seemed much more interested in reforging the blade than I was, but you had to say the old man was putting his all into it. Today is as good a day as any. It's going to be a full moon. Let's forge the blade when the moon is at its peak. I have the perfect material in mind, Kozaburo declared. Just a skillful grade? I thought you should at least be able to create a great grade blade. You created Inma and Wado Ikamanji, after all. I'm sure if you put your mind to it, you could forge another one. Remember, this blade will most likely be handed down to your own granddaughter. I chuckled, trying to pressure the old man into pushing beyond his limits. I had a card up my sleeve that I intended to use during the real forging process. My ability to use the voice of all things. Kozaburo chuckled, taking a deep drag from his pipe. Kid, do you think forging a great gray blade is so easy? Throughout my whole life, I have been able to forge only 2 great gray blades. Well, in that case, you should at least aim for a supreme gray blade, don't you think? That way, your name will be etched in history forever. I commented, wanting to gauge if he could truly achieve something of that standard. Kozaburo looked at me as if I were a fool. Really, kid? Do you know why the world only has 12 supreme gray blades? It's because each and every supreme gray blade is forged from material that doesn't belong to this world. They are all forged from rare meteorite fragments that various bladesmiths have found throughout the course of millennia, Kozaburo explained, and my eyes glinted in surprise. So, Kozaburo-san, you mean to say that if you had such material, you would be able to forge a supreme gray blade? I asked, intrigued. Since I had the idea of finding myself a suitable blade, I hadn't been idle. In case I wasn't able to find a suitable blade, as a backup, I had collected various rare resources to forge a new blade. Kozaburo looked at his right arm, now slightly trembling with age and overuse, and also saw that the curse of Akatsuki had taken its toll. Maybe before this, I might have had a chance. But throughout my life, I have never come across such material, so we will never know. His words hung in the air, but I couldn't let them dampen my resolve. Well, Kozaburo-san, it just so happens that I have something you might find interesting, I said before scattering into lightning. Kozaburo raised his brows, not understanding what I meant. After a few seconds, I returned to the workshop in a flash, carrying a large wooden chest and placing it carefully in front of the old man. With intrigue, the old man opened the chest, and his blood froze, seeing the contents within. The fragment of ice-like metal shimmered with an otherworldly glow. This was definitely not something that belonged to this world, and its size was sufficient to forge a full-length katana easily. Kozaburo's eyes widened in astonishment. "Where did you get this?" he asked, his voice a mix of awe and disbelief. "I've been collecting rare resources ever since I started my journey. I found this fragment on a distant island, hidden away in a cave. I had hoped to one day use it to forge a truly remarkable blade," I explained. Kozaburo took the fragment, examining it closely. It was exceptionally heavy, and he could feel the chill spreading to his fingers. His eyes sparkled with a rekindled fire of determination. "With this, yes, with this, I can forge a blade worthy of legend. But it will take everything I have left. Tell me, kid, what else are you hiding?" I originally intended to forge a blade with the seastone essence, the heart of a seastone mine, but with this, it can only act as an auxiliary material. I will need more materials to supplement to create a true masterpiece. Go bring everything you have. Didn't you just tell me you had many resources collected? Kozaburo roared, the old man becoming a truly different beast altogether. Something within him seemed unshackled. I could feel it with the voice of all things. His vitality seemed to burn brighter and brighter with each passing second. "What are you daydreaming about, you little brat? Go fetch it all and call both my son and Miyamoto. We will need more hands if I truly want to forge a legend." His eyes were now filled with life, as if he finally had a chance of fulfilling his long-cherished dream. Soon, within the small workshop, lay close to a dozen wooden chests, each containing a rare resource that was collected throughout my journey. Kozaburo was like a kid in a candy store. Even Kushiro had no idea what had gotten into his father, but it seemed like Miyamoto understood. He could feel that Kozaburo-san had found his calling and immediately set to work, helping make the preparations. Move, move, kid. We can't waste a moment. We need everything to be perfect. With this, I have to rework all my preparations, he said as he carefully started selecting the materials he intended to use for the forging. I understand, Kozaburo-san. But first, I must say my farewell to Kitetsu. I know there are certain rituals to say farewell to one's blade. I am not aware of them. Can you please teach me so that I can properly say my farewell to Kitetsu? My gaze inadvertently went to Kitetsu, which lay sheathed on the table. The blade had served me well, too well. It had saved my life many times without breaking. Even till the end, it never shattered and kept its form. Kozaburo, who was fully immersed in his new blade idea, paused and turned to me with surprise. Then, a bright smile bloomed on his face. Ooh, so you, kid, want to perform the ritual? I never thought a pirate like you would follow proper etiquette, but I am happy that you decided to give the blade the respect and recognition it deserves. Fine, I will make the arrangements. Freshen up and get back. We need to be ready to forge the blade when the moon is at its peak. Kozaburo spoke and started barking orders to the other two to make the preparations for the sword ritual. Since I started swordsmithing, I could tell that Kitetsu had truly formed a sword spirit. I could feel it clearly now, and I was conflicted about whether I should truly reforge such a blade. But the blade itself didn't want its journey to end here, so I had finally relented. I walked to the small room adjacent to the smithy to wash up. The cool water felt refreshing against my heated skin, and I took a moment to center myself. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that comes before a significant event. Tonight, under the full moon, I would reforge Kitetsu, a blade that had been my steadfast companion through countless battles. Returning to the workshop, I found Kozaburo and the others arranging various items on a small altar he had set up. Incense sticks, candles, and a bowl of water were meticulously placed. The atmosphere was solemn, almost reverent. Kozaburo looked up as I entered. The ritual is simple but profound. Light the incense and candles, then place Kitetsu on the altar. Speak to the blade, recount your journey together, and express your gratitude for its service. Finally, immerse the blade in the bowl of water, symbolizing its transition. Nodding, I approached the altar. I lit the incense and candles, their scents mingling in the air, creating an aura of tranquility. Gently, I placed Kitetsu on the altar, the blade gleaming under the candlelight. Taking a deep breath, I began. Kitetsu, you have been more than a weapon to me. You have been a companion, a protector. Through countless battles, you have never faltered. For your unwavering service, I am deeply grateful. Today, I bid you farewell, not as an end, but as a new beginning. I lifted the blade and slowly immersed it in the bowl of water. The water rippled, reflecting the flickering candle flames. A sense of peace washed over me, as if Kitetsu's spirit acknowledged the ritual and accepted its fate. Kozaburo watched silently, a faint smile of approval on his face. Well done. Now, let's go ahead and forge a blade that's worthy of the legends. Soon, the area surrounding the workshop and the cliff were locked to anyone but the four, and everyone else was forbidden to approach the cliff. A few dozen miles away from the island, a small ship made its way toward Shimatsuki village. The ship flew the Jolly Roger of the Red Hair Pirates. Over the past week, they have been hosting Dracula Mihawk. Initially, Mihawk had only wanted them to drop him off in East Blue, but Shanks, thinking that he needed more sparring sessions with Mihawk, had agreed to drop him off directly on the island where Shimatsuki village was located. Say, Mihawk, do you want to join our crew? Shanks asked for the 100th time. During the time since they had left North Blue, both Shanks and Mihawk had clashed multiple times, and each time there was no absolute victor. Shanks was surprised that Mihawk also had Haushika Haki, so he was very keen on having him join the crew. Tell me, what's so great about being a Shichibukai? Don't you think being a pirate is much more fun? Shanks spoke as he took a chug from his tankard. Even Beckman was very interested in having Mihawk join their crew. If someone who could clash head-on with their captain joined their crew, it would significantly power them up. Akagami, how many times do I have to tell you I am happy where I am? And if you haven't forgotten, you are a Shichibukai too now, Mihawk smirked. Recently, the newspaper started announcing the new Shichibukai that had joined the ranks, an unknown pirate from West Blue, red-haired Shanks. Even Shanks and his crew had no idea how this came about, because they never knew about their captain accepting such a position. And even if I were to join a crew, I already have a crew in mind. So you are out of luck, Mihawk said with a smile while taking a sip from his own drink. You have a crew in mind? Tell me whose crew that is. I'll beat them up and show you that I'm stronger than your crew's captain. Shanks flexed while waving his cutlass around. Sure, you can give it a try. I am actually going to meet him after all, and you must be familiar with him too. I have heard him mention your and Buggy's names a couple of times, Mihawk commented. Buggy, who was dancing on the side, had his ears twitch at the mention of his name. Even Shanks, who had just mentioned it casually, wanted to know who could have attracted such a powerhouse like Mihawk to their side. However, Mihawk had no interest in sharing the name and continued sipping his drink casually, despite Buggy now pestering him to reveal the name. Shanks started thinking about who it might be, and then it clicked. During the Lowtown incident, Mihawk was seen with Ross, and all of them escaped on the same boat. There was a high chance that the person he spoke of was Rosinante. Just recently, Rosinante's elder brother had deprived Shanks of a mythical devil fruit, so it was a good time to try and get some benefits out of Ross in exchange. Shanks's eyes sparkled with mischief. All right, Mihawk, I'll back off for now. But you owe me a duel next time we meet, he said, raising his tankard in a mock toast. Mihawk merely smirked, his golden eyes glinting with amusement. Oh, I thought we were having another spar after we reached the island. Have you changed your mind? He asked, intrigued because they had agreed to clash one final time before parting ways. Shanks grinned, his eyes sparkling with a mix of excitement and determination. Oh, I just think it would be better to change things up. I want to see if I've caught up with him. The last time around, the gap between us was too vast. I want to see for myself if he is really the monster people make him out to be. Shanks' eyes narrowed, his anticipation growing as he thought about the upcoming confrontation with Rosinante. The ship sailed smoothly through the azure waters, the rhythmic sound of the waves against the hull adding a sense of calm before the storm. Shanks took a deep breath, his mind racing with thoughts of the impending battle. He had heard tales of Rosinante's incredible strength and skill, and he was eager to see if he had closed the gap between them. Mihawk watched Shanks with a knowing smile. You are always one to seek out the strongest opponents, just like me. It's one of the things I respect about you, he said, taking another sip of his drink. But remember, he is not just strong. He is cunning and unpredictable. Don't underestimate him. He may not even be in the same league as us. Shanks nodded, his grin widening. I wouldn't have it any other way. The thrill of the fight, the challenge of facing someone who might be stronger than me. That's what makes being a pirate worth it. Buggy, who had been pestering Mihawk, couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. Hey, Mihawk, just who is this guy you're talking about? And how does he know me and Shanks? Mihawk glanced at Buggy, his expression unreadable. You'll see soon enough, Buggy. Just be prepared for a surprise. Your captain here is soon going to experience a life lesson. Boom! The sound resonated through the night as Kozaburo and Miyamoto combined their strength to hold the piece of burning metal in place. I slammed the hammer, coated in armament haki, down onto the molten piece of metal. The metal comprised the now-molten Sandai Kitetsu, an ice-like meteorite fragment, and a few auxiliary elements, including sea stone essence. Each strike sent shock waves powerful enough to shake the very cliff on which we stood. The loss of my blade affected me more than I had anticipated, and I channeled my voice of all things without holding back. Following the old man's instructions and my instincts, I was in perfect harmony with the blade we were forging. It had been nearly half a day since we started, and the night sky was clear, the full moon shining brightly. The tempering of the blade continued for another hour or two. Finally, as the final blade began to take shape, Kozaburo roared at his son while extending his sword arm over the blazing flames, which were fueled by a material far more potent than coal. The embryo of the blade shimmered within the hot flames as Kozaburo yelled again at his son, who stood transfixed, holding a blade. But father, is this necessary? I'm sure your granddaughter wouldn't mind a regular blade. Why would you cripple yourself? Kushiru roared back in frustration. He thought this was madness. According to Kozaburo, each of the 12 supreme gray blades and many of the 21 great gray blades were forged with sacrifices of some kind. This forging had already used the blood of a massive sea king, but the old man felt that it did not show enough resolve. He was offering something to the blade that he considered even more valuable than his own life: his swordsmanship and the ability to smith weapons. Kushiru was being ordered to sever his father's arm. I did not know if what the old man said was true or not, but I could tell that Kozaburo was determined. If Kushiru did not do it, he would self-mutilate. Miyamoto finally stepped up, placing a comforting hand on Kushiru's shoulder while prying the blade from his hand. He then turned and bowed deeply to the man, willing to give everything for the birth of a new weapon. Before Kushiru could react and protest, Miyamoto swung his blade, severing the old man's sword arm. It fell into the blue flames alongside the sword embryo. Blood sizzled, but Kozaburo did not show an ounce of discomfort. His concentration was entirely on the forging process. Despite being occupied with the forging, I used my lightning to quickly cauterize the old man's stump, ensuring the blood loss wouldn't impede him from completing his masterpiece. I wanted to make sure the old man did not miss the birth of his own creation. A few miles out from the island, Mihawk and Shanks stood at the bow of their ship, their faces filled with shock as they witnessed the phenomenon materializing over the island. Even the sea seemed to freeze due to the aura being released from whatever was causing this phenomenon. The ethereal silhouette of a maiden in white danced over the entire island, attracting the attention of everyone on Shank's crew. Buggy couldn't help but gulp and question, "Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing?" There was no way they would miss such an unexplained phenomenon. Mihawk, who owned a supreme gray blade himself, could feel it in his very bones. "It's the birth of a supreme," he whispered as Yoru vibrated dangerously, as if welcoming a new brethren into the world. The forging process reached its climax as Kozaburo's determination and sacrifice infused the blade with an unprecedented aura. The blade glowed with a brilliance that rivaled the moonlight. The ethereal maiden's dance intensified, and her movements synchronized with the rhythm of the hammer strikes. The entire island seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with anticipation. As the final hammer strike landed, the blade erupted in a burst of light. The ethereal maiden's silhouette merged with the blade, and a shockwave of power rippled through the island, reaching far into the sea. The energy was palpable, a testament to the birth of a supreme gray blade. The night sky lit up with an otherworldly glow, the blade's aura piercing through the heavens. The maiden's image lingered for a moment before fading into the blade, which now rested in the forge, complete and perfect. The blade shimmered with an ethereal light, its presence commanding respect and awe. Kozaburo, despite his sacrifice, stood tall, his eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. "This is it," he whispered, his voice filled with reverence. The 13th Supreme Grey Blade. As the island slowly returned to normal, the realization of what had transpired settled in. The birth of a Supreme Grey Blade was a rare and momentous event, and everyone present knew they had witnessed something extraordinary. The blade, a testament to Kozaburo's skill, sacrifice, and determination, would go down in history as one of the greatest weapons ever forged. "Ha ha ha!" The old man bellowed in madness and victory. How long? How long had he chased the opportunity to forge a blade like this? He had finally done it, achieving his long-cherished dream. Tears of bliss flowed down his face as he lovingly caressed the white-hot blade, treating it like a cherished daughter. Miraculously, the blade did not burn him. Composing himself with a deep breath, he observed the scene. The entire smithy had frozen over, and even the flames created by the strange substance had crystallized into ice. "You should name it Kozaburo-sen," I suggested from the side, truly happy to have been part of such a monumental event in history. This was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. How many could boast of witnessing the birth of a supreme gray blade and participating in its forging? Kozaburo, however, turned to me and bowed deeply, despite our difference in age. Thank you, Roscoe. I once held bitterness because you subdued Akatsuki, a blade passed down through our line for generations. Despite knowing this, you helped me achieve my dream. I thank you wholeheartedly, the old man said humbly. I waved it off, as my observation hockey had already picked up the newcomers approaching the island, and I couldn't help but smirk. Turning my attention back to the blade, I marveled at its beauty. The blade itself was a masterpiece. It gleamed with an ethereal light, the metal resembling pure, untouched snow. The blade was slender and elegant, with intricate patterns of frost etched into its surface. The attachments, which had been set aside, complemented the blade perfectly. They were adorned with delicate snowflake motifs and shimmering white ribbons. Sodi no Shirayuki. Yes, that will be her name, the old man said in reverence. He immediately set to work on combining the complete sword, now that the blade had been successfully formed. Kozaburo carefully attached the hilt, guard, and pommel, each piece meticulously prepared beforehand. The hilt was wrapped in pristine white silk, matching the blade's snowy appearance. The guard was an intricate design of interlocking snowflakes, delicate yet sturdy. As he secured the ribbon, a long, flowing strip of white fabric that extended from the hilt, it fluttered like a wisp of frost in the air. With each component in place, the final blade was a sight to behold. Sodi no Shirayuki radiated an aura of both beauty and deadly precision. The white ribbon, now securely fastened, trailed gracefully, enhancing the blade's ethereal quality. The sword was a perfect blend of artistry and power, a testament to Kozaburo's unmatched skill and dedication. Kozaburo held the completed blade aloft, its gleam reflecting the moonlight streaming through the smithy. "Behold, Sodi no Shirayuki," he declared, his voice filled with pride and reverence. Even Kushiro, who was not yet convinced of his father's actions, could not bring himself to reprimand his father for his rashness because, as a swordsman himself, he knew what the birth of a supreme grade blade meant. While Kozaburo meticulously admired every inch of the weapon, Kushiro started tending to his father's severed arm. Though it had been cauterized, he wanted to ensure it did not cause more harm. Meanwhile, on the ship, Shank's eyes were filled with a glint. "Mihawk, are you absolutely sure that it's a supreme grade blade?" He couldn't help but ask. His usual nonchalance was lost, and his face was filled with seriousness. Shanks was determined to reach the top of the world, and he knew he couldn't settle for a subpar blade. Even his former captain carried a supreme grade blade as he conquered the sea, so he wanted one of his own. The current blade he carried was the one that they had recently acquired from the auction. Mihawk, however, warned him immediately, seeing through Shank's thoughts. "Shanks, we may not have known each other for long, but you hosted me with respect despite our differences. So a word of advice, do not act rashly. For all we know, it might be Ross Blade. If you covet his things, I can guarantee it would not end well for you and your crew. And if you truly plan to challenge him for the blade, I would have to intervene on Ross' behalf," he added, dousing cold water on Shank's ambitions. Shanks sighed, his eagerness tempered by Mihawk's words. He knew Mihawk was right. Ross was not someone to be trifled with, and challenging him for the blade could lead to dire consequences. But the allure of a supreme gray blade was hard to resist. "Oi, Shanks, you bastard! Were you guys talking about Ross all this time?" Buggy interjected, his voice laced with frustration. The mention of Ross brought back a flood of unpleasant memories for him. The countless times he had been pummeled by Ross in what he could only describe as one-sided sparring sessions. Even their captain had tried and failed to recruit Ross multiple times. "Are you mad? That guy just beats us every time we meet him," Buggy continued animatedly, his face contorted with a mix of irritation and grudging respect. "Calm down, Buggy. We've grown stronger," Shanks replied jovially, though there was a twinkle of determination in his eyes. Who knows? Maybe we've already caught up with him. It has been years since we last clashed with him. My hawk, standing to the side, couldn't help but snort. Catch up with Ross? He muttered under his breath. Shanks had grand dreams, and while he was indeed a formidable pirate with the potential to stand at the very apex of the world, Ross was an anomaly, a force of nature unlike anything they had faced. My hawk decided it was better for Shanks to learn this the hard way, just as he had years ago. Back at the forge, Kozaburo continued to admire Sodi no Shirayuki. The blade shimmered with an ethereal glow, its pristine white surface almost too pure to be real. The intricate patterns of frost and snowflakes etched into the blade seemed to dance in the moonlight. Kozaburo's tears of joy continued to flow as he held the blade aloft. Kushru, having finished tending to his father's arm, couldn't help but be awed by the blade. Despite his earlier reluctance, at the end of the day, this blade was forged for his own daughter. Father, you've done something truly remarkable. This blade, it's a masterpiece. As the night wore on, unknown to most of its inhabitants, the small village of Shimatsuki was transformed into a place of legend. The birth of a supreme gray blade was an event that would be spoken of for generations. The old man's sacrifice and determination had paid off, and the world had gained a new, unparalleled weapon. Quick, we need to find out exactly where the blade is. If possible, get the blade and run far away from here as soon as possible, Shanks said with a chuckle, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he leaped onto the shore. My hawk shook his head, knowing that the new supreme gray blade had something to do with Ross. Even if Ross wasn't directly involved, My hawk had already planned to acquire the blade and gift it to his friend bound by blood. If it came to it, he was prepared to fight Shanks to the death for it. Well, two Shichibukai gracing such a remote island in the East Blue. What a coincidence, I commented teasingly as I materialized next to Buggy, pressing his red nose. Except for Shanks and My hawk, everyone drew their weapons in surprise. Buggy jumped back, rubbing his nose, realizing what had just happened. You bastard, Ross. What do you think you're doing to my nose? He roared, glaring at me. Long time no see, Shanks greeted enthusiastically, his mood brightening despite the tense atmosphere. He quickly added, Ross, tell me honestly, was that phenomenon created by the birth of a supreme gray blade? His eagerness was palpable, though he already suspected the answer. Yes, I confirmed, turning my attention to Shanks' crew. And don't even think about claiming it. That blade doesn't belong to you. Your own blade must be waiting for you out there somewhere in the vast ocean. As I spoke, I couldn't help but notice the presence of Shanks' crew. Though they sensed the threat from my arrival, they stood their ground. I was surprised by Buggy's growth. He had unlocked both observation hockey and armament hockey. The potential he now displayed was impressive. I had often wondered if a man of Roger's stature would take a weakling as an apprentice on his ship. Shanks was an undeniable powerhouse, but this version of Buggy seemed to embody the true potential of one of Roger's apprentices. The fate of Buggy has indeed changed since my arrival in this world. Shanks, whose mood was darkened by the refusal, was not ready to give up. As a pirate, he was determined to at least make an attempt. Giving up without trying was not in his nature. Unbeknownst to others, My hawk was in shock. His eyes were fixed on one of the two long blades strapped to my side, which seemed even superior to his Yoru. Yoru, which had never reacted in such a manner before, was resonating with a deep, almost primal urge to clash. Even the earlier birth of a supreme gray blade hadn't evoked such a powerful response. For now, My hawk chose not to question his friend in front of Shanks and his crew. He had decided to stay in the East Blue, as Ross had promised to spar with him to his heart's content. My hawk intended to continue his journey only after breaking through his current bottleneck. She is a true beauty. My hawk couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes alight with admiration as he gazed upon the newly forged blade. The sword lay within a shrine at the Ishin dojo, bathed in the soft, flickering light of oil lamps that cast gentle shadows on the walls. The room was heavy with the fragrance of incense, filling the air with a rich, exotic scent that seemed to enhance the blade's ethereal beauty. Beneath Shirayuki, the supreme gray blade, lay another masterpiece forged by Kozaburo, Wado Ikamanji, one of the 21 great gray blades. Kozaburo stood nearby, his face beaming with pride as he showcased his greatest creation. Normally, he wouldn't have so casually displayed a supreme grade blade to outsiders. Such a revelation could spell disaster, especially with his recent injury and loss of half his original strength. Even then, he is currently more willing to share this monumental achievement because of the presence of Rosinante. As long as Ross was present, the blade destined for Kuina would remain safe. Ross and Kozaburo had made arrangements to safeguard Shirayuki until Kuina was ready to wield the blade, making it clear that Ross would protect the blade until then. With Akatsuki and Shusui in his possession, Ross had no immediate need for Shirayuki. Despite becoming one of the greatest weaponsmiths in the world, Kozaburo couldn't help but marvel at the blades carried by the newcomers, especially Mihawk's Yuru. In a world where many might never encounter a single Mido, this small island in the East Blue, a place often considered the weakest of the four seas, is currently home to an unprecedented collection. Within the Sword Shrine, there were Akatsuki, a blade surpassing Supreme Grade, 2 Supreme Grade blades, and a total of 4 out of the 21 Great Grade blades. This was a historical anomaly, a collection of legendary weapons that might never be seen again. Buggy, unable to contain his curiosity, sidled up to me and whispered, "Hey Ross, how much do you think a Supreme Grade blade might cost?" His question was tinged with genuine interest, despite the fact that he wasn't a swordsman and had little interest in perfecting his own blade. I scratched my chin thoughtfully, considering the gravity of his question. "One cannot truly put a price on a Supreme Grade blade," I said, my tone contemplative. "But if someone were foolish enough to sell one, even the lowest price would start in the tens of billions." Buggy's eyes widened in disbelief. "Tens of billions? Are you kidding me?" he spluttered. His mind raced back to the time when people had bid like mad for Shanks's blade, thinking they were insane. But now, hearing about the price for a Supreme Grade blade, he felt even more overwhelmed. Paying millions for a weapon seemed ludicrous to him, and the figures Ross was talking about seemed to be on a different scale altogether. Shanks, meanwhile, stood mesmerized by Shirayuki. The allure of the Supreme Grade blade was undeniable. Even Mihawk, who possessed the legendary Yuru, was intrigued by the new addition. The aura of Shirayuki, with its shimmering blade and intricate design, captured the essence of perfection that every swordsman aspired to grasp. Shanks, unable to tear his eyes away from the mesmerizing blade, finally summoned the courage to address Kozaburo. His usual carefree demeanor was replaced by a rare sense of seriousness. He stepped forward, his red hair catching the light, and bowed respectfully to the legendary blacksmith. "Kozaburo-san," Shanks began, his voice steady but filled with genuine admiration. "The blade you have forged is truly extraordinary. I've never seen anything like it in all my travels. I must ask, would you consider entrusting Shirayuki to me?" Kozaburo looked at Shanks, his eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and contemplation. The request was bold, but not unexpected. He knew that any swordsman who laid eyes on Shirayuki would be captivated by her beauty and power. The old blacksmith sighed, weighing his response carefully. "I apologize, but that is not possible." Kozaburo began, his voice filled with the wisdom of years. "I appreciate your admiration for Shirayuki. However, this blade was forged with a specific purpose and a destined wielder in mind. She is meant for my granddaughter, Kuina. This blade is a symbol of our lineage, our pride, and our future." Shanks nodded, his respect for Kozaburo's decision evident, but he wasn't ready to give up. His gaze inadvertently darted towards the stump where the old man's hand once was, then shifted to Kushiro, who stood behind the old man. With his current strength, he did not doubt his chances against Kushiro. "Understand, Kozaburo-san. But consider this. Shirayuki deserves to see the world, to be wielded by someone who will face the strongest opponents, who will carve her name into the annals of history. I promise to honor her legacy and your craftsmanship. Shanks paused before he continued, but his tone now had an edge of steel. And looking at your current condition, I do not think you will be able to defend the blade if someone were to forcefully take it away from you. Holding on to such a treasure without enough strength will only spell disaster for you and your family. The room fell silent as everyone waited for Kozaburo's response. The old man closed his eyes, lost in thought, considering the weight of Shanks's words. Though the pirate seemed civil, his words had a hint of an underlying threat. But then, with a smirk, Kozaburo gazed towards me. In that case, why don't you ask my granddaughter Sensei whether he is willing to let anyone grab his student's blade? Kozaburo was cunning. In his current state, he knew he was no match for Shanks, and he knew I wouldn't have brought them here if I couldn't keep them in check. Mihawk simply couldn't tell whether Shanks was being stupid or brave, but either way, he was going to end up getting a good beating from his friend. If he kept insisting on crossing the line, he might well regret his decision to covet this supreme gray blade. Shanks turned to me with a wide smile plastered on his face. Ross, you know your brother stole a mythical Zoan devil fruit from me, so don't you think it is only right for me to take this blade in exchange? He added, trying to test the waters. It's simple, Shanks. This world is governed by the strong. You should know this better than most here. So if you think you can best me, I can consider it. I replied with an evil smirk. And from what I heard from my brother, it was you who stole the fruit from him after he rightfully acquired it in the auction. I will have you repay it. I chuckled, sending creeps down Buggy's back. But Shanks already had the idea to challenge me, and the Supreme Grey Blade was an added incentive. I'm not the old Shanks, Ross, so I hope you are ready. He added, his mood now calm, set for the upcoming clash. Shanks looked at the rest of his crew and nodded. Without a word, he stepped out, ready to face me head-on. Maybe Shanks had forgotten that though he had been growing rapidly, I hadn't slacked for a day, and my growth was far more than what he had achieved. Buggy, though worried, stood by Shanks's side, and soon enough, we found ourselves on a large, uninhabited island a few dozen miles away from the island of Shimatsuki Village. Shanks's entire crew had followed him, and with me were Mihawk and Lucci, who wanted to witness fights that were at the Admiral level. From my initial estimate using the voice of all things, I was sure Shanks had already breached the early Admiral level power. Kozaburo was confident in my victory, so he hadn't followed me. Kushu and Miyamoto stayed back in the Ishin dojo, just in case, because there was a chance that others might have experienced the phenomenon over the island and might be attracted to it. Even though we were dozens of miles away, Shimatsuki Village was still within my range of observation haki. The night sky was clear, and the moon cast a silvery glow over the island. The atmosphere was tense as the crews watched the confrontation unfold. Shanks stood across from me, his red hair flowing in the wind and his eyes filled with determination. I could see the fire in his spirit, the same fire that had driven him to become one of the most feared pirates on the seas. Let's get this over with, Shanks, I said, drawing Shusway from its scabbard. The blade gleamed ominously in the moonlight, its presence demanding respect. Shanks was still not ready to face my other blade, Akatsuki. Though I had subdued it, the blade was moody, and I had yet to become familiar with it, so if I used it against Shanks, there was a real chance he might end up dying here. Shanks had a large part to play in my future plans, so I was just planning to beat him to a pulp today. Shanks grinned, unsheathing his saber. I hope you're ready, Ross. This won't be like our previous clashes. But he also noticed that I hadn't unsheathed the second blade, strapped to my side, but chose not to question. The island seemed to hold its breath as we faced each other. The tension was palpable. With a burst of speed, Shanks lunged at me, his saber aimed at my heart. I parried effortlessly, the clash of our blades sending sparks flying. The ground beneath us trembled with the force of our blows, the sheer power of our clash causing the air to vibrate. Shanks's movements were swift and precise, and his attacks were relentless. But I met each strike with ease, countering with my own powerful blows. The island around us bore the brunt of our battle, with trees splintering and rocks shattering under the force of our attacks. Shanks stood confident in his strength, especially his haki. After his defeat at the hands of his sister, he had trained relentlessly, honing his skills to new heights. His observation haki had advanced to the point where he could see brief glimpses of the future. As he prepared to rely on this future sight, it faltered. A sudden, sharp pain exploded across his face. The flat of my blade hit him with a sickening crunch, sending him crashing through the trees. Fortunately, his armament haki had protected him. Without it, his jaw would have shattered. I flickered behind Shanks, bringing down Shusui at blinding speed. Shanks steadied himself and brought his blade up in defense. Clang! The clash of two great-grade blades sent a powerful shockwave through the air, sinking the ground beneath us and creating a deep crater. Shanks's arm trembled under the massive weight of the attack. It was heavy, so heavy that his hands shook and his bones groaned, threatening to splinter. He gritted his teeth and channeled more armament haki to counter the blow. I moved around Shanks with fluid precision, swinging Shusui at him with the flat edge whenever I sensed he was struggling to keep up with my attacks. Though the flat edge wouldn't harm him, it delivered a painful lesson each time it landed. Shanks deserved praise for his resilience. Despite his disadvantage, he did not doubt himself and clashed with me with all the ferocity he could muster. This unyielding determination was the foundation of one's conqueror's haki. The moment you doubt yourself, you are no longer fit to be a king. Only an unwavering will can nurture conqueror's haki to unprecedented levels. And from the way I was growing, my conqueror's haki in the future would make Shanks's haki in the canon seem insignificant. Shanks lunged forward, his saber gleaming with armament haki, aiming for a decisive strike. I met his attack head-on, Shusui clashing against his saber. The force of our collision sent another shockwave rippling through the island, uprooting trees and scattering debris. Shanks's eyes were focused, his determination unwavering, but I could see the strain in his movements. "You're strong, Shanks, but you still have much to learn," I said, my voice steady and calm. With a swift movement, I sidestepped his next attack and brought Shusui down in a powerful arc. Shanks barely managed to deflect it, the impact sending him skidding back. He steadied himself and launched another barrage of strikes, each one more desperate than the last. I parried each blow with ease, my movements precise and controlled. Shanks gritted his teeth, frustration evident in his eyes. He knew he was outmatched, but he refused to back down. He channeled his conqueror's haki, the air around us crackling with its intensity. I responded in kind, my own haki clashing against his, creating a palpable pressure that weighed down on everything around us. In response, I unleashed my own conqueror's haki, which crashed back against Shanks' haki with overwhelming force. He was pushed back as red lightning clashed with black and gold lightning, the sheer intensity of the exchange causing the very air around us to crackle. Shanks had not expected the difference in our strength to be so vast. He channeled his haki once more, imbuing his saber with armament haki, and swung with all his might. "Divine departure!" he shouted as a massive red slash flew at me. I met his attack head-on, imbuing Shusui with my own haki, and sent a flying slash to counter. The two attacks collided, and for a few tense moments, they seemed evenly matched before dispersing, sending shockwaves of devastation in all directions. "TCH Shanks, aren't you ashamed to name that attack after your captains?" I taunted, my voice dripping with scorn. "Let me show you what a real divine departure looks like. It may not yet be on Roger's scale, but I'll get there eventually." My conqueror's haki flared again, and my blade was now coated with both armament and conqueror's haki. After learning conqueror's haki infusion from Garp, my attacks had reached an unprecedented level. If I were to go all out, I was confident in harming even a low-level Yonko with my current strength. Shanks had just breached the low admiral level, so there was a disparity of a whole tier between us. The chasm at this level was so immense that it would take Shanks at least a decade to reach where I am now. Even at his best, it would take him more than 5 years. But I already had a vision of where I should be 5 years from now. After all, I had promised Garp that I would challenge him in 5 years. The entire world seemed to respond to my call as I channeled my hockey into the attack. Buggy and Shanks froze as they recognized the true resemblance to their captain's attack. Black and gold lightning tore through the skies as I channeled more and more hockey into Roger's signature move. I had perfected this form over the years, and bursts of energy rippled out from me as the epicenter. Shanks immediately created distance, channeling his own hockey to counter the impending attack. Mihawk and Lucci watched in awe as the ground beneath me splintered due to the sheer pressure of my concentrated hockey. The entire world seemed to still, and I became one with its flow. Divine departure! I roared, launching a blinding light of a sword slash at Shanks. Despite the overwhelming force of the attack, Shanks stood defiantly, determined to defend against it. I foresaw the outcome and did not worry about Shanks' safety. There was no way he could defend against this attack with his current strength, but he was adamant. He roared in defiance as the slash bore down on him. At the last moment, Buggy rushed out and tackled Shanks away from the trajectory of the attack. Shanks' crew sighed in relief, not understanding why their usually calm captain was acting so recklessly today. Even they wondered how such a monster could exist. They were already in awe of Shanks' strength and growth, but there was someone who could subdue their captain so easily and was about the same age. They now understood that the seas were truly fascinating. As the dust settled, everyone's heart skipped a beat. The entire island had been cleaved in two by my attack. The sheer force and power of the divine departure had left a monumental scar on the land, a testament to the difference in our strength. Near Dressrosa Sea, New World, more than 1,000 miles away from Dressrosa, a formidable fleet of nearly 10 ships was making its way toward the island. Leading the formation was Big Mom's flagship, the Queen Mama Chanter, a colossal ship that resembled a massive, floating pastry, complete with towering masts shaped like ornate candles and adorned with colorful, swirling frosting designs. The ship's figurehead, a giant caricature of Big Mom herself, loomed over the prow, its eyes gleaming with a menacing light. This imposing vessel spearheaded the fleet like a wedge, cutting through the waves with an air of inevitable conquest. The Big Mom pirates were on a singular mission, to bring the Don Quixote brothers to heel. Since they had entered Don Quixote territory, Charlotte Linlin had already sunk 3 ships they had come across. The rest of the crew believed this was due to the Don Quixote pirates' fear of Big Mom, but Katakuri felt differently. There was no way the brothers would give up so easily. I will make sure to personally cripple that Don Quixote bastard, Oven commented, his voice full of venom. He vividly remembered the day Doflamingo had maimed him. With Mama personally leading the assault, there was no way the Don Quixote brothers would survive. They had only 2 options: submit or perish. Suddenly, out of nowhere, both Big Mom and Katakuri moved to the bow of the ship. Napoleon, Big Mom roared, as her hat transformed into a massive sword. Within a split second, she channeled a powerful burst of armament hockey and slashed out. Mama Raid. A massive slash intercepted more than a dozen projectiles aimed at the ships. Katakuri, however, managed to deflect only 2 of the projectiles. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, 3 ships from Big Mom's fleet burst into flames as the lightning-fast projectiles that Big Mom and Katakuri had failed to intercept made contact. Because the ships were spread out, even Big Mom's massive attack could only cover part of her fleet. Thousands of miles away, within the Dressrosa Palace, a little girl monitored a crystal ball. In front of her was a table with more than a dozen transponder snails, each connected to the operators of the individual railguns placed around Dressrosa. "Tish, I just got 3, little Shirley murmured. She immediately relayed her commands. Reload the weapon with a new energy cell. Charge the weapons for the next shot, she commanded calmly. There was a reason why the vast sea area around Dressrosa was practically a death zone for ships that entered without permission. It was because of this little girl, who controlled close to 24 railguns. She was a goddess of destruction as long as she was within Dressrosa. Charge the main cannon. Let's see if the Big Mom pirates still have the audacity to come into our territory so brazenly," she added. The moment Shirley relayed her commands, the highest part of Dressrosa on King Plateau hummed ominously. A massive weapon, standing like a sentinel over the island, began to power up. All the railguns around Dressrosa were secured behind tight security, and this one, being the most powerful among them, was accessible only to those Doflamingo absolutely trusted. Gladius and Smoker were seated behind the controls. Unlike the other guns, which used a single energy cell per shot, this massive behemoth consumed 24 power cells for a single shot. As the weapon readied, Gladius and Smoker smiled with anticipation. This would be the first time this bad boy was fired, and they were the first ones to do it. If Isho-san were around, he wouldn't have let them, but he had gone ahead to confront Big Mom on the open seas. There were backups for Isho. Soon, Shirley used her devil fruit powers to send the adjusted coordinates, and spoke through the transponder snail, "Fire." The moment the command was passed, the railgun fired. A massive blue streak of energy roared and rumbled across the entire island. Though Wolf had been constantly upgrading the weapon to increase efficiency, he had yet to take measures to reduce the noise. Katakuri, who had deflected the last attack, saw the devastation, as 3 ships had been obliterated. Luckily, his siblings on the ships had reacted fast enough, coating themselves with hockey. Though many were injured, they survived. However, many among the crew were not as fortunate and were reduced to dust. Just as he was thinking about what exactly had happened, a new massive threat appeared in his senses. His observation hockey had already crossed the threshold where he could peek into the future. After losing to Ross, he had been practicing relentlessly to ensure his siblings never suffered again. Without delay, Katakuri grasped his trident and jumped to intercept the new barrage of attacks. Just as he was midair, a massive arm slammed him aside as Big Mom roared, her hockey shooting through the roof. Though she guessed Katakuri could defend against the attack, she was sure he might not be able to defend the fleet simultaneously, and she couldn't have that. She had already lost 3 ships, and she needed to quickly understand where exactly these attacks were coming from. Her eyes narrowed as she concentrated her observation hockey and zeroed in on the dozens of incoming projectiles. It was the attack in the center that stood out. Even Katakuri might have some difficulty dealing with an attack of such scale. Her entire form morphed, covering herself in armament hockey, and she roared. "Ikoku, sovereignty!" She swung Napoleon with all her might. Unlike the last time, when she had little time to react, she was now prepared. A massive pillar of a sword beam clashed with a massive incoming projectile. Boom! Both attacks collided mid-sky, sending a massive power ripple reverberating throughout the open seas. The entire sea shook due to the massive clash, and massive waves lapped around the ships, swaying them dangerously. After a few seconds of stalemate, Big Mom's attack tore through the projectile, progressing and tearing a ravine through the sea for miles. The Big Mom pirates' crew sighed in relief. If not for Mama, they did not know what would have happened. Have the rest of the ships retreat for 100 miles. Only the flagship will move ahead, she roared, anger radiating through her every pore. Mixed within her anger was unending greed, a drive to acquire the weapon that could fire an attack strong enough to match an admiral level. She needed to get her hands on it. No one knew that the Don Quixote pirates had access to such a weapon. She originally only intended to subdue the Don Quixote brothers, but this was a massive surprise, and she couldn't let such a chance slip by. The massive flagship picked up speed as the rest retreated. Big Mom ordered Katakuri and a few others to stay with the rest of the ships. Just as she had guessed, the weapon started targeting the fleet that was retreating. Big Mom kept countering the attacks. The attacks started raining down systematically for close to a dozen minutes before the attacks ceased. The more she learned about the weapon, the greedier she became. From her estimate, whatever that weapon was, it could fire 3 shots every minute. It may seem like a small number, but imagine a dozen such weapons installed around Tato land. Her territories would be unbreachable. If she hadn't personally made this trip today, there was no way the Big Mom pirates could have even approached Dressrosa. Tato Land, New World. At the same time that Big Mom was planning to lay siege to Dressrosa, she was unaware that a massive threat was descending upon her own territory. A massive flying island appeared over Tato Land, casting a vast shadow over the entire area. This was Golden Lion Shiki's massive flying fortress, his new main base. Golden Lion Shiki himself floated above the Emperor's territory, his haki flaring intensely, making everyone within Tato Land tremble in fear. Shiki was a tall, imposing figure with a wild mane of golden hair that billowed around him like a lion's mane. His eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity, and his face was etched with lines of age and battle-hardened experience. He wore a long, flowing cape that fluttered in the wind, and his legs had been replaced with two long swords, which he used with deadly precision. Shahaha! Linlin, get out here! Did you think just because I was captured by the Marines, I would never return? He bellowed, calling out to his former comrade from the Rock's crew. You dared to take what's mine, and now I've come to take back what's rightfully mine, he laughed. After Shiki's capture at Marineford, Big Mom's territory had rapidly expanded as Charlotte Linlin annexed most of the territories Shiki once ruled. Now, he had returned to reclaim them all. Linlin, you better come out before I sink your whole territory into the sea. Shiki roared again. With a swing of his hand, a massive chunk of land descended from the skies. Before anyone from Big Mom's side could react, Shiki launched an assault. He had little patience, and he did not care that Linlin was currently not in her territory. He had come with the mindset of reclaiming his title and cementing his status as a new emperor by taking down one of the current ones. Because Big Mom had annexed his territories, he targeted the Big Mom pirates with ruthless determination. As a command from Shiki echoed across the skies, chaos descended upon Tato Land. Shiki's new crew laid waste to whole Cake Island. With most of Big Mom's strongest fighters away, the Golden Lion pirates went unchallenged. Shiki's new crew consisted of some of the fiercest pirates who had escaped Impel Down. His new right-hand man was a powerhouse from the Rocks era, a pirate subdued by Garp a year before the incident at God's Valley, with a bounty of 2.9 billion berries. Burn it. Burn the island to the ground. Damn that Linlin. She thinks she can take things that belong to me. The Golden Lion, shahaha. Shiki roared as his two blades sent out massive flying slashes, cutting down enemies and buildings alike. It was total, one-sided carnage. Buildings crumbled under the relentless assault, and screams of panic filled the air as the inhabitants of Tato Land tried to flee from the onslaught. Shiki's haki was so overpowering that it caused even the bravest of Big Mom's subordinates to falter. The once vibrant and bustling whole Cake Island was being reduced to rubble in a matter of minutes. Where's your mama now? Shiki taunted, his voice booming across the battlefield. She cannot protect you from me. I will reclaim what is mine, and you will all pay for her arrogance. The Golden Lion pirates moved with ruthless efficiency, torching everything in their path. Shiki's right-hand man, a hulking figure who towered over 6 meters tall with rippling muscles and a cruel sneer, led the charge. His mere presence was enough to instill terror in the hearts of those who dared to oppose him. He wielded a massive club, and with each swing, he shattered bones and crushed defenses. Originally, he wouldn't have served under Shiki, but the Golden Lion had spared his life after besting him in single combat, and Jack was someone who respected strength, and Shiki had promised to challenge the world government sooner or later, which was the sole reason he became a pirate in the first place. So with their goals aligning in Shiki's promise, he had accepted to become the first mate of Golden Lion pirates. Come on, you cowards, he bellowed. Face your doom at the hands of the Golden Lion pirates. Meanwhile, Shiki continued his aerial dominance, launching devastating attacks from above. His two sword legs flashed through the air, sending waves of destructive energy crashing down upon the island. Explosions rocked the landscape, and fires spread uncontrollably, consuming everything in their path. The inhabitants of Tato Land had never seen such devastation. They had grown accustomed to the protection of Big Mom, but now, without her presence, they were left vulnerable and defenseless. The once impregnable territory of the Big Mom pirates was now a battleground, and it was clear that Shiki had no intention of showing mercy. Lin Lin, Shiki roared once more, his voice filled with fury and triumph. This is just the beginning. I will take everything from you, and you will regret ever crossing the Golden Lion. As the chaos continued to unfold, the Big Mom pirates, who remained behind, fought desperately to protect their home. But they were hopelessly outmatched. The sheer power and ferocity of Shiki and his crew were overwhelming. It was a massacre, and there was little hope of salvation. Shiki's laughter echoed across the burning landscape, a chilling reminder of his dominance and the terrifying power he wielded. Shahaha! Remember this day, for it is the day the Golden Lion reclaimed his throne. G9 Marine Base, New World. The entire Marine Base was a flurry of activity as more and more shocking news poured in from their informants. First, it was reported that the Big Mom pirates had moved in force to attack Dressrosa, the territory of the Don Quixote pirates. Sir, it's confirmed. Shiki has officially descended on Whole Cake Island. He and his crew are currently razing the Emperor's territory, said a Marine who had just decoded the incoming message relayed to his superiors. The 3 vice admirals and the 8 rear admirals stationed at the base were already gathered, waiting for the command from Marine headquarters. TCH, as if the seas weren't already messy enough. Why would these fellows go ahead and cause more chaos? The vice admiral in charge of the G9 base sighed, blowing out smoke from his cigar in frustration. Unlike the first half of the Grand Line, where the Marines were regaining control of the sea due to the massive influx of Marine numbers after the World Military Draft, conditions in the New World were deteriorating. Most of the powerhouses who had escaped Impel Down had returned to the New World, their hunting grounds, bringing new threats for the Marines: Golden Lion Shiki, Patrick Redfield, Bernie World, and many more. Recently, a group of pirates who had escaped Impel Down formed an alliance called the 12 Zodiacs. This coalition of 12 pirates, each with more than 1 billion berries bounty to their name, had already taken down many Marine bases. Rumors suggested their group aimed to bring down one of the Emperor's crews. Well, I think this is good for us. Let those pirates kill each other. The more they slaughter each other, the easier our job becomes. A female Marine chuckled while remarking jovially. Despite her tone, none of the Marines could disregard her, because she was one of the 3 vice admirals stationed at G9 base. Before the vice admiral in charge could comment, the emergency transponder snail rang, "Perry, Perry, 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 Perry." The transponder snail was reserved for emergencies only. The vice admiral did not delay and immediately picked up the call. "What's happening?" Before he could finish, deafening sounds of cannon fire echoed from the other side. "Sir, this is Rear Admiral Garland reporting. We are under siege. The 12 Zodiacs have broken through the G9 patrol area. Their target is likely the G9 base. Their fleet has more than 20 ships. They will reach." The transponder snail disconnected abruptly. Garland, are you there? What's happening?" The vice admiral roared, but there was no response. The vice admiral threw the transponder snail in frustration. The entire room fell silent, waiting for the vice admiral's orders. The vice admiral, a grizzled veteran with countless battles under his belt, clenched his jaw. His face, lined with years of hard-won experience, betrayed his mounting anger and concern. "Prepare all available ships and personnel for immediate deployment," he barked. "We cannot let the 12 Zodiacs take G9. Mobilize the defenses and call for reinforcements from nearby bases." The female vice admiral, known for her keen tactical mind, nodded in agreement. "I'll coordinate with the fleet. We need to create a blockade to slow their advance. Rear Admiral Garland's forces might still buy us some time. Make sure the citizens are evacuated to safety. We can't afford any civilian casualties," another vice admiral added, his stern voice reflecting the gravity of the situation. As the orders were rapidly disseminated, the base transformed into a hive of activity. Marines rushed to their stations, artillery was positioned, and the ships in the harbor prepared for battle. The tension was palpable as everyone braced for the impending confrontation. The vice admiral in charge took a deep breath, his mind racing with strategies and contingencies. This is no ordinary pirate raid. The 12 Zodiacs are a formidable force. We need to be ready for anything. Inform Marine headquarters of our situation and request additional support. Marines, both seasoned veterans and fresh recruits, steeled themselves for the battle ahead. The air was thick with anticipation and fear, yet there was an unspoken resolve among them. They knew the stakes were high, and failure was not an option. Meanwhile, out at sea, Rear Admiral Garland and his remaining forces were engaged in a desperate struggle. The 12 Zodiac's fleet, a menacing armada of heavily armed ships, loomed ever closer. Cannonballs whizzed through the air, and explosions lit up the horizon. Despite their valiant efforts, the Marines were heavily outnumbered and outgunned. "Hold the line," Garland shouted, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of battle. "We must buy time for the base to prepare." His words inspired his men to fight with renewed vigor, but the sheer power and ferocity of the 12 Zodiac's assault were overwhelming. One by one, Marine ships were being crippled or sunk. Shimatsuki Village, East Blue. The crew members of the red-haired pirates looked on in worry as they saw their captain, Shanks, lying unconscious. Despite the protests of Buggy and the rest, Shanks had gone ahead and continued the clash with a monstrous Don Quixote Rosinante. Now, they had a glimpse of the true terror awaiting them once they began their journey into the Grand Line. Fortunately for them, Ross did not have the intent to kill Shanks. Otherwise, their entire crew might have perished here. "Ross, you bastard, did you have to be so heavy-handed?" Buggy couldn't help but shout, fuming as little man Sherry tended to Shanks with her healing powers. "Well, it was him who insisted on continuing the fight, and I was holding back," I replied with a shrug. I was not going to take the blame for Shanks' recklessness, but I kind of understood why he kept pushing despite knowing he had no chance of victory. Stepping back would have shattered his resolve. Even now, I had no idea what Shanks' true goal was. Would he become a friend or a foe? Only time could tell. Buggy huffed and puffed, but knew the fault lay with Shanks for challenging such a monster. He also knew that they needed to grow stronger if they truly intended to fulfill their captain's wish. As Mancherry's healing magic enveloped Shanks, the crew's anxiety began to ease slightly. The glow of her powers was a gentle reminder of the miraculous world they inhabited, filled with both wondrous and terrifying forces. Each member of Shanks' crew was lost in their thoughts, contemplating the harrowing experience they had just witnessed. Yassop, the sharpshooter, clenched his fists. He had always trusted Shanks' judgment, but this encounter had shaken him to his core. "We need to be better prepared," he muttered to himself, his eyes scanning the horizon as if searching for unseen threats. Meanwhile, Lucky Roo's usually jovial face was shadowed with concern. He sat close to Shanks, ready to defend his captain at a moment's notice. The confrontation with Rosinante had been a sobering reminder of their vulnerability. Mihawk stood to the side, not wanting to disturb the ongoing treatment, observing the crew's reactions. He could see the mixture of fear and determination in their eyes. They had been given a harsh lesson, but it was one that could potentially strengthen their resolve. He sighed, a mix of approval and admiration filling him as he watched the resilient crew of the red-haired pirates. "He will wake soon," Mancherry assured them softly, her voice a beacon of hope. "He's strong, stronger than most. His vitality is strong. All he needs now is some rest, and he will wake up within a few days at best." Buggy crossed his arms, still simmering with a mix of anger and worry. "He better be," he muttered. "If we're going to face more monsters like this, we need him at his best." He glanced at me, as if wanting to curse me. I couldn't help but smirk, though there was a hint of warning in my eyes. "You'll need more than just him, Buggy. You'll need to become monsters yourselves if you wish to survive the Grand Line." I share because, unlike in the canon, there are too many monsters out in the sea now, and it wouldn't be easy to climb to the apex with just one powerhouse among their crew. "Well, we should let him rest." "Ross, we need to talk," Mihawk said, stepping forward. He had been holding back his curiosity for a long time, and now, with Shanks having been taught his lesson, it was a good time to have a chat with his friend. This trip to East Blue, meant to be a part of his training, had held many surprises for Mihawk. He was truly glad he had accepted Ross's offer to help Doflamingo. Otherwise, he would have missed quite a few opportunities. Soon, I followed Mihawk to the cliffside where the workshop was. Mihawk immediately cut to the chase, his gaze directed at the blade, strapped to my side. "Is that it?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. He could feel Yoru trembling with excitement, with a hint of fear and defiance mixed in. As the one who had formed a connection with Yoru, he could somehow sense its emotions. Fear was something Yoru had never showcased before. This was a first. I knew exactly what Mihawk was asking about, so I unsheathed Akatsuki. The glowing moonlight, instead of reflecting off the blade's crimson surface, seemed to be absorbed. The ominous aura of wailing souls spread, and Mihawk's eyes sharpened. Maybe he could hear it too. His eyes widened momentarily before he regained his composure. "So it truly exists. A blade that even Ryuma could not tame, but you managed to. What kind of monster are you?" Mihawk asked. He very much wanted to inspect the blade closer, but his instincts told him that trying to handle it would harm him. So he decided against it, now even more eagerly looking forward to his time training in East Blue. "So, care to tell me how you were able to counter the future sight of Shanks' observation haki?" he inquired. He was intrigued because, during their sparring, Shanks had used his observation haki to stay one step ahead of him. The only reason he could match Shanks was that his mastery over the sword was a degree higher. "It seems like you haven't explored much about Conqueror's haki, I suppose," I asked Mihawk with my brows raised. But it was only natural. Even I had only recently learned about the usage of Conqueror's haki to counter the future sight of observation haki. There were so many things about Conqueror's haki that most did not understand, and it would take years, maybe decades, for someone unaware to even know that Conqueror's haki had such an advanced application. "So, are you going to share the details?" Mihawk questioned. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't have bothered to ask for help, but he trusted Ross, so he didn't mind asking for suggestions that would help him grow stronger. "In time, Mihawk. But first, you need to learn how to infuse Conqueror's haki into your attacks. Once you get the hang of that, I will share the rest of the details. After all, I have only recently started unlocking the secrets of Conqueror's haki," I commented. We both stood there, enjoying the cool night breeze. The moonlight bathed the landscape in a serene glow, and the sound of the waves crashing against the cliffs provided a rhythmic backdrop. The night was calm, yet charged with the unspoken understanding between two warriors constantly seeking to push their limits. Room of Authority, Mary Geos. The rhythmic sound of Elder Saturn tapping his staff was the only sound that echoed in the quiet room. Every one of the 5 elders was immersed in deep silence, contemplating the gravity of their situation. There is no longer any doubt. Elder Mars finally fumed, breaking the silence. That Don Quixote brat was simply baiting us for information. He must not have had any intention of submitting to us from the start. It was all a ploy to learn our plans. And if I'm not wrong, he has likely obtained the information he wanted. Despite their repeated attempts to reach out to Doflamingo after making their offer, there's been no response. They now understood that just as they had schemed against the Don Quixote brothers, the brothers had schemed against them. The Don Quixote brothers were now likely aware that their target was the younger brother. Should we have Tsuru brainwash one of the brothers? Elder Warcury suggested. The Lightning Logia user was too important for them to pass up, and with Imu-sama having ordered not to directly interfere with the younger brother's growth, their hands were tied. We need to talk to Imu-sama about the matter. We have already conveyed how important Rosinante is to us, so we must try to get him under our control before he grows too strong to manage. Elder Nushiro spoke. He had contemplated all methods, and since Vegapunk had disclosed the possibility of a Lightning Logia user being an alternate fuel source for the ancient weapon, they had been planning and scheming to get the Don Quixote brothers under their thumb. But now, with their intentions exposed, the playing field was leveled again, and as long as Imu-sama's restrictions stood, they could not use force on the younger Don Quixote brother. Sigh. Fine. We will approach Imu-sama regarding the matter. Let Imu-sama decide the brother's fate, Elder Saturn finally relented. He had been the one who approached Imu-sama and confidently proposed that he could bring Doflamingo under their wing by tempting him with the position of elder and immortality. But now it was clear that Doflamingo was not swayed by their offer, and this only showed how dead set Doflamingo was on opposing the world government. Do you think those brats know? Elder Jupiter couldn't help but ask, looking at the others in the room worriedly. We offered him a chance for eternal life, and he declined it. We know for a fact that Doflamingo is not the type to give up on something as lucrative as immortality. So it's safe to assume that the two brothers must have found a way to achieve immortality. Elder Jupiter's tone deepened, making them understand the weight of his doubts. That also makes me wonder how they know about our secrets and where exactly they got all this information from, he added. Ever since the CP0 leader walked into this room with a note from a boy all those years ago, the elders had not been able to pinpoint one thing. Where exactly was all this secret information leaking from? I'm afraid that Suru might have been right. There are quite a few traitors among the celestial dragons. Maybe they think it's time to change leadership within the celestial dragons. Those family elders and leaders think that we are unaware of what they are doing behind our backs. It seems it's time we taught them a harsh lesson, that even celestial dragons need to bow in the presence of supreme authority, Elder Saturn commented, his face betraying the anger simmering within him. Unless there were traitors within their own ranks, there was no way the Don Quixote brothers could stay ahead every time they made some plot against them, and each one was a trap that they laid out meticulously. The more they thought about it, the more it made sense. What are you suggesting? Elder Nustero questioned, though he had an inkling of where this was going. He wanted to make sure he wasn't jumping to conclusions. It's time for a cleansing within the ranks of the celestial dragons themselves. They have so much privilege, and they are still not happy with it, and are conspiring for more power. It's high time we teach everyone in the Holy Land a harsh lesson, Elder Saturn added. You can't be thinking. Elder Jupiter finally caught on and gasped. No, you cannot harm our own without proper reason. This would simply cause chaos. And if Imu-sama were to know, we would not walk out unscathed, he added, a rare hint of worry crossing his face. Although he seemed nonchalant, he knew that a few of the descendants of the Jupiter family were also among the dissidents causing trouble in the Holy Land. The other two elders finally understood what Elder Saturn was suggesting, and even they couldn't help but sweat. However, Elder Saturn remained calm and turned to his colleagues. Where do you think I got the orders from? Imu-sama wants this done. Imu-sama thinks that our descendants have become too comfortable and need to be taught a harsh lesson. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. There was no way Elder Saturn would lie about Imu-sama passing down an order. So this was Imu-sama's will. Elder Nustero no longer hesitated and began working out options. So how are we going to achieve this? We cannot just capture all the troublemakers and start executing them. That would cause chaos, and others might use that as an opportunity to create a rift in the Holy Land. If it's one or two, we can set it up as an accident, but from your tone, I feel there are quite a few on the list. His eyes darted to the folder on the table, which none dared to open yet because they didn't want to know if their own descendants' names were among the list. This was a list that Elder Saturn must have prepared after Imu-sama passed down the orders. No, we will not be directly involved in this matter, at least on the surface, Elder Saturn commented with a cold tone. We will be conducting the native hunting competition once more. This time, it's not just to call the insignificant humans beneath us, but also the traitors among our own kind. To achieve that, we will be borrowing quite a few hands from the pirate world. Soon enough, we will have all the reason to unleash hell upon all those who have defied us, he added with a smirk. The native hunting competition, an event exclusive to the world nobles, has been followed for centuries as a tradition. Since the incident at God Valley, the event has been indefinitely postponed. But now, with Imu-sama's blessing, the event would be reestablished. Elder Saturn's eyes gleamed with a cold determination. The native hunting competition will be our instrument of judgment. Not only will we rid ourselves of insignificant humans, but we will also identify and eliminate the traitors among our own ranks. This tradition will serve as both a purge and a reminder of our supreme authority. The sacred city, usually basked in ethereal light, now seemed shrouded in a foreboding aura. The 5 elders, having concluded their intense deliberation, stood at the pinnacle of the Pangea castle, overlooking the vast expanse below. The very sea trembled as 2 ships faced off against each other. One ship was a massive behemoth, the flagship of the Big Mom pirates, Queen Mama Chanter. The other ship, which was much smaller, seemed like a tiny boat in comparison. Big Mom stood at the bow of her ship, her eyes radiating anger. Both Zeus and Prometheus were riled up, ready for action, and even Napoleon was brandished by the Emperor. She was not yet aware that Golden Lion Shiki was attacking her main base. Currently, her eyes were transfixed on the figure leisurely talking into the transponder snail, disregarding her presence. She wanted to pounce on the man immediately, but a blind swordsman was pulling in meteors from the sky one after another to keep her in check. Although she was confident she could take down the blind swordsman if she rushed him, the presence of the other figure on the tiny ship made her wary. Roscoe, you sure know how to drive a hard bargain. I wondered why you asked me to accompany Isho out to sea. Rayleigh's gaze turned to Big Mom, who was fuming, contemplating whether to risk a head-on clash with the Dark King. Rayleigh-san, I did not want you to feel compelled. That was why I shared the information about Rouge-san and Ace. A voice echoed from the other side of the transponder snail. You really have become more cunning, Roscoe. But fine, you kept your word, and I will help you out. After all, I'm a resident of Dressrosa. I can't have this madwoman destroy my new home, Rayleigh chuckled. Remember, Rayleigh-san, I know you must be eager to meet Roger's child, but be careful. Your presence will only alert the world government to their existence, so I suggest you not make any moves now. Just bide your time before you meet Ace, Ross's voice added from the other side. I know, and thank you for saving them both. It seems Roger's trust in Garp was not wasted after all. Well, I have to get going. Isho seems to be having some difficulty holding back the monster, Rayleigh chuckled, not a bit worried about the clash happening between Isho and Charlotte Linlin. Though Isho was strong, he hadn't yet reached Big Mom's level, so he was struggling. However, because the battle was out in the open seas and with his ability to fly using gravity, Isho was holding his own. Rayleigh-san, you don't have to worry about Linlin. She will soon turn back. Maybe she is not aware of what's happening back at her own home. Ross laughed, and soon the conversation came to an end. Rayleigh finally let out a sigh of relief after the call was disconnected. Roger, you bastard, so you weren't joking when you said you were going to settle down and start a family of your own. Maybe I should have believed you back then rather than consider it a joke. But never mind. I promise I will take care of your son. No matter what path he chooses, I will help him grow into someone who can stand on his own in this chaotic sea, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, a powerful burst of Conqueror's haki erupted, showing his resolve. Even Big Mom, who was clashing with Isho, felt the pressure. Her Conqueror's haki burst out and clashed with Rayleigh's own, 2 titanic powers colliding with relentless fury. Isho immediately retreated, understanding that he had done enough. His breathing was labored. He was still in his early 30s, but Big Mom was at her peak. The current him was no match for her, but that did not mean he was helpless. However, if the clash dragged on for too long, he might end up losing. Rayleigh's haki created waves that rippled across the ocean, causing even the mighty Queen Mama Chanter to sway. Big Mom's eyes widened with a mixture of rage and admiration as she felt the sheer force of Rayleigh's will. You think you can stop me, Rayleigh? Big Mom roared, her voice shaking the heavens. I will crush you and that blind fool. Rayleigh stood firm, his eyes locked on Big Mom. Linlin, you've always been too reckless. This seat isn't yours to dominate. Leave now, while I'm still being civil. Big Mom's laughter echoed across the sea, but there was a hint of caution in her eyes. You talk big, Rayleigh. Let's see if you can back it up. As the 2 conquerors' haki clashed, the sky seemed to split apart, the sheer force of their wills creating a storm of energy. The sea beneath them churned violently, with waves crashing against both ships with terrifying force. It was a clash of titans, a battle of wills, that shook the very foundations of the world. Rayleigh knew that for pirates at their level, words were dust. Only strength could convey one's thoughts. Without a second thought, he unsheathed his blade and launched himself forward at Big Mom, his entire blade coated with armament hockey and conqueror's hockey. Big Mom lost her usual mad laughter and focused completely. Her original plans had all been ruined because of the presence of this single man. Rayleigh, you broke into my territory last time and stole something that belonged to me while I was away. Only then was Roger able to reach the final island. Now you once again stand in my way of getting what I want. Tell me, have you joined a new crew after abandoning the name of Roger Pirates? She roared, and a massive blast of sound waves echoed through the seas, shaking the very souls of anyone who heard it. The very shout was infused with her will, making anyone with weak will succumb. Even the sea kings beneath were scared because of the soul-stirring shout. But Rayleigh simply blitzed through the skies, launching himself at Big Mom. Dark Descent, he called out as a pitch-black sword slash large enough to cleave the island-sized Queen Mama Chanter was launched. Big Mom immediately grabbed Napoleon to counter. Ikeku Sovereignty, she roared as a massive pillar of energy erupted from her blade. The two colossal attacks clashed midair. Boom! The clash created a massive pit in the sea, pushing away all the seawater, forming a vortex hundreds of meters deep. The sheer force of their collision sent shockwaves through the air and across the ocean. The sky darkened, and the sea churned violently, as if nature itself were reacting to the power of these two titans. The Queen Mama Chanter groaned under the strain, its massive form being pushed back by the force of Rayleigh's attack. Big Mom's eyes narrowed as she felt the weight of Rayleigh's while pressing down on her. You old fool, do you think you can stop me? I'm Big Mom. Rayleigh's gaze was steely, unwavering. Lin, you've always underestimated the resolve of the Roger Pirates. And now, you're underestimating me. Big Mom let out a primal roar, her voice laced with fury and frustration. Prometheus and Zeus crackled with energy, ready to strike at Rayleigh, but he was relentless. He moved with the grace and speed of a seasoned warrior, his sword slashing through the air with deadly precision. As their battle raged on, the surrounding sea seemed to come alive with their hockey. Lightning crackled in the sky, a strum of fire surrounded the battlefield, and the ocean swirled into massive whirlpools. The sheer intensity of their fight created a spectacle that drew the attention of every pirate and marine within miles. Isho, breathing heavily from his earlier struggle, watched in awe. So this is the power of the Dark King and the Emperor. Truly, the world is vast. Rayleigh and Big Mom clashed again, their hockey-infused weapons creating sparks that lit up the darkening sky. Each strike shook the air, and the sea responded with towering waves. The very fabric of reality seemed to bend under the weight of their wills. Rayleigh's eyes never left Big Mom's. You are still as insufferable as ever, Lin. As long as you don't understand the true secrets this world holds, no matter how hard you try, you will never be able to reach your goal. Big Mom snarled, her teeth bared in a furious grin. You're a fool, Rayleigh. This sea belongs to the strong, and I am strongest. Their next clash sent a shockwave that split the sea in two, a chasm opening in the water that revealed the ocean floor beneath. The sheer force of their hockey created a barrier that no ordinary person could breach. Quit daydreaming, Lin. If you were the strongest, then what's stopping you from becoming the Pirate Empress? We both know why. Though you are strong, you are not strong enough. Though you call yourself fearless, you are too much of a coward to face the world government head-on. Tell me, Lin, what have you even done to carry the name of an emperor? Even your feat of besting the Marine force at Wano was because Whitebeard kept their strongest forces in check. You can fool the others, Lin, but not everyone will be swayed by your act. The more Rayleigh spoke, the angrier Big Mom became. Her attacks grew more ferocious. Heavenly flames. Indra. Big Mom clad one arm with Prometheus and the other with Zeus, charging and firing a barrage of attacks at Rayleigh. With equal ferocity, Rayleigh countered each attack. One of Rayleigh's clashes even severed a part of the flagship, sending it sinking into the sea. "Rayleigh, I will kill you," Big Mom roared. Rayleigh simply chuckled as he deflected the punch and countered with a swift thrust, which Lin dodged. "You should have never come to Dressrosa, Lin. You've always been impulsive. Go back now. At least that way, you might be able to save what remains of your home," Rayleigh added in a serious tone. "Dressrosa and its surrounding territories are not something you should step into." Big Mom, who was at the edge of madness, suddenly calmed as she was confused by the Dark King's words. "Rayleigh, what do you mean?" Just then, Perispero, who was down on the flagship, screamed at the top of his voice, "Mama! Tato Land is under siege. Shiki has descended upon our main base." Big Mom's eyes widened in shock. Rayleigh couldn't help but smirk as he created some distance from Lin, giving her room to ponder. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The realization of Shiki's assault on Tato Land was an unexpected blow to Big Mom's ironclad confidence. The sky above them darkened further, and the air was heavy with tension. The sea, stirred by their earlier clash, seemed to echo with the chaos unfolding in Tato Land. Perispero's voice was frantic and desperate. "Mama, it's chaos. The Golden Lion Shiki has attacked Tato Land. Our defenses are crumbling." Rayleigh's smirk deepened. "You see, Lin, while you were busy chasing shadows, a real threat has already moved against you. Shiki is no ordinary pirate. You know his reputation. Tato Land is burning, and your throne is at stake." Big Mom's face contorted with rage and fear, a rare combination for the formidable Yonko. "Rayleigh, you bastard! How dare you?" Rayleigh's voice was calm, but edged with steel. "It's not me you need to worry about now, Lin. You have bigger problems back home. This sea is changing, and so is the balance of power. Go back, save what you can, or stay and fight me, and risk losing everything." The Dark King's words hung in the air, a stark choice laid bare. Big Mom's massive frame trembled with indecision, the ferocity of her earlier attacks waning as the reality of her predicament sank in. In her thoughts, the sounds of chaos from Tato Land could almost be heard, the cries of her children and the clash of Shiki's forces invading her mind. The Queen Mama chanter swayed with the violent waves, a testament to the storm brewing both outside and within. Finally, with a roar of frustration, Big Mom made her decision. "This isn't over, Rayleigh. I'll deal with you and those Don Quixote brats later." With a powerful leap, she soared back towards her ship, Prometheus and Zeus swirling around her. Rayleigh watched her retreat with a mixture of relief and satisfaction. "Go save your kingdom, Lin. This sea belongs to those who can protect what's theirs." As Big Mom's flagship turned and sailed away with all haste, the sea began to calm, the tension slowly ebbing away. Rayleigh sheathed his sword and looked towards the horizon, where Tato Land lay. The smirk on his face remained, knowing that the tides of power were shifting and that he was ready for whatever came next. Uncharted waters, new world. BULO blast. A massive beam of energy split the entire island in two. Ru'ur. A heaven-piercing roar shook the very seas as a colossal dragon swam high in the darkened skies filled with thunderclouds. Despite the lightning strikes grazing his sides, Kaido seemed unfazed. Since his defeat at Wano, he has been in seclusion, training like a man possessed. He channeled all his rage into his strength, establishing a base deep inside the new world where few dared venture. The sea surrounding the area was treacherous even on normal days. On others, it turned cataclysmic. Kaido had shown immense growth, but he wasn't yet satisfied. The humiliation of running away pricked at his heart every single second. He had even foregone consuming alcohol, as it impeded his training. Suddenly, a massive pteranodon appeared in the skies, but compared to Kaido's massive size, it was negligible. "Kaido-sama, we have news. Golden Lion Shiki has targeted the main base of Big Mom's territory. We might soon have a change in the status of emperors within the new world." The moment King spoke, Kaido reverted to his regular form. From high up in the skies, he descended onto an island below in a freefall, crashing into it. King followed suit, landing next to where Kaido landed and returning to his normal appearance. Worororo. Kaido bellowed in laughter as he climbed out of the massive pit. Oh, Lin, how low have you fallen? I wish I could see your face now. How did you mock me when I was not able to defend Wano? Now you're not able to defend your own home. Big Mom had reached out to him back then with the sole intention of mocking him. Now he couldn't wait to get back at her. But that would have to wait. He had much better things to do as of now. King, how about the crew? Have you been able to find a suitable target to help rebuild our crew stronger? He asked King, who was his right-hand man and had assigned him quite a few duties while he immersed himself in training. Yes, Kaido-sama. Queen and I have been finding crew members that would suit our beast pirates, and a new influx of pirates after the incident at Impel Down has given us quite a wide choice. My suggestion is to target a group called the 12 Zodiacs. They are gaining fame, and we should subdue them. This will bolster our forces to a vast degree. We can keep those who surrender and kill off the rest to send a message that the beast pirates still hold hegemony in the New World. Most of our previous territories are currently under the Zodiac group's control after we left Wano. King responded. Kaido sneered, understanding that when the true rulers of the sea are absent, every petty little pirate wants to take the throne for themselves. Soon enough, he would teach the whole world why he was called the strongest creature in the world. We will deal with them in time. Have you made any progress in strengthening our current crew? Most of them are simply useless. Numbers don't matter when we clash with the true rulers. We need stronger crew members, even if they are just cannon fodder. I need stronger cannon fodder, he roared in frustration. King, deep in thought, suddenly remembered something Queen had mentioned before. Kaido-sama, Queen once mentioned a project involving artificial devil fruits that the MADS were working on. Maybe if we can get our hands on this research, we can have our crew consume these artificial devil fruits, King added. Kaido's eyes shone with brilliance. The mere thought of his entire crew being devil fruit users was exhilarating. Even better, what if his entire crew was made up of Zoan devil fruit users? That would truly embody the spirit of the name, Beast Pirates. Kaido turned to King. I don't care what it takes. Collect all information about these so-called artificial devil fruits. I will show the world the true might of a dragon. He roared as his conqueror's haki shot out, splitting the very skies. The air crackled with the raw power of Kaido's resolve. His crew, scattered across the island, felt the surge of his haki and knew their leader was on the brink of something monumental. The very sea seemed to bow to his will, the waves calming in the presence of his unyielding determination. The beast pirates would rise stronger than ever, and the world would once again tremble at the name 100 Beast Kaido. At Marine headquarters, the atmosphere was tense. Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat at his desk, the weight of the world bearing down on his shoulders. The recent reports from a new world had thrown the entire organization into disarray. In front of him sat Admiral Zephyr, Vice Admirals Garp, Kizuru, and Akainu, their faces reflecting a mix of concern and determination. Shiki's audacity knows no bounds. Akainu growled, slamming his fist onto the desk. First, he escapes Impel Down, and now he dares to attack Big Mom's territory. This chaos cannot continue. We must restore order. Garp, chewing on a senbei, looked thoughtful. Shiki's a wild card, always has been, but attacking Big Mom directly, that's not just recklessness. There's a plan behind this. Kizuru, lounging against the wall, chimed in with his usual laid-back demeanor. Garp-san, you don't suppose he's trying to destabilize the balance of power among the emperors, do you? It's quite the gamble. I'm not currently worried about Shiki, Sengoku said, his voice as firm as steel. With the chaos he's causing in Lin's territory, it's inevitable that the two will come to a full-scale clash. We just need to be ready to take advantage of the situation. What concerns me more right now is the pirate alliance called the Zodiac. As we speak, they are currently laying siege to G9. Garp chuckled, a sound that seemed out of place given the gravity of the situation, causing Sengoku to frown deeply and raise his brows, curious about Garp's apparent nonchalance. Garp swallowed another sunbae and grinned. Sengoku, you don't have to worry. Raylene was near the G9 base area, so she's already been informed. I'm just wondering if those pirates will give her a decent challenge. Zephyr, who had been quietly observing, nodded with pride. Yes, Garp is right. With Admiral Raylene reinforcing the G9 base, the situation should be under control. And don't forget, Virgo is stationed in G10. He'll be moving to assist as well. Sengoku's eyes widened in surprise, then relaxed as the tension left his shoulders. He hadn't been aware that Garp had already informed Raylene about the matter. Raylene, wasn't she taking care of things near Sabaody? Why is she in the New World? I haven't given her any missions there. He started getting a throbbing headache as he realized who had recommended her to the Admiral post. Garp, am I not the fleet admiral? Why am I only being told now that an admiral was dispatched to the New World without orders? This was your doing, wasn't it? He looked at his friend, fuming, as if wanting to swallow him whole. Sengoku already had enough tension dealing with one rogue marine like Garp. Now there was a second one, even more unruly, and Garp seemed to be endorsing her. The recent matter of bringing down all the auction houses and shutting down the slave trade had already put Sengoku in hot water with the world nobles. All those slavers and related groups were mentioned as collateral damage, while her original target was a pirate worth 30 million belly, and she had blatantly stated in her report how difficult it was to subdue the pirate. Who in their right mind would believe such an absurd lie? From how much Garp had praised the mythical Zoan using Admiral, Sengoku knew Raylene was using Garp's modus operandi. His friend must have been teaching her all the loopholes he had been exploiting for years. Garp grinned, unbothered by Sengoku's anger. Well, Sengoku, the situation was dire, and I made a judgment call. Raylene was the best choice for handling certain matters. Besides, she's proven herself more than capable, hasn't she? Sengoku rubbed his temples, trying to quell the headache. You can't just make these decisions on your own, Garp. There's a chain of command for a reason. Raylene is an admiral, not a lone wolf. Zephyr interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. Sengoku, Raylene's actions, though unconventional, have yielded results. The slave trade has been significantly disrupted, and her presence in the New World might be something that can help us gain some control. Her methods may be unorthodox, but her effectiveness is undeniable. Sengoku sighed deeply, feeling the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. I understand that, Zephyr, but we need to maintain order within our own ranks as well. Garp, you need to communicate these decisions. We can't afford to have admirals going rogue. Garp chuckled, taking another bite of his senbei. Fine. I'll make sure to keep you in the loop next time. But trust me, Sengoku, Raylene is exactly where she needs to be right now. Sengoku shook his head, a small smile breaking through his frustration. You and your protégés, Garp, always causing me more trouble than anyone else. Akainu, who had been silently observing, finally spoke up. Admiral Raylene's presence in the New World will give us a strategic advantage. We should focus on leveraging this situation to our benefit. With her and Rear Admiral Virgo handling the Zodiac Alliance, we can concentrate our efforts on the fallout from Shiki and Lean's clash. Sengoku nodded, his resolve strengthening. Very well. In that case, Akainu, I'm going to redeploy you in the New World. We'll monitor the situation closely and be ready to deploy our forces at a moment's notice. The Marines must be prepared to restore order and maintain our dominance over the seas. As the rest of the officers cleared the office to carry out their respective orders, only Sengoku, Garp, and Admiral Zephyr remained. Sengoku had specifically asked them to stay back. Garp, who had been jovial all this time, turned serious. Sengoku, are you going to tell us what's really bothering you? You were already aware that with Virgo there, the Zodiacs weren't going to be much of a problem. He even set aside his senbei, a sign of the gravity of the situation. As his closest friend, he knew how Sengoku was, and the way Sengoku was acting meant the matter was dire. Sigh. Sengoku couldn't help but sigh deeply as he pulled out a large folder and placed it on the table. These orders came in earlier, and they came directly from the 5 elders. I'm sure neither of you are going to like this, he said cryptically. Even Zephyr now showed seriousness. For something to make the fleet admiral so hesitant, the order had to be significant. Garp didn't stand on ceremony and reached out, picking up the folder. As he read, the temperature in the room seemed to drop. The ominous haki exuding from the marine hero made even Zephyr and Sengoku flinch. Sengoku, Garp growled in a low tone. Tell me you didn't agree to this madness. Garp, we don't have a choice. Even I wasn't aware that the elders would pull such a stunt at such a time, Sengoku replied, frustration clear in his voice. Zephyr, confused about what was going on, reached for the folder, but Garp, in his anger, crumpled the file. Bastards! Garp smashed his fist into the table, shattering it into pieces. Sengoku, have you gone crazy? Don't you remember what happened at God's Valley? Garp roared, standing up from his seat. Garp, calm down. Let's first understand what's going on. Getting angry at Sengoku isn't going to solve anything. Zephyr intervened, realizing Garp was truly furious. He turned to the fleet admiral for an explanation, as he still didn't know what exactly was in the folder that made Garp so angry. Garp took a deep breath and sank back into his chair in disbelief, his eyes closed, trying not to look at Sengoku because, with how angry he was right now, he might beat Sengoku to a pulp. Sengoku struggled to explain to Zephyr, knowing his reaction might not be very different from Garp's. The native hunting competition. The world nobles want to reinitiate the native hunting competition, and they've already decided on the venue for this year's hunt. They picked the Sorbet Kingdom in South Blue, which is currently undergoing a revolution. Sengoku finished with difficulty. For a moment, Zephyr thought he was hearing things. His blood froze in shock, and it took him a few moments to realize the seriousness of the matter. He launched himself from the chair. Sengoku, you cannot allow this. This is madness, pure madness. Zephyr roared. He knew of the native hunting competition. He was an admiral candidate back then, and the events at God's Valley had shaken him to his very core. Normally, as an event exclusive to the world nobles, the Marines were not aware of such atrocities. But Roxd. Zebek had taken it upon himself to challenge the might of the world nobles back then, and because of the danger, the Marines were deployed. Garp had to team up with Roger to bring an end to the wanton slaughter by Zebek, who wanted to change the world's order. Since then, the world nobles have not shown any inclination toward their so-called triennial ritual. But now, after all these years, they wanted to conduct the native hunting competition, and by the looks of things, it seemed like the world government wanted the Marines to dip their hands in this matter. Sengoku looked at both of them, his eyes heavy with the burden of his position. I didn't agree to it, but refusing directly would mean defying the 5 elders, and you know what that would entail. We need a plan, and we need it now. Garp's fists were clenched tightly. Those damn world nobles. They think they can do whatever they want. We need to protect those people, Sengoku. We can't let history repeat itself. Zephyr, still fuming, nodded. We need to find a way to stop this. We can't let innocent lives be used for their twisted games. Meanwhile, at the G9 base, the fleet of the Zodiacs clashed relentlessly with the Marine defenders. Where are the damn reinforcements? We cannot hold them off for long. The vice admiral in charge of the base roared, demanding an update from his subordinate as he fought 3 pirates simultaneously, all proficient in hockey. Originally, they had the numbers to mount a proper defense, but then the pirates split up, targeting the nearby inhabited islands. The vice admiral had rerouted the majority of their forces to intercept the pirates who had branched off. Bahaha! Is this the standard of a Marine vice admiral currently? So pathetic. A burly man cackled as he observed the ongoing fight, casually seated on the ship's railing. He carried a massive war axe, its blade glinting menacingly in the sunlight. His muscular frame was adorned with numerous scars, a testament to countless battles. His thick beard and wild, unkempt hair added to his fierce appearance. This was Taurus, one of the 12 Zodiacs. He was a pirate from the Rocks era, infamous and feared, with a bounty of 1.4 billion berries. Soru, the vice admiral, pushed back the 3 pirates and appeared in front of Taurus, determined to finish him with a single blow. He swung down his cutlass, infusing it with haki. Busashoka Koka. The blade descended rapidly, but Taurus chuckled and raised his arm casually, catching the blade. Clang! The clash of blade and arm was fierce, sending a ripple of energy through the air. The Vice Admiral's eyes widened in shock as his blade, reinforced with haki, was halted effortlessly. "Is that all you've got, Marine?" Taurus sneered, his grip tightening around the blade. With a flick of his wrist, he shattered the cutlass, sending shards flying. "You can't hope to stand against the might of the seas with just your puny strength." The Vice Admiral staggered back, his hand trembling from the impact. "Damn you," he growled, summoning all his strength to keep fighting. "I won't let you take this base." Taurus stood, his massive frame towering over the Vice Admiral. "You're out of your league," he taunted, swinging his war axe with devastating force. The Vice Admiral dodged, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike, but the sheer power of the swing created a shockwave that knocked him off his feet. As he scrambled to regain his footing, the 3 pirates he had been fighting earlier closed in, their weapons ready. "Is this the end of the Marine's pride?" Taurus mocked him, raising his axe for another strike. Just then, Taurus's observation haki picked up an incoming threat. Instinctively, he swung his axe upward. Boom! With a deafening sound, 2 weapons clashed, and the sheer pressure made the warship sway dangerously. The deck groaned and cracked as a metal pole, infused with haki, collided with Taurus's war axe. Taurus squinted to look at his attacker, feeling the weight of the blow in his arms. He knew immediately that the newcomer was the real deal. Virgo, with a steely determination, launched a barrage of attacks, forcing the Zodiac to change targets. His movements were precise and relentless, his metal pole whirling expertly as he pressed the assault. Each strike was aimed with lethal intent, pushing Taurus back step by step. "Sir, I will take care of things here. Please leave this to me," Virgo said confidently, not taking his eyes off his opponent. Since coming to the New World, he had been fighting and honing his skills nonstop, and he was confident in taking down the formidable foe before him. The Vice Admiral, still transfixed, watched the scene unfold. He knew of Rear Admiral Virgo, Admiral Zephyr's protege. Many hailed him as the second coming of the Marine hero. Just looking at Virgo's back, the Vice Admiral felt immense pressure despite his higher rank. He immediately moved to carry out Virgo's request, trusting in the younger officer's prowess. Virgo's pole struck like lightning, each hit echoing across the battlefield. "You won't get past me, Taurus," he declared, his voice steady and full of resolve. Taurus snarled, his war axe swinging in wide arcs as he tried to overpower Virgo. "You think you can stop me, boy? I've crushed stronger Marines than you." But Virgo was unfazed. His haki-clad pole met each of Taurus's strikes with equal force. "This isn't about thinking," Virgo retorted. "It's about knowing. And I know you won't win." Their weapons clashed again, sending shockwaves through the air. Virgo's focus was unbreakable. His strikes were precise and unyielding. Taurus, despite his brute strength, found himself being pushed back, his confidence wavering. The surrounding Marines watched in awe, the sight of Virgo standing firm against such a formidable opponent boosting their morale. "Rear Admiral Virgo!" They cheered, rallying behind him with renewed vigor. "Fusha Village, East Blue. Agatha-san, can you make 2 more apple pies?" A childish voice echoed from the counter. The little girl, about 9 years old, carried an infant while helping take orders from the patrons in the bar. A young mother was busy working in the kitchen. This bustling place was Party's Bar, the most popular spot in Fusha Village. Currently, the bar was filled to the brim, thanks to the new cook, a young mother named Agatha. The bar's owner had hired Agatha as a favor for Garp, who had asked him for help. He also took pity on the woman, but never in his wildest dreams had he expected Agatha to be such a great cook. Within a month of her start, the average number of patrons had tripled. He even had to have his granddaughter, Makino, help him at the bar. In one corner sat 2 men, their eyes full of grievance and tears. They were being heavily reprimanded by their boss, Dayton, a wanted criminal in the Goa Kingdom, but warmly regarded by the people of Fusha village. Though she was a bandit boss, she and her men had helped the village countless times against pirates. Dayton boinked her subordinates on the head once again, making them cry out. "You dare target Agatha Chan? Have you guys gone senile?" She took a bite of a freshly made apple pie, her face flushed with bliss. She looked at her subordinates, who had planned to rob Agatha, and the more she tasted the pie, the more she wanted to beat them up. The scene was comical. Dayton was beating them and feeding them delicacies. The subordinates had no idea that Agatha-san was related to the monster Garp. Before leaving the island, he had especially asked Dayton to help Agatha out if she needed it. "Dayton-san, it's all right. It was a genuine mistake. I'm sure they didn't really mean to harm Ace," a soft voice echoed. Rouge, who had taken the identity of Agatha, walked out with 2 apple pies. She squinted at the 2 men who had planned to kidnap Ace and get money, but then they were beaten to a pulp by her. After learning what they had done, Dayton dragged them all the way from the mountain, beat them again, and had them apologize to Agatha. Now, they were being treated to a meal. The 2 bandits immediately shook their heads, promising they would never mess with Ace again. Makino, the little girl who had asked for the pies, smiled brightly at Rouge. "Thank you, Agatha-san. Everyone loves your cooking." Rouge smiled warmly at the child. "Thank you, Makino-chan. You've been such a big help today." Makino blushed at the praise, then ran off to deliver the pies to the waiting patrons. Rouge watched her go, a fond smile on her face, before turning back to Dayton. "Dayton-san, thank you for your help. I don't know what I would have done without you." Dayton waved her hand dismissively, though her expression softened. "There is no need to thank me, Agatha-chan. Garp asked me to look out for you, and besides, anyone who can cook like this deserves some protection." Rouge chuckled softly. "Well, I appreciate it nonetheless." As the bustling atmosphere of Party's bar continued, Rouge felt a sense of peace. Despite the challenges and the constant threat of danger, she had found a place where she and her son, Ace, could be safe. And for now, that was enough. "Say, Agatha, are you really related to that bastard Garp? No matter how I look at it, I can't seem to relate such a polite person to that rude bastard. I thought his whole family must be as crazy as him." Dayton scoffed. Garp had introduced Agatha as his niece, who had recently lost her husband due to some misfortune. Agatha was a kind and polite soul, and almost everyone in the village had quickly become attached to her. Dayton couldn't bring herself to believe that Agatha could be from Garp's family, who she thought must all be rowdy and rough. Agatha couldn't help but chuckle. Dayton, however, failed to notice the pale faces of her 2 subordinates, and her back was turned to the pub's entrance. "Why don't you ask him yourself, Dayton-san? He's standing right behind you," Agatha said, returning to the kitchen as more orders poured in. Dayton sat frozen as a massive shadow loomed over her. She couldn't help but gulp, realizing she had just badmouthed Garp. Though they were friends, she knew Garp was unpredictable and enjoyed beating people up just for fun. Garp's booming laugh filled the bar, causing the patrons to momentarily pause in their conversations. "Bwahaha, Dayton, always talking behind my back, huh?" he said, clapping a heavy hand on her shoulder. Dayton winced under the weight of Garp's hand. "Gee, Garp, I was just, praising you, you know," she stammered, trying to wriggle out from under his grip. Garp's grin widened, and he leaned in close. "Oh, I heard everything, Dayton. But don't worry, I won't hold it against you this time." He finally released her, and Dayton let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. "Agatha, it's good to see you," Garp called out, turning his attention to the kitchen. "How's everything going?" Agatha appeared from the kitchen with a few more orders, passing them to Makino, wiping her hands on her apron. "Everything's going well, Uncle Garp. The bar's been busier than ever." Garp nodded with a smile on his face. "Good, good. I knew you'd do well here." The bar's patrons, initially wary of Garp's overwhelming presence, relaxed as the atmosphere returned to its usual lively state. Makino, sensing the tension had lifted, approached Garp with a beaming smile. "Grandpa Garp, did you bring me any of those toys you promised?" she asked, her eyes wide with anticipation. Garp laughed sheepishly, scratching his head. Of course, Makino-chan. I've got plenty of them. But first, let me have a good look at my grandson. Garp carefully took Ace from Makino's hands, who happily went back to work, leaving little Ace in Garp's care. After playing with Ace for a few minutes, Dayton, who understood that Garp needed to talk, chased away her subordinates. They happily packed up more food and ran away towards their hideout. Did you not say that you might not return for quite some time? Dayton couldn't help but question. Normally, whenever he visited, he would at least let her know beforehand. This visit was too abrupt, and he had only recently returned to duty after many years of break. I just took another break. I missed Ace. Garp bellowed in laughter as little Ace giggled and started pinching Garp's face. Dayton understood there was more to it, but didn't ask any further. So, has there been any trouble in the village since I left? Garp asked. Not many would dare target Dawn Island. Only the ignorant and downright stupid would do so, and the world lacked neither of those types. But the truly informed would never touch the village because they knew it was the home of the marine hero. Even the Goa Kingdom royalty left Fusha village alone, not wanting to mess with it. Well, we had a few run-ins with some pirates. There was nothing we couldn't handle. The East Blue seems to have become much quieter in recent days. I feel like someone powerful is prowling the East Blue Sea. Garp immediately understood, and his thoughts drifted to his student, who must still be in East Blue. Maybe I should visit that brat and give him a good beating. I don't know what he's doing here in East Blue. Maybe he wants to influence Ace to follow in his footsteps. I must really chase him away, he murmured, turning to little Ace in his arms. Oh, don't you worry. Grandpa here will make you the strongest Marine that ever was, he added, to which little Ace responded with a soft punch, making Garp smile widely. Dayton watched the interaction with a soft smile. Despite her gruff exterior, she had a soft spot for Ace and respected Garp for his dedication to the boy. You really believe Ace will become a Marine, don't you? She asked. Garp looked at her, his expression serious, for a moment. I do. He's got the spirit for it. And with the right guidance, he'll be a great Marine, even better than me. Dayton snorted. Better than you? That's a tall order. Garp chuckled, bouncing Ace gently. That's right. This little guy is destined for greatness. Just wait and see. Within a hidden base of the revolutionaries, a heavily pregnant woman stirred, and the doctor in charge of the medbay moved to assess her condition. Reiju. Sora opened her eyes, her head still throbbing, but her mind instinctively searched for her daughter. The last thing she remembered was a gunshot and Reiju falling to the floor. Tears welled up in Sora's eyes. Miss, please, you need to calm yourself down, the doctor said kindly, trying to soothe the distressed woman. She already knew the identity of the woman the revolutionaries had rescued, the queen of the Germa kingdom, Vinsmoke Sora. Well, she was no longer a queen because the kingdom was no longer there. The entire floating kingdom of Germa 66 had been sunk beneath the sea. The poor woman must have gone through quite the ordeal. From the initial tests, they had deduced that the fetus within her womb had been modified by experiments. Despite their best efforts, they hadn't been able to reverse the effects, as the damage had already been done. They couldn't understand why someone would be cruel enough to experiment on unborn children, but they had no idea that it was her own husband who had subjected her to such inhumane experiments. Reiju? Where's Reiju? Is she all right? Sora asked with a hint of hope, thinking that if she had been rescued, there was a chance her daughter might be alive and well. Her eyes darted around the small room, searching for her little girl. The doctor lowered her head, unable to meet Sora's eyes. I am sorry, she replied softly. She had learned from the revolutionaries who had saved Sora that the woman's daughter had been gunned down by underworld members and did not make it. They couldn't even retrieve the child's body as the island was sinking. Sora's world shattered. The hope that had briefly flickered in her eyes was extinguished. She clutched her belly protectively, tears streaming down her face. No, not my rage. The doctor placed a comforting hand on Sora's shoulder. I'm truly sorry for your loss. But right now, we need to focus on you and the children you're carrying. You must stay strong. Sora nodded weakly, though her heart was breaking. She had lost so much, but she knew she had to survive for the sake of the children growing inside her. The doctor continued to monitor Sora's condition, making sure she was stable. "You are safe here. We will do everything in our power to protect you and your children." "Where is this place?" Sora asked weakly. "Who are you?" Though she was thankful, she had no idea who her benefactors were because she had fainted at the time of her rescue. "We are part of a resistance group called the Revolutionaries," the doctor replied while checking Sora's vitals. "You don't have to worry. We will not harm you. You are in safe hands." "Is the Germa kingdom gone?" Sora asked softly, but there was a hint of expectation in her eyes. She wanted that kingdom burned to the ground, the kingdom that took away her lovely daughter. Her hatred for Judge had reached a tipping point. If not for her husband's greed, all this would not have come to pass, and her little Reiju would still be alive. "I'm sorry, but the Germa kingdom is no more," the doctor said. Don Quixote da Flamingo made sure of it. It is said that the Don Quixote pirates chased down the islands that had split up during the chaos and sank them. Contrary to the doctor's expectations, Sora showed a faint sign of relief, as if the kingdom had been a curse. Sora sat up with difficulty. "Thank you for helping me. I'm sorry, but I currently do not have anything to pay you for the treatment." She did not want to impose on their kindness any longer and decided it was better to leave. "Where do you think you will go in your current condition?" the doctor asked sternly. "It is downright foolish to think about leaving. What are you planning to do out there?" Sora looked down, her hands resting protectively over her swollen belly. "I don't know," she admitted, "but I can't impose on your kindness forever. I need to find a way to survive and ensure my child's safety." The doctor shook her head, her expression softening. "You are not imposing. We helped you because it was the right thing to do, and you still need care. Going out in your condition would be dangerous for both you and your child. Stay here until you are stronger. The revolutionaries look after their own, and we will help you find a way forward." Sora's eyes were filled with gratitude and uncertainty. "Thank you," she whispered. I don't know how to repay you. Your recovery is enough for now," the doctor assured her. "When you are ready, we will talk about the future. For now, focus on getting better and keeping your unborn children safe." Sora nodded, leaning back into the pillows with a mixture of relief and sorrow. Her heart still ached for Reiju, but she knew she had to stay strong for the children she carried. The revolutionaries had given her a second chance, and she was determined not to waste it. A new life within the so-called revolutionaries did not seem bad. At least the people here seemed to have a bit of humanity, much more than one could expect in this cruel world. As the doctor left the room, Sora closed her eyes, her thoughts drifting to her old life, her lost daughter, and the hope for a better future. She would survive, not just for herself but for the children growing inside her. She vowed to protect this new life with everything she had, determined to make sure her children would never suffer as Reiju had. Maybe her children would come to embrace their new life as part of the revolutionaries. Fishman Island, New World. Whitebeard stood in front of a massive pit in the central plaza. Fishman Island had returned to a calm state after every last one of the pirates and troublemakers had been hunted down. It had been more than a month since the Whitebeard pirates arrived, and stability had returned to Ryugu Kingdom. King Neptune stood beside Whitebeard, along with a few of the Whitebeard pirates' cadres. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed as he tried to gauge the depth of the pit. "So you're saying that little brat did this?" Whitebeard questioned his friend, who had a wide smile on his face. "Yes, it was Roscoe. He helped us defend against whatever that boar-like monster was. If not for him, I am sure that monster would have destroyed the entirety of Ryugu Kingdom," Neptune replied. He showed special favor to the Don Quixote family because, as of now, the only place where the fishmen could safely traverse on the surface was Dressrosa and the surrounding seas controlled by the Don Quixote pirates. Many of their traded supplies came from Dressrosa. "Interesting. That brat sure has grown. Garpshire has created another monster and released him into the sea. But the beast that attacked Fishman Island, I don't think the matter is so simple. There's a high possibility it was a mythical Zoan user," Whitebeard mused. Beside him, Crocodile had an uneasy expression on his face when Neptune mentioned Rosinante. His hand unconsciously went to the metal hook where his amputated arm used to be. Whitebeard did not miss this and chuckled. "So it was that brat who took your arm?" He smirked, but Crocodile simply snorted and turned his attention back to the dark pit. "Say, Whitebeard, can you do something like this?" Crocodile asked. He had been training hard to learn all the nuances about hockey from Whitebeard himself, but even he could not fathom how strong one must be to create something like this. However, it wasn't Whitebeard who spoke. It was Marco who chuckled at how naive a question that was. "Croco, if Pops wanted to, he could easily tear down the entire island, let alone create such a thing. But I have to say, this is sure impressive. Still, if that one's your opponent, your current level of growth is nowhere near enough," he added. "My name's Crocodile," he growled, but Marco simply waved his hand, transforming into a phoenix and diving into the dark pit to explore it. As Marco's blue flames illuminated the walls of the pit, the extent of the damage became apparent. The sheer power it must have taken to create such a massive chasm was beyond comprehension. Marco flew deeper, his keen eyes scanning for any clues about the nature of the attack. Crocodile, still brooding, looked up as Marco returned to the surface. "Find anything interesting down there, bird brain?" Marco reverted to his human form, shaking his head. "It seems like the beating that I gave you in the last training session wasn't enough, Croco." He chuckled, and the rest of the cadres joined in, teasing Crocodile. Whitebeard turned to Neptune. "We'll stay here for another week or so and then return to the New World. It seems things have become quite chaotic there, with Shiki running rampant. I doubt he would target my territories, but then again, he is a madman. And if that brat Ross is as strong as you say, I might need to meet that kid in the future. It sure would be interesting. Even Roger had praised that kid, so I want to see how far he has grown." Whitebeard then turned his attention to a large blue whale shark fishman soldier standing beside King Neptune. The young Jinbi, clad in Ryugu Kingdom's armor, stood tall and vigilant, his strong frame and serious demeanor showing his dedication to his duty. His dark blue skin and large, imposing build were complemented by a pair of sharp fangs and discerning eyes. His bulb-like nose and other features added an imposing presence, making him stand out from other fishmen. "You have potential, and you have the spirit," Whitebeard said, his voice booming yet kind. "Would you like to join the Whitebeard Pirates and become my son?" Jinbi was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. By his side, even Arlong shifted uneasily. Arlong, with his long, saw-shaped nose and fierce eyes, had always harbored a deep-seated hatred for humans. He despised the idea of forming alliances with them, even if it was with someone as powerful as Whitebeard. He viewed humans as inferior beings who had persecuted his kind for too long. The idea that his close friend might consider Whitebeard's offer filled him with disdain and fear. To Arlong's relief, Jinbi composed himself and respectfully declined Whitebeard's offer. "I'm sorry, but I'm a soldier of Ryugu Kingdom, and I would like to serve Fishman Island." Jinbi's voice was firm but respectful. His heart held gratitude for Whitebeard, who had saved Fishman Island, but his experiences had left him wary of humans. He had seen too much suffering inflicted by them to easily accept an invitation to join their ranks, even from someone as esteemed as Whitebeard. Whitebeard nodded, understanding the young fishman's perspective. "I respect your dedication to your people, lad, but know that my offer stands. Should you ever change your mind, the Whitebeard Pirates will welcome you with open arms." King Neptune placed a reassuring hand on Jinbi's shoulder, pride evident in his eyes in the recent defense of the palace. Jinbi had earned quite the merits, and he knew if Jinbi joined the Whitebeard Pirates, then their alliance would only strengthen. "Thank you, Whitebeard. Your offer is a great honor, and I know Jinbi appreciates it. He has always been dedicated to protecting our home." Whitebeard turned his gaze back to Neptune. "Take care of your people, Neptune. The world is changing, and strength alone won't be enough. Just be prepared for what is coming." O'Hara, West Blue. Amidst the burning ruins of the island stood a man, his tears blending with the smoke rising from the charred remains. Dr. Vegapunk, a genius whose intellect was renowned across the seas, surveyed the genocide that had occurred here. His eyes were set on the burning cinders of a massive fallen tree, the tree of knowledge, which had stood for millennia. Now, the whole of O'Hara was a wasteland. Even months after the attack, the embers hadn't died down. Soon, he would need to move to Egghead Island, and this might be his last trip he could afford without too many eyes prying into his matters. Vegapunk had just arrived, taking a scientific division ship to find anything worth salvaging and to pay his final respects to his old friend, Clover. As he wandered through the devastated landscape, his mind was heavy with grief and guilt. He wondered if all his work, all his compromises, were worth this tragedy. Meanwhile, within the interior of the island, a group of giants was stealthily searching for something. It was supposed to be here. Why isn't it here? One of the giants questioned their captain, Saul. Saul, who had escaped pursuit with the help of Rosinante, had taken Nico Olivia and her daughter Lily to the Grand Line. Olivia had decided to risk separating from Saul, entrusting him to preserve the books the scholars had died to protect. Despite Saul repeatedly offering Olivia asylum in Elbaf, she adamantly refused, not wanting to cause more problems for the giants. Saul had now returned with a few of his tribe members to transfer those precious books to Elbaf, as per Olivia's wishes. But even after searching the island for 3 whole days, they hadn't found any such books, only a few heaps of burned texts and records, already turned to ashes. According to Olivia, there should have been hundreds of thousands of books. Keep looking. Those books are important, and I gave my word to Olivia-san. I intend to keep that word, Saul urged. The giants nodded in agreement, their simple but resolute nature driving them forward. Suddenly, the hurried footsteps of a giant made the half-dozen giants alert. Captain Saul, I spotted a ship anchored on the south coast. It looks like someone disembarked on the island, and it seems to be a world government ship, the giant reported urgently. Though the giants are not afraid of a fight, their captain had emphasized the need to avoid unnecessary commotion. Before Saul could devise a plan, the giant added, Dora wouldn't listen and went ahead, saying she would take down the people from the ship on her own. Saul's eyes widened in alarm. If the giants clashed with world government troops, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Vegapunk, who was wandering around the devastated O'Hara, couldn't help but grieve more. His tears had already dried, but his sorrow had not. He wondered if his friend Clover had foreseen this tragedy. Would he have taken a different approach if he knew such devastation awaited? Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath him, causing him to panic. What was happening? There shouldn't have been anyone on O'Hara. He turned and, in the distance, saw a massive figure rushing towards him, charging through the burning embers. He had left the agents meant for his protection back on the ship, despite their protests. Their ranks were not high enough to overrule Vegapunk's decisions, and because he was compliant, the world government wasn't putting too much pressure on him. Realizing it was a giant and that dialogue or running away wouldn't help, Vegapunk closed his eyes, waiting for the inevitable. You government dog, I will smash you to pieces. Dora roared as she charged, her intent to kill clear. She had been devastated by the genocide on this island. Though it wasn't her species, the blatant disregard for life by the world government had enraged her. When she spotted a world government ship anchored nearby, she charged, ready to smash its occupants to pulp. Just as Dora's massive fist was about to crush Vegapunk, a figure moved with blinding speed, hands coated with hockey. Ryusoken! Dragon roared as his hockey-infused attack clashed with the giant's fist. Boom! Despite the sheer difference in size, the attack threw Dora back, making her fall to her rear. She immediately gazed at her attacker and was surprised to see who it was. The man the whole world government was hunting for, the worst criminal who had just formed the so-called Revolutionary Army and sent shockwaves throughout the world. Dragon kept his eye on Dora while addressing Vegapunk. What is a man like you, who willingly works for the world government, doing here, Vegapunk? He asked, his voice filled with curiosity and a hint of accusation. He had no idea why Vegapunk was here. He had come to say farewell to the souls that had fallen in O'Hara, especially Clover, and to find out if he could learn anything substantial about the poneglyphs. If he truly wanted to fight the world government, he needed to understand them, and the secret of the Void Century was something he wanted to uncover, as it would give the revolutionaries an edge against their enemy in the future. Currently, no one knows the true extent of the world government strength. Dora picked herself up, growling, "Monkey D. Dragon." Just then, Saul, followed by a few other giants, rushed into the scene. Dragon immediately recognized Saul, whom he was acquainted with from his time in the Marines. "Saul," Dragon acknowledged in surprise, his voice steady. "What brings you here?" Saul looked at Dragon and then at Vegapunk, assessing the situation quickly. Saul had known Dragon for a long time, a man who didn't like violence, but, in the end, defected from the Marines to uphold his ideals. Saul trusted the man and his character, so he did not hide his purpose. "We came to retrieve the books. Olivia Sand's last request. But it seems we have other complications now." Vegapunk quickly understood the gravity of their mission. "Let's handle this without any unnecessary violence. We're all here for a reason. I am just here to pay my respects." Dragon turned to Saul, giving him a nod of acknowledgement. Though Saul knew of Vegapunk, he didn't trust him. Vegapunk had willingly joined the world government and assisted in their various nefarious projects. However, if Dragon vouched for this man, Saul was willing to withhold his judgment for the time being. "Dora, you get back," Saul began, but Dragon interrupted him because his earlier statement caught Dragon's attention. "Saul, do you know the whereabouts of Nico Olivia and her daughter?" Dragon asked with hope in his eyes. Recruiting someone capable of deciphering the poneglyphs would be a massive boon to the Revolutionary Army. The world government wanted to bury that knowledge forever. Saul shook his head with a sigh, indicating that he was not aware of where Olivia Sand was hiding after they had parted ways after reaching the first half of the Grand Line, making Dragon visibly disappointed. Dragon couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment and was about to address Vegapunk when his hockey picked up a new presence. He was immediately aware of who the newcomer was, and he couldn't help but smirk. "You should forget about finding those books, Saul. I'm sure someone has already gotten their hands on them, and I doubt that person would be willing to return what he has taken. At least, I have never known him to be the generous type. Isn't that right, Ross?" Dragon's gaze turned towards a seemingly empty area amidst the burning embers. Everyone was confused by Dragon's words, even Vegapunk. I stepped forward, my form shimmering with electrical energy as it reformed a dozen meters away from the group. "Sigh, Dragon-san, it seems you haven't been slacking. You've grown much stronger than the last time we met. I still can't mask my presence completely from your hockey." Dragon's eyes squinted, feeling the pressure emanating from me. The kid who he had once forcefully inducted into the Marines had now grown into a powerhouse. Dragon still regretted not being more persuasive about me joining the Revolutionary Army back then. However, he was at least relieved that we were on neutral terms. Someone like me joining the world government side would be a nightmare. Dereshishishi. My laughter echoed, taking everyone by surprise. Even the giants and Dragon were astonished as Saul rushed forward. "Roscoe, it really is you." Saul was delighted. I had been his savior. If not for me back then, he and Olivia Sand would have perished. Though the girl Lily harbored some resentment because I hadn't defended O'Hara, Saul understood I wasn't obligated to do so. The things I had discussed back then made sense. As much as the fault lay with the world government's cruelty, the scholars couldn't escape blame either. They knew such an eventuality would come and still risked innocent lives. But that was in the past, and Saul was genuinely happy to see me here. He didn't even bother to question why I was here. "Dragon, do you mean to say this kid has all the books from O'Hara?" Vegapunk, having momentarily forgotten the life-threatening situation he was in moments ago, realized the significance of Dragon's earlier statement. Vegapunk looked at me curiously. He had heard of the Don Quixote brothers and the tissue that he had tested and incirated because he had deemed it was too dangerous and did not want such a smaple falling back into the world government's hands. It belonged to this young teen standing in front of him, the Lightning Logia user, a fruit the world government had wanted to get their hands on for centuries. I carefully weighed everyone present here. I had left East Blue after Shanks and his crew made for the Grand Line. With Mihawk in Shimatsuki Village, I didn't have to worry about the safety of Lucci and the rest. With my lightning powers, the trip that might take others months only took me a week to traverse all the way from East Blue to West Blue. I arrived in O'Hara a week prior. I had a few informants keep an eye on Vegapunk's movements. I needed to talk to the man alone. He is one of the greatest pieces I had to set on the board for the future. Originally, as I made the trip to O'Hara, I wasn't sure if Dragon would be here at the same time. Unlike in the canon, Dragon had already formed the Revolutionary Army beforehand. In the canon, he only formed the revolutionaries after visiting O'Hara. But meeting Dragon here is a good thing. He is probably not aware of what is coming for the Revolutionary Army in Sorbet Kingdom. The rebellion is still going strong, and with their recent influx of resources, they have fully invested themselves in liberating Sorbet Kingdom from its ruler. Roscoon, is what Dragon Sans said true? Do you have all the books from O'Hara? Saul asked, hope shining in his eyes. Well, I did safeguard all the books, I replied with a chuckle. They contain quite useful pieces of information about the world's history and many other topics. I knew what Saul wanted, but I wasn't going to hand them over for free, nor was I going to extort him for it. Instead, I saw an opportunity to build a connection with Elbaf. Ross, would you be able to part with those books? Saul asked, scratching his beard awkwardly. He knew the likelihood of getting them was slim. To his surprise, I responded, well, I might not be able to give you the originals, but a copy of the books is something the Don Quixote family can help you with. We've already started replicating them, so providing Elbaf with a complete set is possible. You just need to wait, as we can only create so many copies each year, and there are more than 100,000 books. Saul's eyes widened in delight. Dragon, however, looked at me as if I were an imposter. Since when did the boy he knew become so generous to people outside his family? His mind raced, and then he understood. I was making a play to build a relationship with Elbaf. Ross, since you are producing copies, would it be possible for the revolutionaries to get a complete set too? Dragon added shamelessly. He needed access to many of the records and books from O'Hara and was even willing to pay a certain price for them. Well, why don't we all pay our respects to the deceased first? We can discuss the rest later, and I would also like to have a chat with the smartest man in the world, I said, turning my attention to Vegapunk. His large head, brimming with knowledge and intellect, seemed almost too big for his body, giving him a unique and somewhat eccentric appearance. Soon, we gathered near the lake, where the books had originally been dumped for safekeeping. Dora returned with a large boulder fished out from the sea at my request. I unsheathed Shusui, and the blade streaked through the air, slicing through the large boulder. Within minutes, a large obelisk-like monument was fashioned out of the boulder. The finished obelisk stood close to 30 feet tall, and the cut was so smooth it looked like polished stone. The giants dug a huge pit and buried the obelisk's base 10 feet into the ground. Dragon-san, why don't you write something on the monument so the world can remember these fallen souls? I suggested while sheathing Shusui. Dragon nodded, stepping up to the stone monument. He coated his hands with haki and started etching it with his fingers. I couldn't help but smile at what Dragon had written on the stone obelisk. To the martyrs of knowledge, who braved the darkness in pursuit of truth. Your light shall never fade, and your sacrifice will be remembered as the foundation upon which the future is built. Here lies the courage of O'Hara, undying in the face of tyranny. The pursuit of knowledge is the path to freedom. The inscription captured the essence of the scholar's sacrifice and the enduring spirit of those who seek the truth. As we stood there, paying our respects, the only sounds were the crackling of embers and the distant melody of the sea. May your soul rest in peace, my friend, Vegapunk whispered. I noticed that although Dragon and Vegapunk seemed acquainted, Dragon was keeping his guard up around the scientist. After discussing the details with the giants about the books, I brought up the possibility of acquiring a vast quantity of treasure tree atom. Rumor had it that Elbaf had the largest supply of treasure tree atom, and to create Pluton, we needed not only an enormous quantity of metal, but also the finest wood. Small quantities of treasure tree atom occasionally surfaced at underworld auctions, but these meager amounts barely met a fraction of Pluton's requirements. To build the formidable warship, we needed a steady supplier, and the giants of Elbaf seemed like our best bet. I already had plans to bring Dori and Bragi into the Don Quixote family by hook or by crook. They were elites, even among the giants, revered and respected in Elbaf. Their joining us would be a significant boon, but that plan had to wait until I reached the first half of paradise. For now, securing a relationship with Elbaf is crucial. Saul and the other giants had proven their trustworthiness in the short time we had known each other, and their willingness to cooperate was a promising sign. Iceboog had been insistent upon finding Atom Tree wood for Pluton's construction. Although we still had some years before Thompson returned, we wanted to ensure we had all the raw materials procured for building the second Pluton. One of the main reasons I wanted to speak to Vegapunk was because of this. I needed him on the Pluton project. Ross, you need to be careful when you deal with Vegapunk, Dragon warned, placing a hand on my shoulder while whispering. He's someone who willingly joined the world government. I'm not sure what the man truly thinks. Many say his only loyalty is to science. Dragon treated Vegapunk with neither hostility nor trust. He had invited Vegapunk to join the revolutionaries, but the scientist had rejected the offer, saying the revolutionaries couldn't provide the resources needed for his projects. However, he had also promised Dragon that he would help with certain matters in dire circumstances. I have always wanted to meet the man whose mind is so advanced that the technology and discoveries he comes up with are at least centuries ahead of our own time. I praised softly as I stepped next to Vegapunk, who was standing by the shore, gazing at the far horizon. Don Quixote Rosinante, it's simply an exaggeration. Compared to your achievements, mine seem lackluster, don't you think? He replied with a light smile. His head was almost twice the size of his body, a testament to the vast intellect contained within. Just in his teens, yet your name is well known throughout the world. So tell me, why did you come looking for me even after our good friend Dragon warned you to keep your distance? Or have you forgotten that I work for the world government? Unlike Dragon-san, I don't believe you truly serve the world government. You only work for them because you have no better options. You must have considered all the factors before deciding to work for them, even knowing their true intentions, I said, watching for his reaction. Vegapunk couldn't help but smile. He had expected the teen to be an arrogant fellow, just like many others who reach a significant level of strength at a young age and let pride get to their head, stopping them from using their brains. But that still doesn't explain why you're looking for me, he added. It's simple, Vegapunk. I want you to work for the Don Quixote family, I said plainly. Vegapunk turned to me slowly, as if I had made some sort of joke. You can't be serious. Do you really think that the world government will simply sit by while I leave them? I'm only tolerated because they need me for now, but don't mistake that for favor. The world government keeps me under close watch, and even then, why would I agree to work for someone like you? I don't think you can provide me with anything that the world government can't. Tell me, Vegapunk, if I were to tell you that I know the future, would you believe me? I spoke with a grin. Vegapunk's eyes sharpened, intrigued but cautious. The future? What kind of future do you claim to know? He asked. His curiosity piqued despite his skepticism, but I could tell beyond all that his mind had already started working on the possibility if there were really ways to know about the future. I leaned forward and whispered into Vegapunk's ear, making absolutely sure that only he could hear what I said. You? How do you know that? Vegapunk questioned in shock. I added a few more bits of information that I was sure would pique his interest. A devil fruit, perhaps. Very much possible. Maybe an ability like precognition or divination, or even a time traveler, he murmured to himself, thinking of all the possibilities where I could have obtained the information that I had just shared. Vegapunk's eyes widened slightly at that last piece of information. It was something he had barely begun to conceptualize, let alone discuss with anyone. You have my attention, he said, his voice now tinged with genuine interest. But knowing a few things doesn't mean you can change the course of events or provide what I need. And you're not yet in a position where you can challenge the world government. So whether what you have told me will truly come to pass or not, it's useless. Ultimately, I am under the world government's thumb. There's no way I would go against them, he added with a smile. Says the man who has been actively undermining the world government for years. Others may not understand your motives, Vegapunk, but I know that no matter what kind of act you put on, ultimately, you are a man of science. And like any man who has dedicated himself to science, your end goal is to discover and illuminate the truth. Am I wrong, Vegapunk? I responded. Vegapunk was dead set on keeping up his act, claiming his allegiance was with the world government. Even when I shared certain things about the future, he just wanted to find a logical explanation for it and was not ready to believe me yet. Vegapunk looked out at the horizon, lost in thought. You speak as if you know me well, Rosinante. It is true that my loyalty lies with science and the pursuit of knowledge. But the world government provides the resources and protection I need to continue my work. Without them, my research would be at a standstill. I leaned in closer, lowering my voice to a whisper. Well, even then, that didn't stop you from prying into matters that are banned and considered taboo by the world government. Tell me, Vegapunk, how do you think the elders would react if they knew you were trying to restore that giant robot that once belonged to the ancient kingdom with resources from the world government? Or that you were one of the main parties helping Professor Clover and the O'Hara researchers from the shadows? Vegapunk's expression shifted from his usual casual, goofy smile to one of intense focus and suspicion. His eyes narrowed, analyzing my words with a keen intellect. And what about when they find out you've mastered a way to replicate a mythical Zoan devil fruit and even improved upon it? And I'm certain you've already discovered a workaround to create giants, yet you haven't disclosed it to anyone. His gaze sharpened, the weight of my revelations pressing upon him. "You, what do you really want?" he asked, his voice a mixture of curiosity and caution. I smiled, a cruel glint in my eyes. "What I want, Vegapunk, is the world. To achieve that goal, I need someone like you by our side. It doesn't have to be all of you. Just a part will suffice. I'm aware that you're planning to split your consciousness into different entities and create something called Punk Records. Am I right?" Vegapunk couldn't help but gulp. If the previous matters could be attributed to information leaks or the young man in front of him bluffing, this was different. This was something only he knew of, a plan he had only recently conceived. Even the name, Punk Records, was something he had just decided upon for the central brain to be used by the satellites he was going to create. The more Vegapunk heard, the more curious and shocked he became. "I just want you to create an entity and send it to Dressrosa. Make sure that only you are aware of its existence. Not even the other satellites you plan to create should know about it. Seal away the memory, so the rest of your entities cannot access this conversation we are having. I'm sure you can achieve that much, Vegapunk." I chuckled. Vegapunk took a deep breath. The teenager in front of him seemed worse, much more worse than the 5 elders he had dealt with. And if he could truly discern the future, as he claimed, Vegapunk had to tread carefully. For the first time in his life, Vegapunk was at a loss for how to handle the situation. Just as Vegapunk was contemplating his next move, I spoke again. "Vegapunk, I hope you haven't yet tampered with the artificial devil fruit you created, replicating Kaido's devil fruit, have you?" This was something I had to make sure of, because if it was faulty, I would need to find a different devil fruit for Lucci. But if it was untampered, Lucci would truly live up to his name as the greatest genius in the last 8 centuries. Lucci, the one I have been personally training with all my heart. Just imagining him with mythical Zoan devil fruit like that of Kaido sent shivers down my spine. Lucci would make Kaido look like a joke once he grows up. "Please tell me you haven't tampered with it." I pressed again, and with all the leverage that I had on him, I was sure he wouldn't play any trick, but then I needed to be careful. After all, he was the smartest man in the world. Vegapunk subconsciously nodded, indicating that he hadn't tampered with it yet. He had been planning to, but he was still studying the fruit and had planned to tamper with it before leaving for Egghead Island. "No, I haven't. But how do you know all this? Does that mean you truly know the future?" Even Vegapunk couldn't believe he was asking such a question. "You can have the answers you need, and much more, Vegapunk. Trust me, helping me is a way of helping yourself find the truth about this world. And a friendly piece of advice. Just because you create your satellites doesn't mean everyone will remain loyal to you. The moment they are born, they become individual life forms with their own thoughts and behaviors. Don't get blindsided. For a man so bright, you did go down in a rather foolish way. I chuckled while Vegapunk's eyes widened at the crucial snippet of information I had shared. Vegapunk's mind now entertained a solid possibility, though he had never heard of such a devil fruit. What if there was a devil fruit that could help one travel through time or peek into the future? This was all new. He had never entertained such possibilities, and what did the team mean by getting betrayed by his own satellites? He knew they would be different entities, each with their own personalities, but he had never considered the possibility of one of his own creations betraying him. Vegapunk now entertained the idea I suggested. Create another entity only he would be aware of and make sure it was uncompromised. It could act as his second life, and who better to help him protect it than the young man who had made his mind race after all these years? Maybe, just maybe, he would truly be able to uncover the truth of this world. Will you truly share all the information about the future that you are aware of? Vegapunk couldn't help but ask impatiently. That would depend on your sincerity. If you try and play tricks, I will know. You could fool the elders all these years, but it won't work with me. I genuinely want to offer you a place in my family. As for the rest, it depends on the decision you make. I suggest you leave Punk Hazard as soon as possible and leave the artificially synthesized fruit behind. I will consider it a token of your sincerity. I gave him a wide grin, which made Vegapunk frown. The weight of my words hung in the air as Vegapunk mulled over his options. His mind, a labyrinth of calculations and theories, was now racing faster than ever. The choices he made in the next few moments could change the course of history, not just for him, but for the entire world. I knew I was taking a huge gamble with Vegapunk by revealing sensitive information, but it was better than disclosing my true secret, that I was a transmigrator from another world where our current reality was merely fiction. So, tell me, Ross, Vegapunk countered, if what you're saying is true, what stops me from disclosing to the elders that you can see into the future? I'm sure the world government would be very interested in knowing how you managed this. His question showed he wasn't yet convinced I had leverage over him. He believed I must have an ulterior motive and wanted to understand why I needed him specifically. Despite the Don Quixote family's advanced technology, especially in weapons, which even he found intriguing, he was skeptical. You asking me that question means you have no intention of disclosing what we spoke about to the elders, I replied, chuckling. And have you forgotten, Vegapunk? Unlike you, I am not under their thumb. Do you think I wouldn't know if you ratted me out? I could see he was probing, trying to determine if I could truly carry through with my plans. Taking over the world wasn't a simple matter, and many had tried and vanished from history in the last 8 centuries. He needed to be convinced that I could achieve what no one else had. I tossed a transponder snail to Vegapunk. Take your time to think it over. You have until you leave Punk Hazard. I turned to leave, giving him space to consider his options. I had a wealth of information I could share, but I wasn't going to help him until I was sure he was on my side. Though he had no combat potential, his mind was the most dangerous in the world, something I had to be wary of. One of the main reasons, other than for Pluton, I desperately needed Vegapunk, or at least one of his satellites, was to help us research pure gold and modify Daffy's physique. As someone who had extensively worked on Kaido's physiology, he surely had methods to enhance physiques. While I was developing a monstrous physique, the same couldn't be said for Daffy, which was a weakness. If he had consumed a mythical Zoan fruit or the lightning Logia, we wouldn't need to find a roundabout way. But what was done, so we could only find alternatives, and Vegapunk was the best alternative. Having Vegapunk on our side would bolster our ranks to unimaginable levels. If Vegapunk agreed to my conditions and created a 7th satellite to join the family, its identity would have to remain a secret, even from the core members of the family. Only Daffy and I would know. I walked away, leaving Vegapunk to his thoughts, knowing that the future of our plans now hinged on the decision of the man with the most brilliant mind in the world. Meanwhile, a few hundred miles away from O'Hara, the ship that Vegapunk had arrived on was under siege by a dozen sea kings. The agents aboard were fighting desperately to fend off the colossal sea creatures. Damn it, how did we not realize we drifted so far from the island? One of the lead agents bellowed, frustration etched into his features. The higher-ups are going to have our heads if they find out we left Dr. Vegapunk alone on O'Hara. We should never have let him go onto the island by himself. There's nothing left on O'Hara. With a furious cry, he unleashed a hockey-infused Rankyaku, leaving a deep gash on one of the Sea King's necks. The beast roared in anger before diving back into the sea. What the agents didn't know was that Ross had knocked them all out with his Conqueror's hockey and severed the ship's anchor, causing them to drift aimlessly. He didn't want the agents to discover that Vegapunk had made contact with people on the island. Quit whining. Since when did you outrank Dr. Vegapunk? The leader of the CP group snapped, his voice cutting through the chaos. He asked us to stay on the ship, and we followed orders as to how we fell unconscious and how the ship drifted so far out. We can discuss that later. Finish off the Sea Kings if you have energy to spare. I've already reached out to Dr. Vegapunk. He's safe on the island and said he'd wait for us. We need to return as soon as possible. He punctuated his orders by punching through the eye of a Sea King, sending it thrashing in pain. Back on the island, I was engrossed in a lively conversation with the giants. Having saved Saul, I had earned their warm regard, and their boisterous company was a welcome change. And then, the whole world trembled under the name of the giant warrior pirates. Dora laughed heartily, embellishing tales of the legendary giant pirates crew, whose exploits were still celebrated in Elbaf, despite their disbandment nearly 80 years ago. Were Dory and Broggy really that strong? I asked with genuine curiosity. Though I had plans to recruit them, my knowledge of Dory and Broggy came from canon alone. I wanted to understand more, and Dora, who almost worshipped the pair, seemed the right person to ask. Strong? No, they weren't just strong. They were among the strongest giants in the history of Elbaf, she declared with pride. Just then, another giant muttered his doubts about her claim. They are simply ghosts of the past. Without hesitation, Dora pounced on him, demanding a brawl. It took Saul's intervention to separate them. I realized not everyone shared Dora's reverence for Dory and Broggy. The giant who spoke against her was seething with barely controlled anger, an emotion my observation hockey picked up on. Why the hostility towards Dory and Broggy? I asked, trying to understand the undercurrents of dissent. The giant, still fuming, glanced at me before speaking. Not everyone believes in their so-called legends. Some of us think they brought more trouble than glory to Elbaf. I couldn't help but raise my brows at the sour comment and turn to Saul, who sat back down with a sigh. Bjorn here is the younger brother of Oimo, who was once part of the giant warrior pirates. Saul began, his voice tinged with the weight of old memories. Nearly 3 decades ago, Oimo and another giant embarked on a venture to find Dory and Broggy, but they never returned. Saul's revelation cast a somber shadow over the lively conversation, and the other giants grew quiet. Bjorn's eyes were dark with the pain of old wounds, and I could sense the depth of his resentment. Tell me more about what happened, I urged, wanting to understand the full story. Saul nodded, his expression grave. Oimo and his companion, Kashiai, believed that their captains, Dory and Broggy, were still locked in an endless duel to find out who is the stronger one amongst them, just like many on Elbaf do even to date. They set sail, driven by their belief that their captains were still alive, but as the years passed with no word from them, hope turned into sorrow, and sorrow into anger. Bjorn was just a young giant back then, and he idolized his brother. The disappearance of Oimo left a deep scar. Bjorn clenched his fists, his voice tight with emotion. They chased after ghosts. The legends of Dory and Broggy are just that, legends. Real or not, they brought nothing but heartache to our family. While everyone else sang praises of their might and valor, we lived with the uncertainty of not knowing what happened to Oimo. The other giants exchanged uneasy glances. The tension was palpable. It was clear that the legacy of the giant warrior pirates was a double-edged sword, one that inspired some while leaving others wounded. Dora, her earlier exuberance dampened, spoke up softly. I understand your pain, Bjorn. But the legends of Dori and Bragi also inspire us to strive for greatness. They remind us of what it means to be a giant of Elbaf. Bjorn shook his head. Inspiration? Is that what you call it? My brother was inspired to leave his home in order to find his captain and never come back. For what? For a dream that wasn't even his. I could feel the weight of his words, the raw honesty cutting through the romanticized tales of heroism. It was a reminder that legends, while powerful, could also have unintended consequences. Saul placed a comforting hand on Bjorn's shoulder. We all have our paths to follow, Bjorn. Oimo made his choice, just as you must make yours. But don't let anger cloud your judgment. We are giants, and our strength lies not just in our size, but in our spirit and unity. Then it struck me. These giants had no idea that Dori and Bragi were still alive, locked in an endless battle, just like some giants believed, and that Oimo and Kashiai had been tricked by the world government into serving as gatekeepers in Eni's lobby after they were captured by the Marines. A smile tugged at the corners of my lips. While I couldn't reveal Dori and Bragi's location just yet, I needed to speak with them first. Sharing information about Oimo and Kashiai could earn me the giant's favor. Wait, did you just say Oimo and Kashiai? I asked, feigning a look of surprise as if I had heard those names before but couldn't quite place them. Bjorn and the other giants turned their attention to me, curiosity and a glimmer of hope lighting up their faces. I think I've heard those names before, I continued, carefully crafting my words to make it seem like a chance discovery. And I don't think they've perished, as you believe. Their eyes widened in shock, and Bjorn rose to his feet with surprising agility, causing the ground to tremble. What do you mean, Ross? What did you mean when you said Oimo wasn't dead? Is that really true? If so, where have you heard that name? Please recall it. I will be eternally grateful if you can give any information about my brother. I scratched my head, pretending to think hard. After a few moments, I spoke again as if I had just remembered. Yeah, now I remember. Eni's lobby. I recall that Eni's lobby is being guarded by two giants named Oimo and Kashiai. I'm not sure if they're the same giants, but from what I know, they entered the service of the world government close to 3 decades ago. The reaction was immediate. The giants erupted in a mix of disbelief and hope. Dora's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Bjorn's face was a mixture of shock and cautious optimism. Eni's lobby? Bjorn repeated, his voice trembling with emotion. Are you certain? Could it really be Oimo and Kashiai? Alive and in service to the world government all these years. They must have been tricked. Yes, tricked by the world government somehow. If not, there is no way Oimo and Kashiai would serve the world government. Those bastards. One of the giants roared in anger. Saul stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Bjorn's shoulder. If what Ross says is true, then there is hope after all these years. We need to confirm this information immediately, but if it's true, that could mean that Oimo and Kashiai are alive, even if they've been deceived. Bjorn's eyes were filled with determination. We must find out the truth. Ross, you have given me a sliver of hope, and for that, I am grateful. If Oimo and Kashiai are truly at Eni's lobby, we need to rescue them. The other giants nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere was charged with a renewed sense of purpose. Dora looked at me with admiration. Ross, you've done more than you realize. This information is invaluable to us. Say, Dora, I began, turning to the young giantess, who seemed to be the strongest and most spirited among the group. What if I told you that I believe Dori and Bragi are still alive out there somewhere? Would you believe me? Dora's eyes sparkled with interest. She was clearly a devoted fan of the legendary warriors, and her enthusiasm was contagious. If you're as passionate about finding them as I think you are, then perhaps you'd be willing to join me on a quest to find them. Because unlike others, I believe they are somewhere out there. I added that it made Dora's eyes glow dangerously. All these years, it was not like many others like Oimo and Kashiai hadn't embarked from Elbaf on a quest to find them. Even the original crew members under Dori and Bragi had tried many times, but ultimately none could locate the island where their duel began. Little Garden is notoriously difficult to find, almost as if luck itself guards its location. After decades of fruitless searching, many have come to believe that Dori and Bragi perished fighting each other. Dora's eyes lit up like Christmas. Really? You want me to join you? Will you really be able to help me find Dori and Bragi? Before she could complete her queries, the other giants looked at each other in shock. Saul, visibly alarmed, interjected. Dora, you can't. Prince Loki will have her hides. You already left Elbaf without informing anyone, and we're already worried about how we're going to explain this to him. Please don't cause us any more trouble, Princess. My eyes narrowed at Saul's last word. Princess? If Dora was indeed the princess of the giants, this was a golden opportunity. I could sense her thirst for adventure and the chance to find her idols. If I could persuade her to join my family, it would be like gaining the support of Elbaf itself. However, I needed to approach this delicately. Oomph. Dora scoffed, folding her arms defiantly. Big Brother Loki is a mean bully. He never lets me go anywhere. This is my chance, after so many years, to finally leave Elbaf and find my idols. I'm not going to give up now. It's too boring to go back. I might as well follow Ross. From what you said, Saul, he's trustworthy, right? She turned to Saul with a wide grin. Saul was caught in a bind. He couldn't use force on the princess, and she was no weakling. With the bloodline of the giant royalty flowing through her veins, she was much stronger than the other giants. He sighed heavily, clearly conflicted. Dora, it's not about trust. You are not even supposed to leave Elbaf, Saul began cautiously. It's about responsibility and duty to our people. If something happens to you, it could cause a lot of trouble for Elbaf. Dora rolled her eyes. Saul, I'm not a child anymore. I could take care of myself. And besides, this is something I've dreamed of my whole life. You know how much Dori and Bragi mean to me. If there's even a chance that they're alive, I have to take it. And I am not going to fall for your tricks. If I come back to Elbaf with you all, then I don't know when I will be able to leave Elbaf again. Seeing the determination in her eyes, I decided to solidify my offer. Dora, if you come with me, I promise we'll find them. And not only that, but you'll have the adventure you've always dreamed of. We'll uncover the truth behind the legends, and perhaps even create new ones. Dora beamed, her excitement palpable. Then it's settled. I'm going with you, Ross. The other giants looked uneasy, but the decision was made. Dora's resolve was unshakable. Saul, the leader of the expedition, couldn't accept Dora's decision so easily. He turned to me with pleading eyes. Roscoe, please help me persuade Dora. If she truly follows you, it will cause quite a commotion back at home. She is of royal bloodline, and if anything were to happen to her under your watch, the wrath of all Elbaf would follow. Please reconsider, he said earnestly. I understood Saul's concerns, but the opportunity was too valuable to pass up. I glanced at Dora to see if she had any doubts, but her tearful eyes were fixed on me, filled with determination. She was barely a young teen, brimming with a thirst for adventure. I'm sorry, Saul, I said gently. I don't think your princess is in the mood to listen to anyone. But don't worry, she will be safe. I can promise you that much. But Ross, she is... Saul started, but Dora interrupted, throwing a tantrum like a child. No, I'm not going back. I'm going on an adventure, and nobody will stop me. If you try, I'll venture out to sea alone, she huffed and puffed, her determination unwavering. Saul sighed again, resigned to the inevitable. Just promise me one thing, Dora. Be careful. And Ross, you'd better keep your word and protect her. I promise, I said firmly. To reassure him, I retrieved a special transponder snail and handed it to Saul. He took it gratefully, relief evident in his eyes. We'll look out for each other, right, Dora? I added, turning to the newest addition to the Don Quixote family. Absolutely, Dora exclaimed, her tears turning into a wide, excited grin. Shiki! A blood-curdling cry tore through the skies as Big Mom finally laid her eyes on the devastation and carnage that Golden Lion Shiki had wrought throughout Tato Land. Rage, pure, unadulterated rage, coursed through every cell of her body. Despite returning with all haste, it had taken her close to 3 weeks to reach her territory. and her once pristine base was now unrecognizable. Whole Cake Island wasn't even a whole island anymore. More than two-thirds of it had sunk into the sea. The destruction was unimaginable. The towering cake-shaped structures that once stood proudly were reduced to rubble, their sugary remains scattered across the crumbled landscape. The once vibrant and bustling Sweet City was now a ghost town, its streets cracked and flooded. The chocolate fountains had dried up, and the candy trees lay uprooted. The air was thick with smoke and the stench of burnt confectionery, a grim reminder of the havoc Shiki had unleashed. Big Mom's children, who had followed her to besiege Dressrosa, flinched at the murderous bloodlust emanating from Mama. Most of them unconsciously took a step back, not wanting to feel her wrath. It was well known that she would vent her anger on anyone in such a situation. This was a blatant insult, a slap in the face. Only recently had she gained her title as an Emperor of the Sea, and now Shiki had proven that even the emperors were prey in this vast ocean. Big Mom's mind raced, trying to piece together how it had come to this. Just then, a group of her children, who had been left behind to guard the territory, approached, all battered and bruised. The Charlotte siblings had lost 3 members during the assault, and Daifuku, who had been left in charge, was severely injured. He had only awoken a week ago after falling in the defense against Shiki's forces. Mama, Daifuku started, his face etched with guilt. Though he had no chance against someone of Shiki's caliber, he felt responsible. He had approached Mama to apologize, but what he didn't know was that the moment she laid her eyes on the incompetent son who had allowed her base to fall to ruins, she snapped. To Big Mom, someone who was not useful, even if it was her own child, needed to be dealt with. Such a major blunder could not go unpunished. If not, the rest of her children might think that failure wouldn't have consequences. Mama, I tried, but I couldn't save my siblings. Before Daifuku could explain the situation, Karakuri, who stood nearby, sensed the impending danger. His eyes widened in sheer terror, and his body moved unconsciously, his entire form infused with haki. Boom! A devastating punch landed on Karakuri as he took the blow meant for Daifuku. The attack was launched with the intent to kill. Big Mom's eyes were red, filled with anger, and there was no room for mercy. If not for Karakuri's observation haki allowing him to see the future, Daifuku would have been killed. Big brother. Many of the siblings cried out, rushing to help Karakuri, who had crashed into the now ruined buildings of Whole Cake Island. But a sudden burst of Conqueror's haki made them all freeze in place. Daifuku stood there, not understanding what was going on because everything had happened in an instant. Mama, Mama! Big Mom roared. Katakuri, are you defying my will? She took a step toward Daifuku, who stood frozen in place. The sheer bloodlust made everyone understand that Big Mom truly wanted to kill Daifuku. Big Mom had been cruel and harsh before, but never had she tried to kill her children. Today, it seemed she was dead set on killing Daifuku for failing to defend Totoland. As Big Mom brought down her arm to crush Daifuku, Katakuri launched himself in the rubble, his head bleeding. If there was one thing that could supersede his loyalty to Big Mom, it was his love for his siblings. Katakuri once again crossed his arms, taking the blow that cracked the entire ground he stood on. Behind him, Daifuku was barely able to keep his consciousness as Mama's overwhelming Conqueror's haki burst out in waves, pink lightning tearing through the already devastated island. Mama, you need to stop this. You know that Shiki is not someone my siblings could have stopped. He tried to reason with Big Mom, who was hell-bent on killing Daifuku. Katakuri's feet sank into the ground, and he struggled to keep Big Mom's hand from descending on his brother, who was now kneeling on the ground behind him. The tension was palpable, and the atmosphere crackled with the immense power of Big Mom's fury. Katakuri, move aside. Big Mom bellowed, her voice shaking the very air. He failed me, and he must pay. Please, Mama, Katakuri pleaded, his voice strained. Daifuku did his best. None of us could have predicted Shiki's attack. Punishing him won't bring back what we lost. We need to focus on rebuilding and protecting what remains. Best, he should have died trying, but no, These cowards must have run. If they do not have the guts to face the enemy, then there is no need for them to live. Step aside, Katakuri. Or do you have a death wish as well? Big Mom roared, her anger only surging stronger at Katakuri's defiance. Mama, listen to me. However, before Katakuri could finish, a massive arm slapped him heavily to the side. Despite coating himself with haki, his bones cracked, and he was shot out like a broken twig. Though Katakuri had been growing rapidly and had already stepped into the ranks of Admiral-level fighters, he was still no match for Big Mom, who was a league above. Big Mom turned her attention back to Daifuku, who was still trembling on the ground. The injuries he had sustained were severe, making him unable to stand against Big Mom's sheer aura in his present condition. Mama, please. Perispero finally picked up the courage, seeing Katakuri desperately trying to save Daifuku's life, but Big Mom ignored everyone. Her massive form loomed over Daifuku. Mama, maybe your death would be the lesson the rest of the family needs. She chuckled darkly, reaching her hand to devour the soul of her own son. Just as her arm was about to reach Daifuku, layer after layer of shields formed around him. A layer of candy, a layer of biscuit, a layer of mochi. The shields kept stacking, and Katakuri, from within the rubble, infused his mochi with armament haki. The other siblings followed Katakuri's lead, infusing the shields with haki. The siblings who still stood under Big Mom's Conqueror's haki were some of the strongest cadres, and now they were pouring out their all to save one of their siblings from Big Mom's wrath. But not all siblings shared similar feelings. Some were absolutely loyal to Big Mom, some just didn't care, while majority were too afraid to act, not wanting to be next. Seeing many of her children defying her will, Big Mom roared. Righty! She bellowed as a massive lightning bolt struck the dome the siblings had created and tore through it. Mama, if only you all had put such effort into defending my territory, she chuckled darkly, catching Daifuku by the neck and picking him up. He started gasping for air as she tightened her grip, wanting to suck the lifespan out of him. Mama, no! Katakuri, limping, saw in his future sight how Big Mom drained the soul out of his brother, and something deep within his soul stirred as if a primal force awoke within him. Big Mom, who was about to crush Daifuku, widened her eyes as the surroundings stirred. The entire area, which was filled with her own conqueror's haki, now felt a new force pushing against her will. I was right. He wanted to deprive us of the chance to collaborate with Vegapunk, because he had no idea what we had spoken about earlier. Any plan I came up with would have far-reaching consequences, and he didn't want to face such anomalies in the future. He felt like he was in the light, while my actions were shrouded in darkness. Thank you for being honest, Dragon-san. At least I can rest assured that I wouldn't be stabbed in the back while working with a man like you. And who knows who would end up as the victor in this great game we're all playing. I chuckled. Ah yes, speaking of games, are you aware that the world nobles are reinstating the native hunting competition? I asked with nonchalance, knowing full well how this information would unsettle him. Daffy had shared a lot of intel about the native hunting competition, and it was going to be a big event, maybe even comparable to the God's Valley incident. The location picked for it was an interesting choice. From spies in the Holy Land, I knew the entirety of the world nobles were riled up for the event that had been suspended for close to 2 decades. What? What did you just say? Dragon's emotionless face faltered as he lost composure for a second. Is this intel reliable? Tell me, Ross. What else do you know about it? He questioned in a hurry. If the revolutionaries could disrupt something like this, it would be a perfect way to announce the birth of the Revolutionary Army to the world. I paused for a moment, savoring the impact of my words, before continuing. The intel is solid. According to my sources, the event is set to take place in a place you are very familiar with. They've already started making the preparations, setting up plans, and importing exotic creatures to make the hunt more entertaining for the celestial dragons. Dragon's expression darkened. And on which island exactly are they planning to carry out this genocide? Who are they planning to hunt? In addition to the inhabitants of the island, slaves, prisoners, and undesirables from various walks of life, They're rounding them up as we speak. This isn't just a hunt. It's a spectacle for the celestial dragons to display their power and cruelty. From the scale on which they are planning things, it seems to be an event much bigger than the one in God's Valley. Dragon eyes widened in shock and then clenched his fists, the gravity of the situation sinking in. This could be the opportunity we've been waiting for. If we can expose this atrocity and disrupt the event, it would send a powerful message to the world. In that case, you might not have to exert much effort because the revolutionaries are already on the ground, giving you a head start, I said with a dark smile. Dragon, who had been contemplating the ambition of disrupting the event, suddenly turned to me, grabbing me by the shoulders. "Ross, are you certain?" He roared, his haki lashing out as anger and frustration seeped from him. "Yes, Dragon-san. The target for this year's native hunting competition is the Sorbet Kingdom, where your revolutionaries are currently aiding the rebellion in overthrowing the current monarchy," I added. Dragon was still trying to process what I had said, but he knew I wouldn't lie about something so significant. But why? The Sorbet Kingdom is a country affiliated with the world government. Why did they target the Sorbet Kingdom? Dragon questioned, his mind racing to formulate countermeasures. Well, you can thank yourself and the revolutionaries for this. Maybe they realized Sorbet Kingdom was lost, and it seems they're trying to send a message to the world, just like you're trying to send one to them. Man, I can't wait. This is going to be fun. I chuckled, and Dragon's face soured. "Ross," Dragon started, but I interrupted him. "I know what you want to ask, Dragon-san, but sorry, I am not going to throw my family into this mess to save the necks of your comrades. As much as I respect what you're trying to achieve, I am afraid I can't be of any help. I wanted to make it clear. If there was a gain in helping the revolutionaries, I would, but if not, I was content with seeing the world government and the revolutionaries at each other's throats. Like I said earlier, you are a cruel one. It seems you have already forgotten that I helped your brother earlier in Germa Kingdom," Dragon added, trying to force my hand into helping him. If what I said was true, the world government was planning to wipe out the revolutionaries in Sorbet Kingdom, and they were the elites of his budding group. His force couldn't afford such a loss. "Dragon-san, I repaid you much more than you asked for your help, and I didn't even bring up the 25 billion that your revolutionaries took in addition to what was promised. Look, me sharing this news in advance is already doing you a favor," I said, my eyes narrowing sharply. "Have you considered what would have happened to your group if you learned about this too late? From what I know, they are planning a massive blockade, and the Marines are also involved this time around. So you better find a solution to the situation in Sorbet Kingdom," I said while tossing him a document containing some information I deemed fit to share. Dragon is someone I wanted to keep a neutral relationship with because he is one of the best distractions I currently have. With him being active, the world government cannot lay down their cards openly, giving us the time we need to grow. What about my old man? Did he not do anything against this? Dragon sighed, looking into the folder. "Oh, he does what he does best. I heard he ignored the fleet admiral's order and returned to East Blue. I suppose he will stay out of this, like a bystander as he always is." I chuckled, further souring Dragon's mood. This was a mess, a complete mess. "How much time do I have?" he asked hurriedly. I quickly thought back. 3, maybe 4 weeks tops. They haven't mobilized in force yet because they don't want to startle their prey. I smiled. Dragon's eyes blazed with determination as he processed the information. "Thank you for this, Ross. Whether you intended it or not, you've given us a chance. We will not let this opportunity slip. Good luck, Dragon-san. You're going to need it," I said, watching as he turned away, already formulating plans and strategies in his mind. The game was set, and the pieces were in motion. Only time would tell who would emerge victorious. Shimatsuki Village, East Blue. Katakuri's eyes blazed with fierce wrath and hatred, and an aura unlike any before erupted from him. The air around him crackled with raw energy, and the ground beneath him began to tremble. His conqueror's haki surged forth, clashing violently with Big Mom's. The sky above darkened, and the very heavens seemed to respond to the awakening of this new conqueror. "Enough!" Katakuri's voice boomed, carrying with it a power that resonated deep within the souls of those present. His haki expanded, pushing back against Big Mom's oppressive aura, creating a shockwave that blasted debris in all directions. Purple lightning pushed back the pink lightning with all its might. Big Mom's grip on Daifuku loosened as she turned her gaze to Katakuri, a mixture of surprise and anger in her eyes. "Katakuri, you dare defy me?" she snarled, her voice laced with fury as her haki started pushing back on Katakuri's. Katakuri stood tall, despite his injuries, his presence commanding and unwavering. "I will not let anyone harm our family, Mama. Not anymore?" The clash of their conqueror's haki intensified. Pink lightning clashed against purple lightning, the ground splitting and the air crackling with the force of their wills. The sheer power of their confrontation sent waves of energy rippling through the ruins of Whole Cake Island, and even the most steadfast of Big Mom's children could feel the seismic shift in the balance of power. With each passing moment, Katakuri's haki grew stronger, fueled by his love for his siblings and his unyielding resolve. The atmosphere was electric, and the very essence of his spirit challenged the indomitable will of Big Mom. Mama, you think you can stand against me? Katakuri? You are nothing compared to me." Big Mom bellowed, her voice shaking the earth as her conqueror's haki surged again with ferocity. Maybe not, Mama, but I won't let you destroy what's left of our family. It wasn't his fault. Even I wouldn't have stood a chance against Shiki." Katakuri's voice was steady, and his gaze was unwavering. The clash of their conqueror's haki reached a crescendo, the very air vibrating with their power. In that moment, Katakuri's conqueror's haki burst forth in a brilliant display, a wave of indomitable spirit that swept over the battlefield, pushing back Big Mom's aura and enveloping Daifuku in its protective embrace. The ground shook, the sky roared, and the world seemed to hold its breath, bearing witness to the birth of a new conqueror. Big Mom's anger slackened as a cruel glint appeared in her eyes, momentarily caught off guard by the sheer force of Katakuri's will and his awakening. Her eyes narrowed, a mixture of pride and rage swirling within them. "Very well, Katakuri. You have earned yourself a chance. But remember, this changes nothing. You are still my son, and you will obey me." Despite his outburst, Katakuri's haki was being overwhelmed, but the determination in his eyes remained. "I will protect our family, Mama, even if it means protecting my siblings against you." Big Mom knew that Katakuri awakening his conqueror's haki was a double-edged sword. As a user of conqueror's haki herself, she understood its rarity and the immense potential it signified. In her eyes, Katakuri's were skyrocketed. If she were to kill Daifuku now, she would lose Katakuri forever. But if she could bend Katakuri to her will, she would have a right-hand man who might be able to reach her level in the near future. As long as she kept her other children under control, she could leverage them to keep her prized son in check. After a long contemplation, she decided not to be hasty and lose the gem she had finally uncovered among her children. "Fine. Katakuri, on behalf of proving yourself to me, I will spare his life for now." Big Mom's words made the siblings sigh in relief. Even Katakuri's haki slackened as he saw Big Mom back down. But suddenly, a blood-curdling cry reverberated throughout as, to the terror of everyone, Mama ripped an arm off Daifuku and tossed it aside. "And that's the lesson for trying to defy me and failing me. Remember, Katakuri, henceforth, every time you try to defy me, your siblings will suffer. Do I make myself clear?" Big Mom chuckled darkly as Daifuku roared in pain, trying to stop the bleeding. Katakuri's eyes filled with rage as he looked at his brother writhing on the floor, but he saw Mama's eyes. There was a mocking warning, as if daring him to challenge her again. He was certain that if he defied her again, she would turn her wrath on his siblings. His nails dug into his palm, drawing blood, and his jaws tightened, making a creaking noise. Suddenly, Perispero placed a hand on Katakuri's shoulder. "Don't, Katakuri," he warned. Finally, Katakuri bowed his head, and Big Mom's smile widened as she strode away to teach the rest of her creations a lesson for their failure to defend her island and to assess the condition of her territories. She was followed by the children, the ones who were absolutely loyal to her, and the ones who were terrified of her. Big Mom's cruelty was on full display, and her cunning manipulation was evident. She had leveraged Daifuku's suffering to keep Katakuri in check. Katakuri's inner conflict was a storm of emotions. He wanted nothing more than to challenge Big Mom, to stand against her tyranny, but he couldn't do it. The safety of his siblings weighed heavily on him. The image of Daifuku's severed arm was etched into his mind, a constant reminder of the cost of defiance. As Big Mom walked away, her loyal children in tow, Katakuri fell to his knees beside Daifuku, who was gasping in pain. Perispero quickly used his candy to create a makeshift bandage, trying to stop the bleeding. "Stay with us, Daifuku," Katakuri murmured, his voice strained with guilt and anger. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Daifuku managed a weak smile. "It's not your fault, Brother Katakuri. We all knew the risks." Katakuri's heart ached with a mix of helplessness and determination. He had to protect his family, but he also had to find a way to stand up to Big Mom's tyranny. For now, though, he had to bide his time and gather his strength. The day would come when he would no longer bow to her will, but for the sake of his siblings, he would endure. "Ross, do you think it wise to put your trust in Vegapunk?" Dragon stepped up as we watched the world government ship sail away into the horizon. "Don't you trust him, Dragon-san?" I asked, keeping my eye on the tiny speck vanishing into the setting sun. "It's complicated. I don't know where that man's true allegiance lies. I would suggest you stay away from him if possible," Dragon said cryptically. "Dragon-san, you're good but not good enough." I turned to him with a smirk. "If you didn't trust his character, you wouldn't have shown up to help him in the first place. And you're worried about how strong my family and I will become with Vegapunk's help, aren't you?" I asked, and Dragon's face remained neutral. "Like it or not, our ideals clash. You like to deprive us of anything that might give us an advantage. Isn't that right, Dragon-san?" "Sigh. You are a dangerous one, Ross. My mind tells me I should get rid of you while I have the chance, while I'm still strong enough to beat you. Who knows how strong you will grow in the future? But my gut tells me that it would be the worst decision I could make. You might not have realized it yet, but you are different. You are different from how you perceive yourself to be," Dragon added, looking at me complexly. "Beat him. Beat him. Beat him to a pulp." "Yeah." Mancherry cheered from the sidelines as the entire dojo of Ishin students attempted to subdue Lucci. More than 100 students swung their practice swords, trying to land at least a single hit on the blindfolded Lucci. Mancherry, Leo, and Robin were fervently cheering for Lucci, who effortlessly countered every attack, making a mockery of the Ishin dojo students. Kushiro stood outside the training area, shaking his head in exasperation. He couldn't blame anyone but his own students, who had foolishly asked for this painful lesson. Lucci had been commanding the other kids, and they challenged him, eager to take his position. Lucci had offered them a chance. Anyone who could beat him would take his place. Mihawk had settled down on Shimatsuki Island for the time being. Despite Kozaburo losing his sword arm, he had much to share about swordsmanship, and like Ross, Mihawk had made significant progress. "Kushiradano, I think it's better we put a stop to this. Lucci-kun has a tendency to go overboard, even in training," Miyamoto advised, noting how Lucci's hits were becoming increasingly heavy-handed. If they allowed this to continue, they might end up with seriously injured kids. Lucci ducked under another kick from behind. Although he was blindfolded, his observation haki was at a decent level, allowing him to dodge the attacks from these children. With the training regimen Ross had introduced, 2 kids in the Ishin dojo were showing signs of awakening haki. Even Kushiro was surprised that the crude training method of blindfolded beating could help them awaken haki. Although Kushiro made this type of training voluntary, nearly 24 children initially joined. However, after 2 days, more than half had quit, leaving only 7 dedicated participants, 2 of whom were on the threshold of awakening haki. Originally, Kushiro had no intention of teaching the children about haki, deeming it unnecessary in the East Blue Sea. However, Ross had convinced him otherwise, arguing that if Kushiro wanted to teach, he should do so wholeheartedly. Half-baked knowledge would only endanger the children who might venture into the world in the future. Since then, Ishin Dojo has been imparting the basic principles of observation and armament hockey. The children, who had always wondered how Lucci could dodge their attacks, as if he had eyes all over his body, now understood and strove to catch up. However, they had picked the wrong target in Lucci, aiming too high from start. Shit, just one hit. I don't believe we can't even manage to land a single hit. A boy roared as he launched himself forward. But Lucci's fist was faster, crashing into his jaw and sending him flying. Lucci danced through the training field like a storm, knocking out one child after another. Suddenly, a boy picked up a fistful of sand and hurled it at Lucci's eyes. Only then did he realize how stupid his action was, as Lucci was already blindfolded. Before he could surrender, Lucci was upon him, sending him crashing with a punch to the gut. Lucci was struggling to hold back his strength, having been pummeling sea kings with his bare hands. If he unleashed his full power, he might end up killing these kids. Enough! Kushiru finally called out, stepping forward. Lucci, that's enough for today. Lucci stopped immediately, removing his blindfold and looking at the scattered, groaning children around him. Understood, Kushiru-sensei, he said, bowing slightly. The children, though battered and bruised, had a newfound respect for hockey and the strength it required. They had a long way to go, but today's lesson was a step in the right direction. Kushiru turned to Miyamoto, who nodded in agreement. We'll need to adjust the training regimen. This was enlightening, but we need to ensure the children's safety as well, Kushiru-san. Agreed, Kushiru replied, looking at the determined faces of his students. We'll find a balance. For now, let's get them treated. As the students were taken to be treated, Lucci walked over to Mancheri, Leo, and Robin. Did you enjoy the show? He asked with a cold smirk. Little Robin pouted. You didn't have to be so rough, Lucci. Mancheri laughed with delight. If she had been allowed, she would have liked to beat up some kids too. Yeah, but it was impressive. They'll think twice before challenging you again. Leo nodded thoughtfully. It's a harsh lesson, but sometimes those are the most effective. Lucci's cold smirk widened. Let's see if they can rise to the challenge. If they can't, they have no place in the world beyond this island. Kushiru overheard and smiled. Despite Lucci's harsh methods, he knew the boy was right. The world was a harsh place, and his students needed to be prepared. And it was better to shed blood here rather than risk their lives elsewhere. As the kids were discussing, Mihawk returned to the dojo, having spent the morning training in the mountains. He carried something unusual in his hands. What's that? Mancheri asked curiously as she pounced on a Mihawk's shoulder. Leo, who wanted to follow suit, was flicked away by Mihawk with a casual swipe. Why does only the princess get this special treatment? Leo roared, rubbing his head. But Mancheri's glare made him cover his mouth with his hands. Robin chuckled at Leo's antics, feeling a bit sorry for him. Even Ross only allowed Mancheri to sit on his shoulders, and whenever Leo tried sneakily, he was taught a painful lesson. Everyone's attention turned back to Mihawk, ignoring Leo's complaints. Mihawk carefully placed down what seemed like a small nest. Even Kushiru and Miyamoto approached, intrigued by the lively atmosphere. Despite Mihawk's distant demeanor, he was warm with the children, especially Ross's group. Is that what I think it is? Kushiru said in surprise, recognizing the small fledglings within the nest. I thought these birds had gone extinct. I never would have thought I'd see a stormwing hawk. The children gathered around, their eyes wide with wonder. The nest contained 3 tiny, fierce-looking fledglings, their downy feathers already showing hints of the majestic snow-white plumage they would one day have. The stormwing hawk was a legendary bird of prey, known for its unparalleled speed and razor-sharp talents. In addition, there were quite a few other rumors surrounding these birds. Where did you find them, Mihawk-san? Robin asked, her voice filled with awe. In the mountains, Mihawk replied, his usually stern expression softening slightly. Their nest had fallen from a cliff. I thought it best to bring them here. Mancheri leaned in closer to the nest, her eyes sparkling. They're so cute. Can we keep them? Somewhere in the sky. Shahaha. Good. A native hunting competition? Is it? I wondered why the world government was acting so silent despite our recent rampages. Shiki bellowed with mad laughter upon receiving the latest intel about the world government's plan to revive their infamous sport in the South Blue. However, what even Shiki did not realize was how easily the information about such an event was spreading. The elders had discreetly leaked the news, intending to involve multiple parties in the chaos. They aimed to rid themselves of any world noble who entertained even the slightest thoughts of betrayal. The elders needed to maintain the world government's image. Allowing pirates to kill world nobles would challenge their authority, so they involved the Marines to eventually pin the blame on them for failing to protect the nobles who would perish. "Captain, this might well be a trap," Shiki's right-hand man commented. As someone from the Rocks era, he was aware of the triennial competition exclusive to the world nobles. With the way everything was progressing, his instincts screamed that it was a trap, though he wasn't sure for whom. "Shaha, so what if it's a trap? Don't you think this is the best chance to re-establish the Golden Lion Pirates as the overlords of the New World once again? Whitebeard has been alone on his throne for quite some time. It's time I give him some company," Shiki bellowed cruelly. He never considered Charlotte Linlin on the same level as Whitebeard. The only pirate he believed could challenge him was the strongest man in the world. Shiki turned his gaze towards his new first mate, who seemed hesitant about something. "What exactly happened in God Valley? Tell me, Captain, is Zebek truly dead?" Jack couldn't help but ask. The fate of Zebek had always remained a mystery to the pirates of his era. As someone who could rule the entire New World with an iron fist, it was rumored that Zebek was indeed alive somewhere, just biding his time. "Rox D. Zebek." Shiki whispered the name with venom. "If he hadn't fallen in God Valley, I myself would have tried to take him down with my own hands." His eyes showed a complex mix of emotions. Despite his pride, there was a fear etched into his very soul, a feeling that no other being could evoke in him. Zebek was no mere human. Shiki struggled to put it into words as memories of the past flashed by. Even his first meeting with Zebek was vivid in his mind. Zebek ruled with absolute strength. Maybe only a single man out there can truly answer your question, Jack. Roger is no more, and Garp is perhaps the last living man who truly knows about the fate of Zebek. Shiki spoke thoughtfully. "Do you think he still lives?" John couldn't help but ask. Although Roger conquered the seas, he couldn't truly rule the New World, but Zebek did. He was someone who blatantly challenged the world government and managed to shake their very core. "I hope he is. Roger and Garp deprived me of the chance to end Zebek with my own hands. So I hope he is alive somewhere," Shiki said seriously, his eyes blazing with a challenge. If Zebek was truly alive, he would challenge him, even if it cost him his life. "So, did the brats share any other information regarding the hunt?" Shiki composed himself and questioned John. The information they had received was only rumors, but the solid intelligence came from the younger brother of Don Quixote, who Shiki was waiting to mature and grow up completely. Maybe, just maybe, he would find another worthy adversary in the future. "Yes, Captain. It's going to be in Sorbet Kingdom in South Blue, and it was also mentioned that your former crew members are planning to make an appearance," he added. "New gate?" Shiki asked, intrigued, but John shook his head. "I'm not sure about Whitebeard, but it seems like Kaido and Linlin are on the move. Linlin expects us to make an appearance at such a grand event," he chuckled. "As for Kaido, I think the brat is making a play for the position of emperor. After his loss in Wano, his reputation took quite a beating. This would be a good place to regain it. Shahaha, this is going to be epic. I wonder how that brat was able to gather all this information and deliver the message to us while our base is moving all around the world. He sure is an interesting fellow," Shiki mused, impressed by the Don Quixote family's resourcefulness in gathering intelligence. "Prepare our entire fleet. We're going to pay a visit to South Blue. Let's turn this into a hunt for the world nobles. Let the world understand that it is time for a change," Shiki commanded, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The crew moved with purpose, the air buzzing with a sense of impending chaos. As the Golden Lion pirates prepared for their journey, the seas themselves seemed to hold their breath, awaiting the storm that was about to be unleashed. It was not just Shiki. Ross had spread the information to various parties who might want to exploit this event. Even forces hostile to the Don Quixote pirates were discreetly informed about the hunting competition. Though it was the elders who started the fire, Rosinante added fuel, turning it into a blazing inferno. He even added rumors about the prizes of the hunt being 3 very special fruits: a mythical Zoan fruit, the Logia-type Yami Yami no Mi, and the ultimate Paramecia-type fruit, the Op Op no Mi. This was all that was needed to stir the world into setting its sights on the Sorbet Kingdom. Meanwhile, on the Moby Dick, a heated conversation was happening on deck. They sure going all out this time, but is the intel solid? After all, it came from an unknown source, Jozo asked. The entire crew had gathered to discuss the news regarding the hunting event. Whitebeard sat on his throne with a nonchalant attitude, content as long as the so-called world nobles didn't bother him or his children. He was curiously observing his sons argue and comment about the event. However, one particular figure in the group caught Whitebeard's attention. Teach was staring into the report with a glint in his eyes. He rarely showed himself. If someone were to ask who was the most low-key in the Whitebeard crew, it would be Teach. Since the day Teach joined, Newgate has kept an eye on him because of an initial unease. But after years, that had eased a lot. Today, however, Teach had come to participate in the discussion, which may as well be the first time, and something in the report had caught his usually subdued attention. What Whitebeard didn't know was the internal turmoil Teach was currently experiencing. His mind blazed with 1,000 curses upon seeing that the fruit he had been seeking was going to be offered as a prize in the competition. Fuck, if it's really the Yami Yami no Mi, then I will have to get my hands on it somehow. He thought internally, his fist clenched. Marco, noticing Teach's unusual focus, asked, "Teach, what's got you so interested in this report?" Teach, snapping out of his thoughts, replied, "Oh, nothing much. I was just curious about the fruits being offered. If the intelligence is true, those fruits could shift the balance of power in the world." Vista, standing nearby, scoffed. "It's not like you to care about devil fruits, Teach. What's really on your mind?" Teach forced a grin, hiding his true feelings. "Just thinking that if those fruits fall into the wrong hands, it could spell trouble for everyone, including us." Whitebeard, sensing something amiss, leaned forward. "Teach, if there's something you need to share, now's the time." Teach hesitated, then said, "I just think it's worth considering whether we should go after those fruits ourselves. Better in our hands than anyone else's, right?" Marco nodded. "You might have a point. If we don't move, others surely will. It could be a chance to keep those dangerous powers out of the wrong hands. What do you think, Pops?" He turned his attention to Whitebeard. "Gururara, since when did the Whitebeard pirates worry about devil fruits? If anyone wants to challenge us, let them come. There's no point in throwing ourselves into this mess," Whitebeard added, his voice booming with authority. He had no allure toward the so-called devil fruits. The crew shared a simple rule. Whoever found a devil fruit could consume it or pass it on to others. Even Whitebeard wouldn't interfere with that decision. Teach's jaw tightened in anger, but he maintained a naive, smiling facade. He knew that with Whitebeard showing no interest, the only way to make the Whitebeard pirates move was if the so-called sons of Whitebeard collectively asked their captain to go after the devil fruits. His mind raced for options, and he decided to take a gamble. "Forget about it, Teach. If it's a devil fruit you want, the next time I come across one, I'll give it to you." Thatch, recently appointed as the 4th Division's vice commander, comforted Teach by tapping him on the shoulder. But I have heard rumors about the Op Op no Mi. I just thought if we could get that fruit, one of us could help Pops live eternally," Teach added, dropping a huge bomb in the midst of the conversation. Even Crocodile, leisurely smoking a cigar, choked in surprise. Whitebeard's gaze sharpened at Teach's words. The secret of the Op Op no Mi was not known to many. It was a closely guarded secret by the world government. But Teach, who had researched most of the devil fruits in the world, was aware of the secret and used it to leverage the interests of the division heads. The entire crew hissed in shock at the revelation of the Op Op no Mi. Marco shot up from the barrel he was sitting on and grabbed Teach's shoulders. "Teach, what did you just say?" His eyes glinted because, as the ship's doctor, Marco had detected signs of internal damage within Whitebeard. Though it wasn't prominent now, within a decade or two, it would start hindering Pops and might even be fatal. Yes, Marco. I read about it a long time ago. There's another name for the Ope no Mi. It's called the ultimate devil fruit. Once someone awakens it, they have the ability to grant a single person eternal life in exchange for their own. I thought maybe if we could find it, I could consume it and sacrifice myself to help Pops gain eternal life. Teach added, his eyes moistened with feigned emotion. Enough. Whitebeard's voice roared across the deck. Sacrificing one of his son's lives to gain immortality was something he would never consider. He was already aware of the rumors surrounding the Ope no Mi, but never wanted to live eternally. He wanted a peaceful life and to die when his time came. Though Whitebeard did not want it, the rest of the crew thought differently. They were moved by how Teach was willing to give up his life to grant their Pops immortality. Even if it was a mere rumor, they understood how much Teach must have cared to make such an offer. Pops, we need to reconsider. Marco stepped up. He always wanted to find a way to help Whitebeard. Despite his efforts to restrict Whitebeard's activities as the ship's doctor, Pops never listened and did as he wished. Marco was sure that if this continued, Pop's health would deteriorate sooner or later. Crocodile, observing the situation, asked the crucial question everyone had missed. So, how did you come by such information? As far as I'm aware, you joined the crew when you were young. If you really cared about Whitebeard, you should have mentioned it way earlier, he questioned, taking a deep drag of a cigar. Teach turned to Crocodile with a goofy smile, awkwardly scratching his head. I forgot. Only after seeing the fruit's name did I recall what I had once learned as a child. He added, making an excuse. The others in the crew didn't bother much because they knew how clumsy and absent-minded Teach could be. But Crocodile was not convinced. He knew there was something off about this man. Someday I'll rip your head off. You sand bastard, Teach fumed internally. But luckily, Jozu intervened before Crocodile could press forth with more queries. It doesn't matter how Teach became aware of this matter. But what if it's true? What if it can really do what Teach said? Pops, we cannot let other powers get their hands on this fruit, Jozu added. He wanted to get the fruit for their Pops, and many in the crew would be willing to sacrifice their lives if it could grant Whitebeard eternal life. Whitebeard sat in silence for a moment, contemplating the situation. His crew's loyalty and love for him were evident, but he couldn't let them risk their lives for something he didn't even desire. Yet, the potential threat of such powerful fruits falling into the wrong hands couldn't be ignored. Marco knew that to move Whitebeard into action, he would have to emphasize the interests of Whitebeard's beloved sons. Later, once they found the fruit, they could have Teach or someone willing to exchange their lives consume the fruit without Pop's knowledge. It was better to ask for forgiveness than to seek permission. Pops, think about it, Marco began, his voice calm but persuasive. If the fruit can really grant eternal life, it must be special. What if one of us in the future ends up meeting a gruesome fate, and the only way to save us is with the Ope no Mi? Although I don't have much information about the fruit, the last known user was said to be a miracle doctor. It might help save our crew from a crisis in the future. Thatch nodded in agreement, his face serious. Marco's right, Pops. We've faced countless dangers out there. Having the Ope no Mi could be our ace in the hole. Even if we don't use it for eternal life, it could save one of us in a dire situation. Young Vista, twirling his mustache thoughtfully, added, We're strong, Pops, but the seas are unpredictable. We've all seen things that defy logic. Having a fruit with such potential could be a game changer, not just for us, but for the balance of power in the world. Jozu, crossing his massive arms, spoke up. It's not just about the fruit's power, Pops. If we let this opportunity slip, it could fall into the wrong hands. Imagine what someone like Shiki, Kaido, or Big Mom could do with such power. We have a responsibility to make sure that doesn't happen, especially if that comes back and bites us later. Crocodile, though still skeptical of Teach, saw the strategic advantage. Even if it's a gamble, it's a risk worth taking. You're not just protecting yourselves, You're protecting the crew from another tyrant rising with his power and causing mayhem. Whitebeard listened to his sons, his expression contemplative. His initial resistance wavered as he saw the genuine concern and strategic reasoning in their eyes. In the background, Teach's internal thoughts raced with satisfaction. Perfect, he mused, keeping his face a mask of hopeful innocence. They're doing exactly what I need. Once we get to Sorbet Kingdom, I'll just need to bide my time, let them find a fruit, and then the yummy Nomi will be mine. Isaac chimed in, his voice steady but earnest. Pops, you've always taught us to be prepared for anything. This is just another way of ensuring we're ready for whatever comes our way. Marco finally hit the nail while the iron was hot. We've faced impossible odds before, and we've always come out on top because you have always shielded us from the front. This may be our opportunity to create a powerhouse within our ranks that could save us in a time of crisis. We need the fruit, Pops, at least for the sake of the crew. Whitebeard finally sighed, a deep, resonant sound that carried the weight of his decades of experience and love for his crew. Very well. We'll head to the Sorbet Kingdom, but remember, this isn't just about the fruit. It's about protecting our family and ensuring that we have something to rely on in the future. The crew erupted in cheers, their spirits high with determination. Teach, amidst the celebration, silently reveled in his success. The stage is set, he thought, his eyes glinting with hidden ambition. Now, all I need to do is play my part and wait for the right moment, he thought, turning to Whitebeard with a wide smile plastered on his face. You fucking monster. Why? I told you that I wanted to surrender. The man roared, desperation seeping through his voice as he tried to make his opponent show some leniency. Yet his adversary continued to babble about how long he had been in the Marines, how he longed to return to his family and serve his master once more, on and on. Why? Why are you telling me all this? I know you have no intention of sparing me. Just kill me and be done with it. The man finally lost his patience, realizing his opponent was toying with him. He had already lost both his limbs and growled at the young man standing before him, whose entire Navy uniform was stained crimson with blood. Do you know how hard it is sometimes to pretend? The young man mused, almost conversationally. Living a life undercover is hard. Sometimes, even I need to vent my anger and frustration. So, I share things before I kill people. Dead men tell no tales, after all. Tui, for someone who calls himself the Blood Raven, one of the 12 Zodiacs, you are quite the coward. Virgo couldn't help but chuckle. After their attack on Marine Base G9, Virgo and Admiral Raylene had arrived in time to reinforce the Marines. They had chased the 2 Zodiacs who had laid siege to G9 separately to finish them off, and after a month-long pursuit, Virgo had finally cornered the Blood Raven in the New World. After a grueling battle for over 2 days, the man worth 1.6 billion berries had fallen into the hands of Rear Admiral Virgo. With a swift thrust of his hockey-clad metal pole, Virgo pierced through the neck of Blood Raven. He ensured no one was in the vicinity before picking up a small transponder snail used to send coded messages. Virgo knew that if the information Blood Raven had shared was true, Master Daffy and young Master Ross needed to know immediately. Virgo watched as Blood Raven gasped his final breaths, his eyes wide with a mix of rage and fear. Virgo felt a strange satisfaction. This was not just another victory, because the information that he had acquired would be something that would help the family in the future. Blood Raven, you talked too much, Virgo muttered, wiping the blood off his pole. You should have kept your secrets to yourself. With precise movements, he activated the transponder snail. The coded message needed to reach Dressrosa swiftly. He knew Daffy and Ross would be waiting for news, and this information could change everything. Virgo's mind raced as he composed a message, every word carefully chosen to ensure it was deciphered correctly by the intended recipients. As the snail transmitted the coded message, Virgo stood over the lifeless body of Blood Raven, reflecting on the nature of his work. Undercover life was indeed hard, but it was moments like this that made it worthwhile. He was a soldier, a spy, and, above all, a loyal servant of the Don Quixote family. He looked out over the horizon, the sun setting over the tumultuous seas of the New World. The battle was over, but the war was far from won. Virgo knew that many more challenges awaited, but with each victory, they moved closer to their ultimate goal. Master Daffy, young Master Ross, Virgo whispered to himself, "We're one step closer. The world will soon know our true power." Turning away from the grisly scene, Virgo made his way back to his ship, his mind already planning the next move. The message had been sent, and soon, the gears of the Don Quixote family's grand design would turn once more. The New World was a place of chaos and opportunity, and Virgo was determined to seize both for his masters. Elbaf, New World. The entire island of giants was in turmoil as news of the missing princess spread throughout Elbaf. Initially, they had believed Dora was simply hiding somewhere on the island, as she often did, vanishing for days at a time. But this time was different. It had been 3 weeks since anyone on Elbaf had seen their little princess, Dora. "I don't care how you do it. Find her today." Prince Loki's voice echoed with a majestic aura, bellowing at the group of giants who were supposed to keep an eye on Dora and ensure her safety, even though she rarely needed protection. "Please punish us, Prince Loki. We were negligent in our duties." 2 of the giants knelt before him, their faces a mix of guilt and fear. Though Loki was furious, he didn't entirely blame them. He knew his sister well, how headstrong and adventurous she was. Faulting just these giants for her disappearance would be foolish. "We can think about your punishments once we find my sister," Loki said, trying to contain his rage. "Have you managed to contact all the ships that left Elbaf in the past month?" Just then, another giant came running in, panting heavily. "Prince Loki, we have news. Princess Dora is with Saul's group. She had unknowingly snuck onto their ship before they departed for West Blue." Loki's fists clenched in anger. Why the hell didn't they inform us earlier? Do they think such matters are insignificant and don't need to be reported? His voice rose with fury. If he had known earlier, he would have personally ventured out to sea to drag his sister back. The hall fell silent as Loki's words hung in the air. The tension was palpable, with each giant feeling the weight of their prince's wrath. Despite the anger, there was an underlying current of fear and concern for their princess, known for her spirited nature, but also her vulnerability in the vast world beyond Elbaf. One of the kneeling giants spoke up, his voice trembling. "Prince Loki, Saul's group might not have realized she was aboard until they were too far to turn back. Princess Dora is known for her stealth. It's possible she remained hidden until the ship was well on its way." Loki took a deep breath, trying to calm his storming thoughts. "Prepare a ship immediately. I'm going after her myself. Ensure we have the fastest vessel and the best crew. We set sail within the hour." The giant, who had come running with the message, scratched his head awkwardly and gulped. "Prince Loki, there's more to the message we received from the group." He hesitated, unsure whether he should share the rest of the news. "Speak," Loki growled, his patience waning as he saw the hesitation on the giant warrior's face. "Well, it seems the princess has declared her intention of becoming a pirate and has joined the Don Quixote pirates. She sent a message saying she's embarking on a journey to find Dory and Bragi." He finished, his voice trailing off. Loki stood dumbfounded, and even the other giants present couldn't help but want to slap themselves in disbelief. What were Saul and the rest thinking? They should have just brought her back, by force if necessary. What nonsense is this about becoming a pirate? And that Don Quixote? Damn you. I will break every bone in your body when I get my hands on you, he roared. He knew his little sister must have been tricked. Dory and Bragi had likely perished long ago, and whatever she had been promised was probably just a ruse to deceive her. Giants are naturally naive, making it easy to fool them. "Prince Loki, you should know that despite her young age, she is strong. I don't think Saul and his group would have been able to subdue her. I'm sure the princess must have used her authority as royalty to command the rest of the giants." An elderly giant standing nearby informed. "We knew this day would come sooner or later. If that is what she truly wishes, we shouldn't stop her." Loki sighed deeply. Giants had the freedom to choose their own paths, and as a prince, though he cared deeply for his sister, he couldn't deprive her of her choice. For now, let's watch from the sidelines. I've heard the Don Quixote pirates are a powerful group in the New World, so she should be safe. Let Saul and his team return. Once we get a clearer picture of what's happening, we can decide on our next steps. Now that we know Princess Dora is safe, we have other matters to address. The disappearances of giants have been increasing. In the last 6 months alone, we've lost contact with 4 giants. I fear the world government is behind this, the elderly giant added gravely. Loki's bloodthirsty aura burst forth. Earlier, his anger was due to his missing sister. Now, it was a terrible killing intent aimed at their enemies. The giants knew far more about the world government than many others did, and they had been patiently waiting for centuries for the time to strike back. Sooner or later, that time would come, and the promise they made all those centuries ago would finally be fulfilled. Loki clenched his fists, his voice filled with determination. We will find out what the world government is up to and protect our people. The giants of Elbaf will not stand idly by while our kin are taken. Prepare our warriors. It's time to cleanse the surrounding seas of those scum and hunt down any marine or world government members that enter the territory of the giants. And if the world government truly did have something to do with the vanishings, then we will teach them a lesson they will never forget. The giants nodded in agreement, their resolve hardened by Loki's words. The island of giants was no longer in turmoil over a missing princess with her safety confirmed. It was now preparing for a confrontation that had been brewing for centuries. Marine HQ, Marineford. Inside the Grand Meeting Hall, most of the high-ranking Marines were gathered. The room was filled with a sense of urgency and tension. Fleet Admiral Sengoku glanced around the table, eyeing the participants of this important meeting. Seated to his immediate right was Admiral Zephyr, a veteran of the Marines for close to 4 decades. However, it was the man sitting to his immediate left who drew particular attention. This man had risen to the rank of Admiral after the World Military Draft, alongside Admiral Raylene. He was known by the epithet Hirokuku, meaning gray elephant, but his real name was Hazard. With his striking appearance, sharp features, and calm demeanor, Admiral Hazard exuded an air of intellect and quiet power. He wore sleek, round spectacles that glinted under the room's bright lights, adding to his scholarly appearance. He was the current user of the plasma fruit, a Logia-type devil fruit that granted him control over plasma, a state of matter created by superheating gas. His abilities were a terrifying blend of destructive power and precise control. The fruit was a direct gift from the world government to the new admiral so that he could serve the world government better. He was casually transferring plasma bolts from one finger to another, and though it seemed playful, he was practicing to gain better control of his new devil fruit. His entire body seemed to shimmer and glow with a deadly, almost ethereal light. His marine coat draped over his shoulders like a cape, barely moving despite the palpable energy that radiated from him. Hazard's calm, collected demeanor often made others underestimate him, but those who had faced him in battle knew the truth. His strategic mind and overwhelming power made him one of the most dangerous figures in the Marines. He had a reputation for resolving conflicts with minimal collateral damage. His precision in combat mirrored his meticulous personality. He was already a powerhouse, but in recent years he had come to consume the Logia-type devil fruit, making him even more formidable. As the tension in the room reached a critical point, Hazard adjusted his glasses, his eyes narrowing slightly behind the lenses. His every movement, though subtle, carried weight. "Where is Kuzan?" Sakazuki couldn't help but ask as he saw an empty seat next to him and Borsellino. As of now, almost the entire Marine Corps was aware that these 3 would be the next generation of admirals. Borsellino simply shrugged while turning to Karu, who must be aware of Kuzan's current deployment. Akiji has been assigned the mission to track down Nico Alvia and her daughter, who are on the run. We cannot have the survivors of O'Hara prowling the open seas. They are too dangerous, especially if they were to garner support from the wrong factions, Suru added while she was going through the folder that contained all the information regarding the upcoming World Nobles native hunting competition. She showed a sick expression as she read through the folder. TCH, If Kazan had done his job back then properly, those two wouldn't have slipped past through the net. We could have finished them off then and there. Sakazuki scoffed in frustration. He still remembered clashing with Akiji at O'Hara. Like how you finished off those civilians from O'Hara? Zephyr couldn't help but ask in disdain. Though it was reported that the rescue ships that Sakazuki escorted with the civilians met with an accident after Sengoku ordered Kazan to chase after Alvia. Almost everyone understood the unspoken truth that Akainu was directly involved in the so-called accident where none of the civilians of O'Hara survived. Enough! This is not the time for petty squabbles. We have much more important matters to discuss today. Fleet Admiral Sengoku intervened. He knew Zephyr was not a fan of how things were handled regarding the innocents of O'Hara. What they carried out was genocide, and Sengoku knew this as well, but before the Elder's orders, he couldn't do anything and had to carry it through. The Marines sure lacked the internal cohesion that I expected. We must work in that direction, Hazard mused as he scribbled on his notepad. Even Sengoku couldn't truly gauge what kind of character the new admiral was. His background was clean, and he was an ex-bounty hunter who used to work closely with the Marines back in the day, and even the world government was positive about his appointment, unlike the case with Raylene, which was a headache to get the Elder's approval. Sengoku-san, why don't you just start the meeting? We're all eager to know if the rumors are true. Are the world nobles really going to restart the native hunting competition? Borsellino questioned, his usual nonchalance barely hiding his curiosity. Zephyr's face soured at the mention of the hunt. Admiral Hazard, sitting with an impassive expression, merely observed the proceedings. Sakazuki snorted, his thoughts unreadable. Sigh, it's better we get to the point. Yes, the world nobles are planning to reinitiate the native hunting competition, and they expect us to get involved directly. They fear that incidents of the past might repeat, so the Marines will be providing security for the event, Sengoku announced, his tone heavy with reluctance. I will have no part in this matter, Zephyr began, his disdain and opposition clear, but Sengoku immediately interjected. With Garp throwing a tantrum and Raylene causing chaos in the new world, he needed Zephyr to take control of the situation. Zephyr, if you deny my orders, then I have no choice but to redeploy Virgo from the new world to the team handling the security for the event, Sengoku asserted, his voice firm. He knew Zephyr wouldn't want a son involved in such a despicable matter. It was outright blackmail, but with Garp out of the picture and two new admirals, he needed Zephyr at the helm. You! Zephyr's eyes narrowed, ready to challenge his friend, but then he took a deep breath and calmed down. He wasn't like Garp, who would smash things and just leave. He knew Sengoku was serious about redeploying Virgo. Sengoku felt bad for his friend, but continued, wanting Zephyr to understand the gravity of the situation. We have intel suggesting that the information about the competition has somehow spread. No one knows the source, but it seems that they are even aware that the event will take place in South Blue. We have reports that Charlotte Linlin has already moved, despite her base being destroyed. I'm afraid she will use this event to cement her position in the new world. We can also be sure that Golden Lion Shiki will make a move, he explained, his eyes scanning the room to ensure the information sank in. What about the rumors regarding the prize for the event? Is there any substance to them? Admiral Hazard asked, flipping through the reports. The Logia type Yami Yami no Mi, mythical Zoan type, and the Paramecia type Op Op no Mi. If these rumors are true, we can expect more company. It won't be just the Big Mom Pirates and Golden Lion Pirates moving. We can expect more interested parties, he added. Sengoku had to praise him inwardly. Unlike other hot-headed admirals, Hazard was a man who used his brains first rather than brawn. Sengoku nodded, acknowledging Hazard's point. The intel on the devil fruits has not been confirmed by the world government, but we cannot underestimate the allure of such powerful fruits. The Marines must be prepared for the worst. Our priority is to ensure the safety of the world nobles attending the event and prevent any major incidents, he stated firmly. Borsellino, leaning back in his chair, chuckled softly. Well, this just got a lot more interesting, he mused, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and excitement. So, According to the report, the kingdom has already been taken over by the terrorist organization known as the Revolutionaries, Admiral Hazard mused, his eyes sharpening with interest. Officially, everyone in the kingdom has been declared a revolutionary. The world nobles have certainly found a convenient excuse to raise a kingdom affiliated with us. But why do I feel there's something more to this matter? He questioned, his tone laced with skepticism. Hazard, with his precise intellect and lack of moral scruples, saw the world government as the righteous governing body and the world nobles as privileged descendants of gods. Although he wouldn't grovel at their feet, neither would he challenge the established order. "You're not wrong to be suspicious," Sengoku replied, his expression grave. "The timing of this uprising is too convenient. There's more at play here than what meets the eye." Sakazuki leaned forward, his fists clenched. "Regardless of the underlying motives, our duty is clear. We must quash any threat to the stability of the world government, even if it means dealing with the revolutionaries harshly." Zephyr, still simmering with anger, interjected, "But as Marines, how can we let innocent lives be sacrificed for the sake of the world nobles' whims? We can't allow this event to happen in the first place, as it is sure to become a massacre." Admiral Hazard adjusted his glasses. His calm demeanor was a stark contrast to the tension in the room. While I understand your concerns, Admiral Zephyr, our primary objective remains the same: to maintain order and uphold the laws set by the world government. If the world nobles demand action, we are bound to comply. And the report here declares the whole kingdom as a base of terrorists. And everyone there is a criminal. There are no innocents involved, and it's our duty to deliver justice. Sorbet Kingdom, South Blue. No, no, no. You can't do this to us. You promised. You promised us that you would help liberate us from this oppression. So why? The rebellion leader roared in anger and desperation, his face stained with tears. They were so close to gaining freedom at last. But now the leader of the revolutionaries was recalling the core of their forces. Although their numbers were small compared to the rebel forces, the revolutionaries were elite fighters. Without them, this entire rebellion would crumble. Even Dragon couldn't help but bow his head in shame. He knew this was almost akin to betraying someone in their time of need after affirming them of their support. However, the situation forced him to take this drastic action. The revolutionaries were not yet in a stage where they could challenge the world government or the Marines head-on. He had personally scouted the surrounding seas after getting the information from Ross. Upon returning to South Blue in all haste, he found a blockade already being deployed in the surrounding seas. "You bastard! Say something. Are you going to leave us to our fate? If so, why did you even say you wanted to help us?" The leader of the rebellion had lost all hope now. Though the world did not know about the native hunting competition, when Dragon announced that the world nobles would be directly involved in the so-called hunt, he knew the fate of the Sorbet Kingdom was sealed. A few other newly joined members of the Revolutionary Army sat in the meeting room. Kuma and Ivankov's expressions were especially sour. They knew the true horrors of the native hunting competition, having already gone through one and lived to tell the tale. Kuma couldn't help but clench his fist in anger. Though he was from the Sorbet Kingdom himself, he couldn't bring himself to ask Dragon to senselessly sacrifice the revolutionaries, nor could he condemn all these lives in the kingdom. Why? Why the Sorbet Kingdom? Why pick such a kingdom that hosts millions of people? Dragon, is there really nothing we can do? Are you absolutely sure that the information is reliable? Ivankov couldn't help but ask, worry etched on her face. She still held a semblance of hope that they might be able to come up with a solution for the situation. It was you people. It was you people who brought ruin to this country. The government wants to make an example of U.S., isn't that right? One of the commanders of the rebel army roared, standing up from his chair. But the rebel leader caught his subordinate by the shoulder, shaking his head. "Is this the so-called freedom that you promised us, Dragon-san?" The rebel leader questioned, having already lost all hope. Dragon had already shared the truth about what the native hunting competition entailed. At least earlier, they were alive, treated as slaves. But now they were being treated as sport and would soon be hunted down for the entertainment of the world nobles. Despair has a weird way of changing people. Earlier, with a bit of hope, the rebel leader had challenged the might of the entire kingdom's army even before they got the support of the revolutionaries. But now, all that was left was hopelessness. Back then, even if they lost, the remaining people's lives would go back to the way they were. Maybe they would be abused a bit more, but they would be alive. But now, everyone's fate is sealed. Dragon's voice was heavy, laden with regret. I know this is hard to understand, and I won't ask for your forgiveness. But know this, the revolutionaries will return, and we will fight for a future where such horrors will never happen again. The rebel leader laughed like a madman, his voice echoing through the somber room. Ha ha, ha ha. Return? Return to do what? All that will be left is ash and bones, dragon. Ash and bones. What are you planning to liberate? Our rotten corpses? We have millions of lives on this island, Dragon-san. From what you shared about this so-called hunt, I'm sure no one will walk out of this alive. Tears mingled with the rage in his eyes as he continued, his voice trembling. I now truly regret the day I accepted your help in liberating this country. I thought I was saving all these people, but ultimately, I became the sinner who will have the blood of millions on my hands. Live well and prosper, Dragon-san, but this dying country has one last request. I hope you can fulfill it. The rebel leader stood up from his chair, the once majestic power and authority that radiated from him now reduced to a mere shadow. His thoughts turned to the daunting task of trying to save as many people as possible before the calamity descended. Most ships had been sunk to cut off supply points, and piers had been destroyed. At best, they might have a dozen ships, and even then, how many could they accommodate? Would they pass the marine blockade, or would the ships be sunk as revolutionary vessels? Dragon raised his head, wanting to know the man's request. The rebel leader looked him straight in the eye with his bloodshot gaze. Is this what you wanted, Dragon? Is this the kind of freedom you plan to bring to this world? To condemn another island to this fate for your selfish ideals? His words struck Dragon like a hammer, shaking the very foundation of his beliefs. The rebel leader staggered as he left the tent, pushing aside subordinates who wanted to support him. The weight of impending doom hung heavy in the air, leaving everyone with a chilling realization of what was to come. The rebel leader's voice carried a haunting finality. All I ask is that you do not condemn another island for your ideals. Let this be the last time you bring such devastation in the name of liberation. Dragon's heart sank as he watched the broken man leave. The depth of his pain and betrayal was palpable. Each step was a testament to the anguish he felt. The room fell into a heavy silence, each person grappling with the weight of their collective fate. The revolutionaries had to make a painful decision, one that would haunt them for years to come. The room fell silent as the rebel leaders left, leaving only the members of the Revolutionary Army behind. Livia, the strategist of the Revolutionary Army, sighed heavily. Is this what we are fighting for, Dragon-san? She asked, her voice tinged with a mixture of sorrow and frustration. She couldn't help but think back to her own country, ruined by war. She had joined the revolutionaries, believing that liberating the world was her calling. Once, she had lost all hope due to the ravages of conflict. She had even considered ending her own life after all the horrors she went through. Her savior had been a young Marine who gifted her a devil fruit for no apparent reason and urged her to take control of her own fate. Back then, she wasn't aware of the young Marine's true identity. She had clawed her way up, cutting down countless villains and becoming one of the first members to join the freedom fighters when Dragon founded the group. Though she had never hesitated to kill evil people, her heart weighed heavily now as their actions condemned millions of innocent lives. Was this truly the way the revolutionaries should act? Were they to consider all these lives collateral damage? Were they to console themselves by calling it for the greater good? No matter how she saw it, the innocent lives were playthings for both themselves and the world nobles. As much as those monsters were responsible for the upcoming genocide, they couldn't shirk their own responsibility. We should fight. What's the worst that can happen? We'll die at worst. Isn't that right? At least I won't have to live every day with the guilt of condemning so many innocent souls, Livia said fiercely. The rest of the group looked at their bloodthirsty comrade, who always seemed indifferent to everything. Only Dragon knew how much Livia had gone through before she joined the freedom fighters. Livia, I understand what you were saying, but we can't have the revolutionaries perish here. Our ultimate goal is to free the world from oppression, Ivankov added softly, trying to calm the tense atmosphere. At what cost? At what damn cost? Livia roared. I told you, Dragon-san. I told you we weren't ready. She smashed the table in anger, shattering it into smithereens. Dragon, his face a mask of internal struggle, finally spoke. Livia, Ivankov, everyone. I know this situation is dire. I know it seems like we're betraying the very people we swore to protect. But if we engage now, we risk annihilation. The revolutionaries are not ready to face the full might of the world government and the Marines. Our defeat here would mean the end of any hope for future revolutions. We must live to fight another day. Livia's eyes burned with anger and unshed tears. How many more days will we postpone the true liberation that we envisioned, Dragon-san? How many more innocent lives will be sacrificed for a future that seems to never come? Her voice trembled with emotion. You talk about the greater good, but what about the good of those who are suffering now? What if something like this were to repeat again? Dragon looked at her, pain evident in his eyes. I wish I had a better answer. But right now, survival is our only option. We must regroup, gather our strength, and strike when the time is right. This decision, it will haunt us all, but it's a burden that we must bear for the sake of the world we dream of. Just then, one of the revolutionaries burst into the meeting room, panting and wide-eyed. The rebels have launched a full-scale assault on the kingdom's troops. They're throwing themselves into a meat grinder. Everyone in the room was shocked, but many understood the reason behind their actions. This was their final defiance, a desperate act to go out on their own terms. Dragon's heart ached. Perhaps this was what Ross had once told him, the heavy price of freedom. Even to liberate someone in this world, absolute strength is a necessity. Freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. Have the revolutionaries retreat from the island, Dragon ordered, his voice heavy with regret. We will remember this day, and I promise that I will not let a similar situation ever repeat again. He then turned to Kuma, who had sat silently throughout the meeting, though the pain was evident in his eyes. I'm sorry I couldn't help liberate the country like I promised. Dragon bowed his head sincerely towards Kuma and then addressed the rest, especially Livia. I will not stop anyone who wants to stay behind and fight, but please remember this. Throwing away your lives today means giving up a chance to liberate all those people out there in the future. This mistake was mine and mine alone, and it is my burden to bear. I need you. I need you all in the times to come. So please don't throw away your lives unnecessarily. He spoke genuinely, his eyes pleading with his comrades, before walking out of the room to prepare for the retreat of the revolutionaries. Livia just sat there, struggling to understand what she should do. Ivankov moved next to her. Livia, we need you. The revolutionary army needs you. We cannot afford to lose even one of us. Let's consider this a lesson. She tried to convince her comrade from doing anything rash. Quite the costly lesson, don't you think, Ivankov? Livia whispered, leaning back in her chair, fighting an internal battle over what to do next. The weight of the decision pressed down on her, as she found herself torn between her desire to fight and her understanding of Dragon's words. Ivankov placed a hand on Livia's shoulder. I know it's hard, but we must think of the bigger picture. We have to survive to continue the fight. We owe it to those who have fallen and to those who still suffer under oppression. Livia closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. You're right, Ivankov. We have to keep moving forward, no matter how painful it is. As the room slowly emptied, the remaining revolutionaries began to prepare themselves for the retreat. The weight of their failure hung heavily in the air, but Dragon's words had lit a spark of determination in their hearts. They would not forget this day, and they would use it to fuel their resolve for the battles to come. Meanwhile, inside the main palace vault of the Sorbet Kingdom, a rotund man with large lips and a nose slightly reddened at the tip bustled about. He had light shoulder-length hair, a short, dark beard, and a neat, dark mustache. Wearing a crown, a light cravat, and a dark royal uniform, he was none other than King Bikori, the current ruler of the Sorbet Kingdom. Surrounding him were a few CP agents sent to escort the monarch and his family safely out of the kingdom. The world government needed him to create a plausible story to justify eradicating an entire kingdom affiliated with them, a strategy designed to mitigate any potential backlash. Bikori alone was aware of the true situation. Your Majesty. The commander knelt outside the vault, awaiting the king's attention. Bikori turned to him with impatience, having dismissed his personal guards to be protected solely by the cipher pole agents. The rebels have started attacking our defense lines madly. If this continues, we might be able to end the rebellion within the week, the commander reported with delight, oblivious to the terror freezing the king's expression. Bikori's mind raced. Had the rebels learned about the world noble's hunting event? Though promised a new kingdom by the world government, he wasn't worried about losing his authority. He was here to secure the wealth he could take to his new realm. Order the soldiers to collect everything worth anything from the civilians. We will need a lot of money to rebuild our broken kingdom. Cut down anyone who refuses to pay or hides their wealth. You have a day to return with the collected treasure, he commanded. In his eyes, everyone was destined to die anyway, so their wealth might as well aid his prosperity in the new kingdom. But, Your Majesty, what about the rebels? We can end this war if we commit all our troops, the commander insisted. Just follow my orders. Get your work done and don't waste my time, Bikori snapped, kicking the commander before rushing back into the vault. Quick, you imbeciles. Pack everything. If you weren't my family, I would leave you here to rot, he roared, personally filling a chest with valuables. He would have liked to order the CP agents to help, but his eyes inadvertently fell on a man in a mask leisurely playing with a knife. Stepping out of line in the presence of CP0 was a death sentence. Bikori's greed and cruelty were palpable. As he stuffed the chest with gold and jewels, he spared no thought for the suffering civilians or his loyal soldiers. His only concern was amassing as much wealth as possible before escaping the doomed kingdom. The vault echoed with the sounds of frantic packing, a stark contrast to the looming doom awaiting the kingdom outside. Row, row, row your boat gently down the sea. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Row, row, row your boat gently down the sea. If you see a sea king, don't forget to scream. Aft, Dora roared, her voice booming across the waves and scaring the massive sea kings pulling our makeshift raft. The raft, fashioned from a massive fallen tree of knowledge, rocked precariously with her enthusiasm. I couldn't help but slap my forehead, wondering what possessed me to recruit Dora into the family. And even worse, why I had taught her a children's rhyme from my old world, which I had slightly modified. Dora was in her mid-20s, but I had forgotten that for a giant, 20 was akin to a child. She had been singing the song nonstop, her powerful voice echoing across the sea. Daffy was right. I did have a tendency to add more and more kids to the family. But this was honestly better because they would form a stronger attachment to the family. Ross, I am hungry, Dora bellowed, standing up and causing the makeshift raft to rock even more. The Sea Kings driving the raft were unnerved. Most of our meals included Sea King meat, and these Sea Kings had surrendered. Their fates were questionable if we couldn't find any other Sea Kings to hunt. Dora, sit down before you send us both into the sea, I said, trying to keep my balance. The ship I had originally intended to travel back to East Blue was tethered to the massive raft, bobbing along behind us. But I'm hungry, Dora pouted, her voice loud enough to send ripples across the water. Her stomach growled, producing a sound that seemed to echo like thunder. The Sea Kings pulling the raft looked even more nervous, and I couldn't blame them. They had seen their kin end up on our dinner plates. All right, let's see what we have left, I said, rummaging through our supplies. The problem was, feeding a giant was no small task. How about some dried sea king jerky? Dora's eyes lit up, and she plopped back down, causing another wave to splash over the raft. Yes, please, she said eagerly, clapping her hands together. I handed her a large piece of jerky, which looked like a tiny snack in her enormous hands. Here you go, but try not to scare the sea kings too much, okay? They're already doing us a favor by pulling this raft. Dora nodded enthusiastically, munching on the jerky. Okay, Ross, I'll try to be quiet. I sighed, a small smile tugging at my lips. Despite her giant form, there was something endearing about Dora's childlike innocence. Maybe Daffy was right about my tendency to gather kids, but seeing the joy on Dora's face made it all worth it. As we sailed on, I couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of our situation. Here we were, on a makeshift raft pulled by terrified sea kings, with a giant singing nursery rhymes at the top of her lungs. Life was indeed a dream, a strange, unpredictable, and utterly beautiful dream. Say, Ross, was what you told me about Mother Carmel really true? Dora asked, her brow furrowing as she recalled the many things I had shared with her during our journey back to East Blue. I could travel carrying her using my lightning powers, but it would be exhaustive despite it being a quicker way to traverse. Since there was no urgent matter to attend to, this journey provided Dora with a nice sense of adventure. I had also shared tidbits of detail regarding our family, especially the other kids back in Dressrosa, Robin, Lucci, and I couldn't wait to see Dora's reaction upon meeting Leo in Mancheri. Yeah, it's true. She was a child trafficker. She abducted quite a few children and sold them to the world government for various purposes. The reason she helped the remnants of the giant pirates avoid execution was to create a connection with Elbaf. If not for that, Carmel would never have gotten permission to establish her orphanage in Elbaf back then. I explained, watching her reaction carefully. Damn that old hag. Someday, when I get my hands on her, I will squeeze the life out of her, Dora fumed, stuffing her mouth with sea king meat. I'm afraid you might not get that chance, Dora. Big Mom beat you to it. She ate Carmel alive. Carmel didn't go missing. She's simply dead. How do you think Lin ended up with Carmel's devil fruit powers? I asked, making Dora realize the gravity of the events. These incidents had occurred before she was born, around the time her elder brother Loki was born. She had come to know of all these events from the elders of her clan. Ross, how do you know all these things about Elbaf? I'm sure even many giants in Elbaf aren't sure about what exactly happened back then. We were all taught from a young age to hate Lin, who was responsible for a great tragedy. Many still believe Carmel was a saint within Elbaf, she added while munching on her meal. Carmel was someone that Cypher pole planted in Elbaf to infiltrate your country. Even now, many parties are interested in artificially creating giants. So I suggest you keep your lineage as royalty is secret, understood? I cautioned her. Though Dora was strong, she wasn't at a level where she could roam the seas unchallenged. It was better to maintain secrecy about her lineage. Giants out at sea were already a rarity, and many parties were on the lookout for giants with royal bloodlines. Ross, is that why you recruited me into your family? Do the Don Quixote family also want to create giants of their own? She asked innocently, tilting her head. I simply smirked and turned to look around, spotting a small, rocky island nearby. Before Dora could say anything, a massive black lightning spear descended from the skies, obliterating the island from existence. Whoa, she bellowed in surprise. What do you think? Does our family still need giants? I smirked, but Dora's eyes twinkled with excitement. Teach me how to sink islands, she asked happily, her enthusiasm contagious. Dora was already proficient in hockey and much stronger than your average giant warrior. Patience, Dora. Power like that isn't something you can just learn overnight. It takes practice, control, and a deep understanding of your abilities. I said, my tone serious but encouraging. But I promise, I'll teach you everything I know. A dozen miles away, a massive marine ship sliced through the waters, heading directly in the direction Ross and Dora were traveling. This formidable vessel belonged to the giant squadron of the Marines. Sir, that's definitely a giant on a raft. A Marine from the crow's nest bellowed down to the giant captain lounging on the deck. Vice Admiral John Giant was a towering figure even among his kind, the first giant ever to enlist in the Marines. He was an imposing sight with a rugged, weathered face, a thick, grizzled beard, and sharp, intelligent eyes that missed nothing. His broad shoulders and muscular frame were adorned with a distinct Marine uniform, custom-tailored to fit his massive size. A large tricorn hat sat atop his head, adding to his authoritative presence. He had left Elbaf to make a name for himself, his ambition driving him to rise through the Marine ranks. His mission was to keep a lookout for any rogue giants who had left Elbaf, attempting to convince them to join the Marines. The thought of them joining any other faction was a disaster he intended to prevent. Since the day the Giant Squadron was established, he had successfully enlisted over 40 giants into the Marines. Just 2 days prior, he had received a message from the headquarters about a giant leisurely traveling on a raft pulled by sea kings. John immediately understood that this giant must be quite powerful to subdue the sea kings to do their bidding, and he was set to enlist this giant in the Marines. It's been close to 4 years since we managed to add new brethren to our squadron. Today, I hope we can add another giant to our squad, Vice Admiral John said to Rear Admiral LaCroix, a fellow giant who stood on the deck of the massive ship, smoking a cigar. But what is a giant doing all the way in the West Blue? From the direction they're moving, they must be planning to cross over into one of the other blues. Are they planning to scale the Red Line or something? LaCroix asked, puzzled. The way they were traveling didn't make sense. The direction meant they would end up in the East Blue. Why the hell would any giant travel all the way from the New World to the East Blue? He murmured. Even if the giant's idea was to traverse to the East Blue, I'm sure they can achieve that through the Calm Belt. With Sea Kings pulling the raft, there shouldn't be much difficulty. Lons, who was wearing a medieval helmet, added, worry etched on his face. If the giant's allegiance was not set yet, it would be easy to persuade them to join the Marines. Giants were simple-minded in that respect. A duel and victory in combat would earn their loyalty. I just hope the giant has not already affiliated with some pirate crew, he mused. John was cunning and ambitious, his mind always working several steps ahead. He had left Elbaf close to a century ago. He was one of the first giants that Mother Carmel had convinced to enlist into the Marines. He knew the importance of each giant recruit and the potential they held for the Marine forces. His strategy was straightforward. Win their respect through strength, then mold their loyalty to the world government over time. The hostility most giants felt toward the world government could be managed, given enough time and the right persuasion. Prepare to intercept, Vice Admiral John ordered, his voice booming with authority. We must ensure this giant joins our ranks. It's not just about adding to our numbers. It's about ensuring they don't fall into the wrong hands. The ship adjusted its course, and the regular Marines, in addition to the other giants on board, prepared themselves for the encounter. John's eyes gleamed with determination. He knew the significance of this moment, not just for the giant squadron, but for his personal legacy. On the raft, I was already aware of the rapidly approaching Marine ship. With my proficiency in observation hockey combined with my lightning logia powers, I could detect movements hundreds of miles away and even eavesdrop on conversations aboard the Marine ship. I had always wondered how giants ended up with the Marines. It seemed that the Marines and the world government were constantly on the hunt for giants. Those who showed allegiance would serve them, while the others were likely sliced and diced as experimental subjects. Dora, it seems we will soon have visitors. I chuckled. Dora immediately started scanning the horizon for any ships, but all she could see was the open sea. I gestured in a specific direction, and squinting her eyes against the bright sunlight, she finally spotted a small speck on the horizon. It was none other than the giant Marine ship, and with each passing second, it grew in size. If we wanted, we could easily outrun the ship. All I had to do was command the Sea Kings. But I was curious to see what these Marines wanted to achieve. A few minutes later, a series of distant cannon shots rang out. Boom, boom! The massive shells landed in the waters near the raft, clearly intended as warning shots rather than direct attacks. I wonder how the giants would react if they knew I was on board as well. It looks like they mean business, I mused aloud, glancing at Dora, who was watching the approaching ship with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. As the marine ship drew closer, its sheer size became more imposing. Vice Admiral John Giant stood at the bow, a towering figure among giants, his sharp eyes locked onto us. He was an imposing sight, his rugged, weathered face framed by a thick, grizzled beard. His broad shoulders and muscular frame were adorned with the distinct marine uniform, and a large tricorn hat sat atop his head, adding to his authoritative presence. Dora, remember to keep your cool. These Marines are likely here to recruit you, I advised, my voice calm and steady. Let's see what they have to say. The Marine ship finally came to a halt a short distance from our raft. A group of Marines, led by Vice Admiral John Giant, prepared to board. Rear Admiral LaCroix, a sharp-eyed giant with a perpetual scowl, stood by John's side, puffing on a cigar. "Ahoy there," John called out, his voice booming across the water. "We mean you no harm. We're here to talk." Dora glanced at me, and I gave her a reassuring nod. "Let's hear them out," I said. As the Marines approached, John's eyes fell on Dora, his expression one of hopeful determination. "Greetings, young warrior. I am Vice Admiral John Giant of Marine Headquarters. We've been searching for fellow giants." Before he could continue, Rear Admiral LaCroix, standing beside him, abruptly interrupted. His massive cigar dropped from his mouth as his eyes locked on me. This was not our first encounter. During my time serving under the Marines, I had regularly interacted with a few giants, pestering them for training, and LaCroix was one of them. His reaction was more than just surprise. It was pure shock and terror. The reason? My current identity is that of a pirate, a man with a bounty of over 2.5 billion berries, and the one who killed the last chief warden of Impelled Down. "What's gotten into you, LaCroix? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" John asked, still unaware of my presence next to Dora. His focus was entirely on recruiting the young giantess, estimating her as a juvenile who could be easily persuaded to join the Marines. But LaCroix's actions disrupted his flow. "Don Quixote," LaCroix whispered, gesturing toward me. John turned to look at me, and I waved casually, as if greeting an old neighbor. The entire Marine ship fell silent. The tension was palpable, and every eye was now fixed on me. "Hello, Vice Admiral," I said, my tone light but laced with underlying menace. "I see you're recruiting giants. How commendable." John's face hardened as he realized who I was. "Don Quixote, Rosinante. What are you doing here?" "I'm just enjoying a leisurely trip," I replied with a smirk. Dora here was curious about the world outside, so I offered to show her around. Dora, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, stood up, her towering presence adding to the tension. "I'm not interested in joining the Marines," she stated firmly. "I'm with the Don Quixote family." John's eyes narrowed. "You're making a mistake, young giantess. The Marines offer protection, honor, and a chance to make a difference. The Don Quixote are simply pirate scum. They have no honor of warriors. As a giant, how can you side with such filthy beings? Or a chance to be used as a pawn?" I interjected, my gaze locked on John's. "Tell me, John, how many of your giants are truly free? How many serve willingly, and how many were coerced?" John's jaw clenched. "We do what is necessary for justice. And I can assure you that none of the giants were forced to serve. They do it because they embody justice." I chuckled, the sound echoing over the waves. "Ha ha, you sure know how to make a joke. Justice, you say? And what justice do you serve by hunting down giants who refuse to join you? By using them as experiments if they don't comply? Or did you really think that the world doesn't know about all those giants that vanish from around the world, especially the New World?" LaCroix, regaining his composure, stepped forward. "You, how dare you tarnish the Marine prestige? This isn't a debate, Don Quixote. You're a wanted man. Hand over the giantess, and we might consider leniency." I stood up slowly, my eyes flashing with a mix of amusement and warning. "Leniency? You should be more concerned with your own safety, Rear Admiral. I have no intention of letting Dora be used by anyone." Did you think that just having a few Gants aboard your ship was enough to confront someone like me? You sure have become dumb, LaCroix. Dora nodded, her anger clearly radiating through her very being. Earlier, she was curious to meet her kin, but now knowing that this bunch caught giants who were not compliant and experimented on them made her furious and sick. I will not be a pawn. Not for the Marines. Not for anyone. The Marines shifted uneasily, unsure of how to proceed. John, however, was not easily deterred. We can't let you go, Don Quixote. You're too dangerous. Walk away from the giant. This matter doesn't involve you. I stepped to the edge of the raft, my eyes locked onto John's. Then try to stop us, or is what you said earlier about being a warrior all but mere talk? I challenged. Sucker punch. Dora's massive fist, coated with armament hockey, rammed into John Giant's face, sending him flying. As he crashed into the mountain, the entire island rumbled. It was a spectacle to see giants locked in a primal brawl. John Giant, realizing he had few options, had challenged Dora directly with the agreement that the winner could make one request of the loser. As John was sent flying, the other giant from the Marine squadron seemed uneasy. The Vice Admiral was the strongest among the giants who had joined the Marines, but Dora was simply toying with the giant, who was more than a century old. They very much wanted to gang up on Dora and beat her into submission, but my presence was enough to deter them from making any stupid moves. The battlefield shook with each clash of the Titans. Dora, her fists cloaked in the shimmering black of armament hockey, moved with a ferocity and speed that belied her massive size. John Giant, wielding a saber as large as a ship's mast, picked himself up from the rubble with blood streaming down his face. He launched himself forward again, meeting her with equal determination, his own armament hockey coating his weapon in a dark, steely gleam. Who are you? You cannot be any regular giant. John roared as his saber followed a deadly trajectory. I'm the one who is going to teach you what being a giant truly means, Dora roared back, venting her anger. I had told her almost all the atrocities that the world government had done to wandering giants, and the fact that even giants had helped them in such endeavors irked her. I will make sure that you will never lay your hands on another giant henceforth, she vowed, and the island shook under her mad charge. Their exchange was a symphony of destruction. Dora's fist collided with John Giant's saber, the impact creating a shockwave that rippled through the island, causing trees to snap like twigs and the ground to crack and heave. Both giants were thrown back, but Dora was quick to recover, her observation hockey giving her the edge as she anticipated John's next move. John roared and lunged, bringing his saber down with a force that split the air. Dora sidestepped with surprising agility, her own fist countering in a blur of motion. She drove her punch into John's ribs, the hockey-infused blow sending him skidding back, his feet digging deep trenches in the earth. The mountain behind him groaned and crumbled, loose rocks tumbling down in a cascade. Not one to be outdone, John used his momentum to swing his saber in a wide arc, the blade catching the light as it came towards Dora with deadly precision. She blocked with her forearm, the clash sending sparks flying. With a swift twist, she deflected the blade and closed the distance, her fists a whirlwind of devastating punches. Each hit landed with the force of a titan, creating craters in the ground and shattering nearby boulders into dust. Damn you! I will have your head, you dumb cunt! John roared. I couldn't help but narrow my eyes. I didn't like when others cursed at my family, but for now, I kept my anger in check as I didn't want to intervene in Dora's fight. What did you just say? Dora roared, uprooting a massive tree and slamming it into John's face while infusing it with hockey, sending the opponent flying again. Vice Admiral! The other giants roared, wanting to intervene. But just as they took a step, a massive pressure descended on them, like the sky itself had come down on them, sending them crashing onto their knees. The sheer pressure of my conqueror's hockey was not something they could handle. 3 of the giants succumbed to the hockey's pressure, foaming at the mouth, while LaCroix was using his arm to push himself up, or at least he tried, but his face was pinned to the ground. The other 2 giants were prostrated on the ground, cracks spreading where they were pinned. I just smirked as I kept my eyes on the fight going on in front of me while the rest of the giants struggled to keep their consciousness. Even the Marines on the ship were all knocked out. The massive Sea Kings, however, couldn't help but sweat. Though the pressure was not targeted at them, they had experienced the terror before, so they couldn't help but shiver as they prowled on the edge of the island. They did not dare to leave without my permission because they knew the fate of anyone who tried to escape, having witnessed the fate of dozens of their kin who had been defiant. "Tui, do you think you can best me with just this?" John roared as he ripped apart his torn marine cloak and shirt and tossed them aside, exposing his bare upper body. His ripped muscles and countless scars told the story of a lifetime of battles. "Did you think I got nothing in return from the world government for giving them my allegiance?" He bellowed in laughter. "It's time I show you what a giant can truly do when he unlocks his full potential." His entire body suddenly turned warm, and his eyes became bloodshot. His skin started turning crimson. "Behold the power of a true giant, you bitch." But before he could showboat, Dora's massive fist landed on his face. Unlike earlier, he stood his ground and turned to face Dora. "Is that all you got?" "That gave me quite the itch," he spat. However, Dora didn't let up and rained down a barrage of attacks, her fists coated with hockey. I was observing the fight from the sidelines. John's resilience was remarkable, but after whatever he had done, it was skyrocketing. Even with my voice of all things, I could detect that his vitality had just shot up multiple-fold from what it was earlier. Despite the punishment, he held his ground due to the power-up, his own observation hockey allowing him to narrowly evade Dora's most lethal strikes. He countered with powerful slashes, his saber creating shockwaves that cut through the landscape. One such wave cleaved through a nearby mountain, sending a massive chunk crashing into the sea. The fight escalated, their movements blurring into a frenzied dance of destruction. Dora's fist slammed into John's saber, sending it flying from his grasp. She followed up with a thunderous uppercut that lifted the giant off his feet, his body soaring into the air before crashing back down with earth-shattering force. "Ha ha ha! Is that the best you can do?" John taunted. Dora frowned, not understanding why someone she was beating up one-sidedly had gained a sudden power-up. But I realized that John must have undergone some modifications. He must have allowed the world government to experiment on him in exchange for greater power. The primal brawl continued, each clash leaving the island scarred and broken, a testament to the titanic battle of wills and a giant's power. Pleasure Island, North Blue. Within the depths of a squalid slum, inside a tattered house made of broken metal sheets, a woman lay screaming. She had gone into labor, but there was no one by her side except for a little girl who was only 8 or 9 years old. "Mother, mother, tell me what to do." Little Monet's voice was fraught with worry. Her life had been filled with hardships since birth, and the only light in all that darkness was her mother. Despite her disability, her mother worked as a pleasure worker to make ends meet. Monet's father, however, was a demon in human disguise. He was as abusive as they came, using his own wife's body as a bargaining chip to gamble and drink. It was he who had forced her mother into the sex trade. A meek woman, her mother had endured everything for Monet's sake all these years. Despite his wife's labor, Monet's father was nowhere to be seen. Little Monet was certain he was off drinking and gambling somewhere. In recent months, since her mother was heavily pregnant, he had not been getting enough money and had become more abusive. The countless scars and lash marks on her body were a testament to his cruelty. Monet had come to realize many harsh truths at a young age. She had started working odd jobs since she was 3 because her father snatched away everything her mother earned. The money Monet earned in secret filled their bellies. Despite all the hardship, she had managed to save enough money to get her mother medical help during the pregnancy. But her father found out and took the money. The beating he gave her left her unconscious for 2 days. When she woke up, she heard her mother screaming in pain from labor. Monet was lost, not knowing what to do. Though she pretended to be strong, it was all too much for a little girl to bear. "Monet! Monet!" Her mother whimpered in pain, her eyes rolling back. She knew her chances of surviving were minimal, so she called her daughter closer. She saw Monet's legs had bled, understanding that her daughter must have run around the dump of the slums seeking help. But kindness was long forgotten in this place. "Mother, stay with me, please. Please don't leave me," Monet pleaded, kneeling next to her dying mother, tears streaming down her face. "Sugar, her name's Sugar," her mother whispered. Despite the child not yet being born, she knew in her gut it must be a girl. "She will bring you all the happiness and sweetness of life, just like sugar," she muttered. Sugar was a luxury to people struggling to make ends meet, and naming a child Sugar meant that the mother wanted her child to live like a princess. Monet's heart shattered into pieces. Her mother's voice grew weaker with each word. The reality of her mother's impending death crashed over her like a relentless wave. She clutched her mother's hand, feeling the life slip away with every passing second. Monet's eyes widened, her heart pounding in her chest. The maid's words sank in, but another thought overpowered her fear. "My sister. What happened to my sister? I cannot leave her behind." Monet's voice trembled, torn between the maid's kindness and her duty to her infant sibling. She understood the mercy the maid was offering. Better to end her life than to be ravaged by a monster. But the idea of her little sister suffering alone in this cruel world made her blood run cold. The maid sighed, her own eyes welling with tears. "It's always the innocents that suffer," she whispered, a single tear slipping down her cheek. Steeling herself, she knew she couldn't risk her own family to grant this child mercy. "If you truly want to save your sister, then you must serve the master well. As long as you can keep him satisfied, he will grant you some of your wishes," she said, her face tear-stained and filled with sorrow. "I will leave the knife with you just in case. Hide it under the pillow," she urged, and Monet reluctantly took the knife, concealing it beneath the velvet pillow. "Take care," the maid whispered. "I must go. No one should be here in your room. I'm sorry this happened to you, little one. Just try to endure. The more you satisfy him, the more fond he will grow of you. If you truly want to walk out of here alive, he is your only option. If not, your only other choice is—" She directed her gaze at the velvet pillow, a silent reminder of the knife hidden beneath it. Monet's mind raced, the weight of her decisions pressing heavily on her young shoulders. The lavish room around her felt like a prison. Each ornate detail was a cruel mockery of her plight. The chandelier's light seemed dim, unable to chase away the darkness of her new reality. As the maid slipped out of the room, Monet was left alone with her thoughts, her fear, and the cold, hard knife beneath her pillow, a small token of power in a world that had stolen all control from her. She clutched the pillow, feeling the blade's presence, and took a deep breath. Her thoughts turned to Sugar, the little sister she had vowed to protect. The path ahead was fraught with unimaginable horrors, but for her sister's sake, Monet knew she had to endure. The maid's words echoed in her mind, mingling with her own resolve. She would survive this nightmare, not just for herself, but for the sister who depended on her. The maid carefully stepped out of the room, her tear-stained face twisting into a cruel smirk as she made her way toward the master's study. Each step she took was calculated, her heart racing with anticipation of the reward awaiting her. Reaching the door, she knocked lightly. "Come in," a gruff voice sounded from inside. The maid entered, closing the door softly behind her. Sitting behind an ornate mahogany desk was Lord Reginald, a plump man whose opulence was evident in his lavish attire. His jowls quivered as he shifted, his beady eyes lighting up with a sick smile as the maid approached. His thinning hair was slicked back, and his fingers, adorned with jeweled rings, drummed impatiently on the desk. "Is it done?" he asked urgently, his voice a raspy whisper of excitement. He struggled to pick himself up, his massive girth making the movement cumbersome. The maid rushed to support him, her hands sliding under his arm to help him stand. Their closeness was palpable. The way her body pressed against his revealed a relationship far more intimate than that of master and servant. Reginald's plump hands roved over her body, groping and grabbing, eliciting soft moans of pleasure from the maid. "Yes, master," she said with a mad glee, her eyes glittering with the same twisted anticipation. "The girl is ready, and from the looks of it, she will cooperate willingly." What little Monet didn't know was that the maid was one of Lord Reginald's most loyal servants, sharing in his depraved desires. Her suggestion to manipulate the young girls into offering themselves willingly had been a stroke of malicious genius. The nobleman detested the crying and whining of the little girls he had to force himself upon, and the maid's plan ensured they would come to him with submission rather than resistance. Reginald's chubby fingers traced the maid's cheek as he let out a satisfied chuckle. "Excellent. You've done well, my dear. The pleasure of a willing victim is far sweeter than one taken by force." The maid's eyes glowed with perverse pride. "Thank you, master. I live to serve you." Her voice dripped with a mixture of devotion and madness, a perfect reflection of the twisted relationship they shared. Reginald's room was a testament to his depravity. The rich velvet drapes, the plush carpets, and the intricately carved furniture all spoke of wealth and power, but there was an underlying darkness. The dim light from the chandelier cast eerie shadows, accentuating the grotesque paintings on the walls depicting scenes of debauchery and excess. As the maid helped Reginald settle back into his chair, she couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement. She knew that tonight, Monet's fate would be sealed, and her master's insatiable appetite would be sated once more. The two of them reveled in their shared sickness, each act of cruelty and manipulation drawing them closer together in their depravity. Reginald's eyes gleamed as he thought of the night ahead. "Prepare the room. I want everything to be perfect." "Of course, master," the maid replied, her voice a purr of compliance. She exited the study, her mind already racing with the preparations she needed to make. As she walked through the halls, her smirk grew wider. Little Monet had no idea of the horrors that awaited her, nor the depths of depravity shared by the nobleman and his devoted maid. In the grand mansion, hidden behind a facade of aristocratic splendor, the true monsters thrived, feeding off the innocence of those unfortunate enough to cross their path. And tonight, Monet would learn just how cruel and twisted the world could be. Reginald stood in the lavishly decorated bedroom, towering over little Monet, who had been dressed in a beautiful pink frock. The room was opulent, adorned with rich tapestries, intricate woodwork, and a chandelier casting a soft, golden glow. The contrast between the room's luxury and the darkened tint of its occupant was stark and unsettling. Reginald placed his plump hands gently on Monet's shoulders, licking his lips as his eyes filled with depravity. His anticipation was evident in his ragged breath. However, Monet stood strong, her little sister's life flashing before her eyes. If what the maid had said was true, she had a chance to save her sister, even at the cost of her own innocence. The nobleman was delighted. His maid had done a tremendous job. Normally, even girls who were convinced would cry, but this girl stood with a smile on her face, which made his dark desires rile up even more. "I have a request," Monet gulped, placing her own hand over his plump hands. Her eyes darted to the velvet pillow. Her mind raced with memories of her mother's gentle smile, the way she sang lullabies despite her own sorrows, and the warmth of her embrace that shielded Monet from the cruel world outside. Monet's childhood had been stolen from her, replaced by a relentless struggle for survival. She had endured beatings, hunger, and the cold indifference of a society that had forgotten the meaning of compassion. Now, as she sat next to her dying mother, she felt a fierce determination take root in her heart. She would fight for Sugar's future, for a life free from the horrors that had plagued their existence. Bang! Suddenly, the door to their little abode burst open as someone kicked it in. 3 men stepped into the shabby home, which barely fit them. Little Monet instinctively picked up the rusted kitchen knife, standing defensively. Hee. It looks like we have a feisty one here. Good. The man in the lead, with a snake-like grin, had eyes that glinted with malice. His slick back hair and sharp, angular features gave him a predatory look. Dressed in a tattered suit that had seen better days, he seemed cunning and dangerous. The two burly men following him, muscle-bound and thuggish, were clearly his enforcers. Get out! Get out of our house! Monet's tiny voice trembled as she threatened them. But the man in the lead simply disregarded her, his eyes falling on her mother, who was still barely breathing. It seems like we made it in time. She's still alive. He chuckled darkly. Just as Monet was about to charge, another man stumbled into the home, all drunk and reeking of alcohol. He was disheveled, his beard soaked in what seemed like his own vomit. Calling him an animal would be an insult to animals, but it was his eyes, the eyes that held all the cruelty, that sent shivers down Monet's little body, making her unconsciously drop the knife in her hand. Well, if it isn't my precious little family, the drunk man slurred, leering at Monet and her mother. This was her father, the source of all their suffering. Monet's heart pounded in her chest. She wanted to protect her mother and sister, but fear paralyzed her. The leader of the intruders stepped closer, surveying the scene with a smirk. Your timing is impeccable, old man. We were just about to take care of our business here, the leader said, his voice dripping with condescension. Just get it done. You have already paid for the goods, so it's all yours. Monet's father grunted, staggering to a corner and collapsing in a heap, utterly indifferent to the horror unfolding before him. The leader turned back to Monet, his eyes narrowing. Now, little girl, why don't you be a good child and step aside? We're here for your mother. No, Monet screamed, her voice cracking with desperation. You can't take her. The leader laughed, a cold, heartless sound. Oh, but we can, and we will. She's still breathing, which means she's still useful. And your father here has already sold her to us for a decent price. One of the burly men moved towards Monet, but she stood her ground, her small frame trembling with a mix of fear and determination. She glanced at her mother, who lay weakly on the bed, and at her cruel father, who had gone ahead and sold his own wife. He stirred, rummaging through the pots and pans, wanting to find something to eat. He grumbled in dissatisfaction, not finding anything. Leave us alone, Monet shouted, tears streaming down her face. You can't take them. The leader's expression hardened. Enough of this. Grab the woman and let's go. The second thug advanced, grabbing Monet by the arm and yanking her away from her mother. Monet struggled, kicking and screaming, but she was no match for the brute strength of the man holding her. He threw her to the ground, and she hit the floor with a painful thud. Please, don't take her, Monet sobbed, crawling towards her mother. The leader bent down, his face inches from Monet's. This is the way of the world, little girl. The strong take what they want, and the weak suffer. With that, he stood up and signaled to his men. The two thugs lifted Monet's mother from the bed, her body limp and unresponsive. Monet's cries filled the tiny room as they dragged her mother away. Mother! No! Monet's voice broke as she watched the men drag her mother away. Left alone, clutching the rusted knife once more, the weight of the world seemed to crash down on her tiny shoulders. The room, already a symbol of their suffering, now felt like a prison of despair. Suddenly, a sharp kick sent Monet flying, crashing against the metal sheets that formed their home's walls. The impact left her gasping for breath, and her body crumpled on the cold floor. The leader and his goons watched in surprise as Monet's father, stumbling and furious, rushed toward the fallen child. His drunken rage knew no bounds. You little bitch, he roared, grabbing Monet by her hair and yanking her up. Where's the food? What have you been doing here all this time? His fists pounded into Monet's small frame, his kicks landing with a brutality that seemed almost inhuman. His drunkenness made him lose all semblance of restraint as he beat the girl mercilessly. Just as the drunken man raised his fist for another punch, a strong arm caught his wrist. He turned, stunned, to find the leader's cruel eyes locking onto him. What the hell are you doing? I've already given you what I had promised. The drunken man's voice was a venomous whisper, and his gaze was cold and unforgiving. The drunken man tried to push the leader away, but the leader's grip was ironclad. Nope, Not so fast, you asshole. The leader's voice was edged with menace. You took 10,000 berries from me, promising a mother and an infant. But it seems like you've given me a faulty product. The leader gestured toward the lifeless body of Monet's mother. So you better pay me back right now, you bastard. His voice was dangerous, making Monet's father shiver with fear. But I already gave her to you. It's not my fault she's dead. The drunken man stammered, his desperation making him incoherent. His gaze darted to his wife's corpse, then back to the leader. He had already squandered most of the money on gambling and drinking. Wait, he roared in desperation. The kid must still be alive. Stumbling, he grabbed the rusted knife from the floor and, to Monet's horror, began slicing open his dead wife's belly. Blood gushed out, the grotesque scene making even the burly goons sick. But the leader watched with a perverse delight, savoring the unfolding horror. Monet's world shattered. Her mind froze in shock as the blood pooled around her, staining her small face. Her mother's body was desecrated in the most brutal way. The sight was so horrific that it left Monet paralyzed, unable to comprehend the cruelty before her. Then, the loud, piercing wail of the newborn filled the room. The cruel man extracted the baby from the cold, dead body of Monet's mother. With shaking hands, he handed the blood-stained infant over to the leader. Here, the baby is alive. That should cover the money, he said with madness in his eyes. The leader chuckled darkly, his satisfaction evident. I have the infant, the leader said, gesturing for one of his goons to take the baby. The goon accepted it reluctantly, but the leader's gaze was not yet satisfied. But I paid you for both a mother and a child. Momentarily, where the small knife was hidden, but then she resolved herself. She knew she had to play this carefully. I will do anything. I just want your help saving my sister. Can you do that? She asked, her voice trembling slightly, but still carrying a determined edge. Reginald's eyes gleamed with a mad grin. Anything for you, my love. As long as you satisfy all my desires, I can grant any of your wishes, he said, his voice dripping with perverse delight. His hands moved with practiced ease, undressing Monet slowly. Each movement was deliberate, savoring the moment. Silent tears fell from Monet's eyes, but she gritted her teeth. She forced herself to endure, to focus on the hope of saving her sister. Reginald's fingers traced around her naked body, exploring with a grotesque fascination. Every touch made her skin crawl, but she remained resolute. The nobleman's breath quickened as he continued, his excitement palpable. You're a brave girl, aren't you? So willing to sacrifice for your sister. I admire that, he whispered, his voice husky with lust. Monet's mind raced, trying to stay strong. She needed to survive this night, to ensure her sister's safety. The maid's words echoed in her mind. Satisfy him, and he will grant your wishes. As revolting as it was, she knew this was her only chance. Reginald's grip tightened, and he pulled her closer, his eyes darkening with desire. Monet closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. She had to endure this for Sugar. For her sister, she would bear the unbearable. Just as Reginald was about to claim his ultimate prize, a soft knock echoed through the room, disturbing him. He ignored it, roughly pushing little Monet onto the bed. The knock grew heavier and more insistent, making his anger boil over. You bastards! Don't you know I'm busy? If I come out there, I'll have your heads, he roared. Before he could finish his threat, the ornate door was blasted open, and several figures leisurely walked into the room. Fu. Have our heads? It seems like you're fond of heads. It's a good thing I brought this along then, Doflamingo chuckled, tossing the severed head of the leader who had brought Monet and her sister from their father. Reginald froze in shock, his face paling as he took in the intruders. Bastard! Who the hell are you? He roared, disregarding the rolling head on the floor. Guards! Guards! He bellowed, but no one answered his call. Senior strode into the room, dragging the maid by her hair. She was bleeding, her once pristine face now grotesque and unsightly. One of her arms was severed, blood dripping onto the lavish carpet. Senor Pink tossed her like a rag doll, her body landing with a sickening thud. The opulent bedroom, with its rich tapestries and intricate woodwork, was now a scene of chaos and terror. The chandelier cast a flickering, eerie light on the unfolding nightmare. Doflamingo's men spread out, their presence dominating the room, their expressions cold and menacing. Reginald's eyes darted around frantically, searching for any means of escape. Who are you people?" he stammered, his voice quivering with fear. Monet, lying on the bed, watched in a mix of fear and confusion. She had been ready to sacrifice herself to save her sister, but now, new players had entered the game. She didn't know whether to feel hope or dread. Reginald's bravado crumbled. Please, I can pay you. I have money connections. Just let me go," he pleaded, his earlier arrogance replaced by desperation. Doflamingo laughed, a sound devoid of any warmth. Fu. Money? Connections? You think we care about such things? He gestured to the head on the floor. Your connections brought you to this moment. Now, you'll face the consequences for messing with what's mine. Senor stepped forward, clutching the maid's head again, his grip on the maid's hair tightening as he spoke. This piece of trash convinced you that little girls could be manipulated and used. Don't worry, she will soon share your fate. Reginald's eyes widened in horror as he realized there was no escape. The realization that his power and wealth meant nothing to these men dawned on him with crushing clarity. Doflamingo turned his attention to Monet, his eyes narrowing as he took in her fragile form. "And you, little one, is your name Monet?" he asked, his tone softening just a fraction. "You've been through hell, haven't you?" Monet nodded, tears streaming down her face. She could barely comprehend what was happening, but she sensed a shift in her fate. Fu. I thought I was evil and scum, but you guys sure make me pale in comparison. You even make me feel sick," Doflamingo chuckled, his laughter cold and merciless. He waved a tendril of flame, searing the skin of the maid who writhed on the floor, her screams mingling with the crackling fire. Doflamingo's gaze shifted to Senor, his white suit untouched by the carnage that had unfolded within the estate. "Maybe I would have also ended up like these scum if not for my little brother," Doflamingo mused aloud. "Tell me, Senor, would you and the rest of the family have followed me if I had become such scum?" Senor considered the question thoughtfully before responding. "Yes, master, we would have, but I'm not sure we would have the same level of loyalty and respect. At least, that's my opinion." He spoke with brutal honesty, his eyes unwavering. Little Reju, standing behind Doflamingo, tugged at his sleeves. Doflamingo, understanding her intent, gave a nod. Reju stepped past him into the blood-soaked room. The gore and the maid's agonized cries did not faze her. She had seen much worse, and in her view, the maid deserved every bit of the torment she was enduring. Reginald, trembling with fear, had already soiled himself. Reju, with her face etched with disgust, faced the bulky man. Before he could react, she delivered a bone-crushing kick to his groin. The sickening crunch of his shattered jewels echoed through the room, and Reginald collapsed to the floor, howling in excruciating pain. Despite her young age, Reju's body had been subjected to countless modifications through experiments, giving her a physique that was both formidable and terrifying. She walked over to the bed, pulling back the sheets to help Monet cover herself. Gently, she helped Monet out of bed. Monet's eyes were filled with tears as she clung to Reju. My sister, did you find her?" He took her. Monet pointed to the severed head on the floor. "Don't worry, kid. Your little sister is safe," Senor assured her, his voice softening with genuine compassion. "It's time to leave this hellhole behind." As Senor spoke, he used a string to slice through the pinky of the plump noble, making him squeal in agony. Doflamingo's smile remained, though his eyes were cold and steely. "I want to hear them scream, Senor. Don't make it easy for them. Remember how many little girls have suffered at their hands? I want them to experience true hell before they perish. Can you do that, my friend?" Panic washed over the drunken man's face. His eyes darted around desperately before landing on Monet, who was huddled on the floor, her body trembling with fear. The girl, the leader said coldly, take the little bitch. She'll fetch quite a bit if you sell her. She's untainted. I'm sure you can pay me extra if I sell her to you. I'm sure she'll be worth more than this bitch's mother. He kicked the cold corpse, a cruel smirk on his face. The leader's eyes shifted to Monet with a glint of interest. How did I miss that? He thought, observing Monet's fragile form. Yes, the girl will surely grow into a beauty. She'll fetch a high price at auction. Monet's heart sank as the leader's gaze settled on her. Her entire world had been ripped apart, and now, the prospect of being sold into a future as bleak as her past seemed almost too much to bear. Her mind raced, trying to find some way out, but the oppressive fear and despair made it hard to think. As the leader's goon closed in, Monet clutched the rusted knife once more, not as a weapon, but as a small semblance of defiance against the relentless cruelty of her world. The room, once filled with the echoes of her mother's final moments, now became a grim stage for her own uncertain future. The leader's cruel laughter echoed in her ears, a haunting reminder of the darkness she faced. In that moment of horror, Monet felt a cold resolve take root. Though she was a child surrounded by cruelty and despair, she would not let this be the end. She would fight for her survival, for her sister's future, and for a chance at something better, even in the face of unimaginable darkness. Despite her resolve, Monet was powerless against the goons. One of them casually pried the rusted knife from her trembling hand and tossed it aside before lifting her broken form with brutish ease. Monet could do nothing but cry out in muffled sobs, her small body barely registering the pain of being handled like a rag doll. The leader, with a cruel smile, nonchalantly tossed a few crumpled notes and a handful of coins onto the blood-stained floor, where they mingled with the crimson stains of her mother's blood. That should be more than enough to cover the girl's price, he said, his voice dripping with malice. He chuckled darkly as he watched the drunken man scramble to gather the money. The drunken man, his greed outweighing any concern for Monet's fate, immediately dropped to his knees, eagerly snatching up the scattered money. His hands fumbled with the crumpled bills and coins as he stuffed them into his pockets. Yes, this should be more than enough, he exclaimed, his voice slurred with satisfaction. The leader's laughter was cold and mocking. It surely was a pleasure doing business with you, he said, his tone laced with cruel amusement. With a final, contemptuous glance at the scene of devastation, he turned on his heel and made his way towards the door. His two goons followed, their footsteps heavy and indifferent as they left the shabby house behind. The leader's laughter echoed in the narrow, grimy streets as he headed towards the largest auction house in the city. It was a place where the most depraved nobles gathered, a haven for those with the darkest desires, ready to spend fortunes on the most unspeakable goods. You are sure to make me a rich and happy man, the leader cackled as he directed his gaze at Monet, his voice full of twisted delight. The anticipation in his words was palpable as he imagined the profit he would make from the sale of Monet. He reveled in the thought of the high bids and the satisfaction of his buyers, the idea of her suffering turning into his reward. Monet regained consciousness, her senses dragging her painfully back to reality. Her body felt bruised and battered, each movement causing a fresh wave of agony. She opened her eyes to a world that was both unfamiliar and horrifyingly opulent. The room was a stark contrast to the grim surroundings of her past life. The walls were draped in rich, deep crimson velvet that cascaded elegantly from the ceiling. The opulence of the room was illuminated by a grand chandelier, its crystal pendants casting a kaleidoscope of light that danced across the polished mahogany floor. Antique furniture, elaborately carved and gilded, filled the space. Its grandeur was both alluring and oppressive. A massive four-poster bed, draped in silk sheets and adorned with heavy, ornate carvings, loomed in one corner of the room. Nearby, a grand mirror with a gold frame reflected the unsettling scene, its surface revealing the stark contrast between Monet's innocence and the room's decadence. Fear crept into Monet's soul as she absorbed the grandeur of her surroundings. The luxurious decor was a stark reminder of the rumors she had heard, the tales of noblemen buying children for their darkest desires. The realization hit her like a physical blow. She had been sold, her fate sealed by the vile whims of those who wielded power and wealth. The lavish room was a grim testament to the reality of her situation. A sudden creak drew her attention, and she turned to see the door swinging open. A young woman in her mid-20s stepped in, her face etched with worry and dread. She wore a simple but elegant maid's uniform, her posture conveying both urgency and deep-seated sorrow. As she closed the door behind her, the quiet click of the latch was a somber reminder of the isolation Monet felt. The maid hurried to Monet's side, her eyes filled with a deep, compassionate understanding of the grim fate that awaited this little girl. She had seen enough in her time working on this estate to know what was coming. The nobleman who owned this estate, Lord Reginald, was known for his grotesque predilections. Over the past 2 years, the maid has witnessed more than 50 young girls disappear after being subjected to unspeakable horrors. Only a few who managed to meet the man's depraved standards were spared and kept as his so-called prized possessions, while the rest were discarded like broken toys. As she knelt beside Monet, her heart weighed heavy with regret and sorrow. She had heard whispers of the nobleman's latest acquisition, a child bought for an exorbitant price at the auction. The grim knowledge that Monet was now entangled in this cycle of cruelty was almost too much to bear. Tears streamed down Monet's face as she looked up at the maid. "Where am I? Where is my sister?" she whispered, her voice breaking with anguish. The maid's face softened with empathy, though she knew that the truth would offer little comfort. "You're at Lord Reginald's estate," she said, her voice trembling. He bought you from the auction. I'm so sorry." She paused, struggling to find the words to explain the reality that awaited Monet. "Your sister, she's—" Her voice faltered, the words choked by the horror of the situation. The maid's gaze dropped to the floor, unable to face the full impact of her confession. She reached out, placing a comforting hand on Monet's shoulder, her touch gentle but laden with the weight of the grim reality. The maid quickly pulled out a small knife concealed inside her dress and addressed Monet. "Child, I cannot truly help you escape from the monster. This is the only way I can help, to spare you from what's coming. The choice is yours to make." "With pleasure, Master Daffy." Senor responded with a fervor that matched Doflamingo's own. The rest of the men exited the room, leaving behind only Senor and the other 2 figures. As the door closed, the estate was soon filled with the blood-curdling screams of the condemned. Monet followed the group without question, her heart heavy, but her hope rekindled. If these new figures could be her and her sister's saviors, then she would dedicate her life to them. The cruelty she had witnessed was monstrous, but there was something about the way Reiju interacted with Senor and Doflamingo that suggested they were not the same kind of predators as Reginald. Standing before Monet, Doflamingo's expression softened slightly, though his gaze remained sharp and calculating. "I will give you a choice, little one," he said, his tone carrying both promise and weight. Monet's heart raced, her future uncertain, but her resolve firm. The promise of salvation and safety for her sister was within reach, and she was prepared to make whatever choice was necessary to secure it. Doflamingo had kept his promise. Little Sugar was safe, tucked away in a cabin room that was a far cry from the horrors Monet had endured. Before they could leave, Monet had demanded one final act of vengeance from her new master, which he had obligingly granted. She wanted to confront her father and deliver justice with her own hands. The sun was setting as Monet approached the shabby house that had been her prison. The air was thick with the stench of decay and neglect, a bitter reminder of the life she had endured. Her heart pounded with a mix of fear and exhilaration. She had witnessed the suffering her father had inflicted on her mother, herself, and even her newborn sister. The rage that simmered within her demanded retribution. The house was silent as she entered, the metal walls stained with the grime of years. Her father's loud, drunken snores echoed from the back room, where he lay sprawled on a tattered mattress. The door creaked open, revealing a sight that twisted Monet's gut. Her mother's lifeless body, her belly grotesquely cut open, blood seeping into the filthy sheets. The reality of the cruelty inflicted upon her family crashed down on her, but Monet steeled herself. Despite the chaos raging within her, Monet's breath was steady. Her grip on the knife was firm and resolute. She approached the threshold of the tattered mattress, her gaze fixed on the bloated figure of her father. His state of degradation made her stomach churn, but she forced herself to step inside. The man stirred slightly, his eyes fluttering open as he sensed a presence. His gaze, blurry from alcohol and exhaustion, locked onto Monet. His expression twisted into a mix of confusion and fear. What are you doing here, little bitch? He slurred, attempting to push himself upright. His voice was thick with the remnants of his last drunken binge, but the fear in his eyes was unmistakable. Monet said nothing. She stood with a dead stare, her eyes cold and unyielding. She raised the knife high, its blade reflecting the dim light filtering through the grimy window. With a swift, vengeful motion, she brought it down, plunging it into his gut. The blade cut through flesh and fat with a sickening squelch, and the man's cry of pain was abruptly cut off by the shock of the sudden attack. "Arg!" The scream pierced the air, reverberating through the shabby home. In the squalid slum, however, no one would bother to investigate the source of the scream. His body convulsed in agony as Monet twisted the knife, each movement driven by a cold, relentless fury. Her tears mingled with the blood on her face, a testament to the depth of her anger and grief. The knife slid in and out with calculated precision, each stab a declaration of her suffering and a tribute to her mother's memory. She plunged the knife into him again and again, her movements methodical and ruthless. The room became a grisly tableau of blood and anguish. The once innocent child was now a figure of grim justice, reclaiming control over her own narrative through acts of brutal retribution. Each thrust of the knife was accompanied by the silent echoes of her mother's screams and her own cries of despair. The man's attempts to fight back were pitiful. His drunken reflexes were no match for the determined vengeance of his daughter. His body flailed weakly, unable to defend itself from the relentless onslaught. Blood pooled around them, soaking into the worn mattress and staining the floor with a horrific crimson. The once vibrant color of his flesh was now a sickening blend of red and purple, his body barely recognizable beneath the layers of gore. Monet's hands, though trembling from exhaustion, remained steady. The act of vengeance had consumed her entirely, and as she finally stepped back, she surveyed the grim scene before her with a cold sense of finality. Breathless and covered in blood, Monet stood over her father's lifeless form. The rage that had fueled her actions began to subside, replaced by a hollow emptiness. The finality of her act was both a liberation and a burden. She had achieved the retribution she sought, but the cost had been steep. Turning her gaze away from the grotesque tableau, Monet walked out of the house. The night air was cool against her blood-stained skin, a stark contrast to the horror she had just endured. She knew that the path ahead would be uncertain and fraught with challenges, but for now, she had found a measure of closure in the wake of her father's demise. Monet emerged from the decrepit metal house, her small frame nearly obscured by the crimson stains that drenched her from head to toe. The rusty knife she clutched tightly was slick with blood, and each step she took left a trail of red on the ground beneath her. Her breaths came in ragged gasps, and her eyes, though resolute, were filled with the raw pain of what she had just done. The night was shrouded in darkness, with only the faint glimmer of distant streetlights casting eerie shadows across the abandoned alleyways. As she staggered forward, her blood-stained dress clung to her like a macabre shroud, and the sharp, metallic scent of iron mingled with the musty odor of the slums. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness, his imposing presence framed by the dim light. Doflamingo's grin was both chilling and unnervingly genuine. His eyes gleamed with a mixture of admiration and cold amusement. "I didn't expect you to follow through with what you promised," he said, his voice smooth, yet carrying an edge of sinister amusement. "You are much more like me than you realize, little Monet. When I was your age, I wanted to kill my father for the torment he inflicted on my mother. But my little brother denied me that opportunity. As much as I hate him for it, I am glad I didn't deprive you of your chance. Now, I hope you can let go of the anger that drives you. I don't want vengeful monsters within my family." Daffy's words were laden with a complexity that Monet could barely comprehend. He spoke with an unexpected sincerity, his voice resonating with a depth of feeling she hadn't anticipated. The pain of his own past seemed to echo in his words, a reflection of the twisted path that had led him to this moment. Monet, her body trembling and her eyes brimming with unshed tears, dropped to her knees. The weight of her actions bore heavily upon her, and the sight of the blood staining the ground around her was a stark reminder of the price she had paid. "Master," she choked out, her voice breaking with the strain of her emotions, "will my little sister be treated fairly? As long as she can have a decent life, I am willing to do anything for you." Her eyes, still filled with the determination forged in the crucible of her suffering, locked onto Daffy's. She was prepared to make any bargain, to sacrifice anything if it meant securing a safe and decent life for Sugar. The promise of her sister's well-being was the only light in the darkness that enveloped her. Daffy's gaze softened, and he stepped closer, his demeanor shifting from that of a cold-blooded demon to that of a figure offering solace. "She will live like a princess," he said, his voice imbued with a warmth that contrasted with his usual demeanor. "I promise you that. She will want for nothing and will be protected from the horrors that you've endured. I give you my word." He gently tapped Monet on the head, a gesture that, despite its simplicity, held a strange tenderness. His eyes, normally filled with a calculating glint, now reflected a flicker of something akin to genuine compassion. Monet, overwhelmed by the depth of his promise, could no longer hold back the tears she had been fighting to suppress. They flowed freely now, mingling with the blood on her cheeks. "Thank you, master," she whispered, her voice barely audible through her sobs. The weight of her actions and the gravity of her promise had finally caught up with her, and the tears were a release of the anguish she had bottled up for so long. Daffy watched her with a mixture of satisfaction and melancholy. In the cruel, twisted world they inhabited, her act of vengeance had come at a steep price, but had also brought her a semblance of closure. As Monet knelt in the blood-soaked ground, she knew that the future held uncertainties, but for now, she had secured a glimmer of hope for her sister. "Aurora, you are quite the hard woman to find. Nico, Olivia," Kazan commented, his voice carrying a casual, almost indifferent tone as he shattered the frozen underworld goon with a single motion. He had been on a relentless hunt for Saul and Nico Olivia for months, and finally, he had cornered the elusive demon of O'Hara. Bang! 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 Gunshots echoed through the dimly lit alleyway as Lily, Olivia's teenage daughter, fired her pistol at Akiji. The bullets zipped through the air, but as they struck Kazan, the ice that formed his body simply reformed, the holes closing up almost instantly. Lily's hand trembled, and she dropped the pistol to the ground in despair, the metallic clatter echoing her sense of futility. "Why? Wasn't it enough to kill the entirety of O'Hara? Now you want to kill us too?" Olivia roared, her voice filled with a mix of fury and desperation. Blood trickled down her forehead from a gash, a reminder of the countless battles and close calls she had faced since the massacre of her homeland. She had followed every clue she could find about the Revolutionary Army, hoping to find sanctuary or at least some semblance of hope. But instead, she had been cornered by black market thugs due to her high bounty, and now Kazan had found her. Kazan's expression remained stoic as he stepped forward, the ice beneath his feet crackling with each step. "Orders are orders, Nico Olivia. You should know that by now, and I am simply representing justice, he said, his voice devoid of any personal malice. Yet the coldness in his eyes reflected the ruthlessness of his mission. Olivia's mind raced, memories of O'Hara's destruction flashing before her eyes. The flames, the screams, and the overwhelming sense of helplessness as she watched her home and her people being annihilated. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, drawing blood. You callously wiped out a civilization for the fear of knowledge, for books and research that could have bettered the world. And now you want to erase the last remnants of that knowledge by killing me? Are you not yet satisfied with all that innocent blood on your hands? Kazan paused, his gaze meeting hers. For a moment, there was a flicker of something in his eyes, regret, perhaps, or doubt, but it was gone as quickly as it appeared. It's not about the knowledge, Olivia-san. It's about the threat that knowledge poses. The government cannot allow O'Hara's will to live on. Your ability to revive the ancient weapons cannot be left unchecked. Olivia knew they were outmatched, but she couldn't let it end like this. Not after everything they had fought for. Summoning every ounce of strength, she lunged at Kazan with a piece of broken metal, hoping to catch him off guard. But he moved with the fluidity of ice, effortlessly dodging her attack and freezing her arm in place. You can't win, Olivia. I promise I will help you get a fair trial, he said quietly, almost regretfully. Tears of frustration and sorrow streamed down Olivia's face as she struggled against the ice encasing her arm. Damn you, Akiji. Damn the government. We were just trying to learn, to understand. Fair trial, ha ha. Her voice cracked, and the weight of her losses broke through her defiance and made her laugh like a madwoman at Kazan's words. Kazan's expression softened for a brief moment. I know, he whispered, so quietly that she barely heard him. But sometimes knowledge is too dangerous. Sometimes it must be buried. Lily, despite her fear, stepped between Kazan and Olivia, her small frame trembling but her resolve unshaken. I won't let you take her. We won't let O'Hara die completely. Justice? Was killing all those civilians on the evacuation ships also part of your so-called justice? I can understand when you said that the scholars posed a threat, but what threat did the innocent civilians of O'Hara pose? She shouted, her voice breaking but her spirit unyielding, tears streaming down her young face, in the recent months since they had started running. Lily had finally come to consider Olivia her mother, and she would not let this hypocrite take her away too. Kazan sighed, the mist from his breath mingling with the cold air. He thought the kid was spouting nonsense because he had been chasing Saul and Olivia and was not aware of many things that had happened. You're brave, kid, but bravery won't save you from reality. And I can assure you that none of the innocents within O'Hara have been harmed, as they have been safely relocated. With a smooth motion, he created an ice barrier, effortlessly knocking Lily aside. She hit the ground hard, groaning in pain. Lily's heart pounded in her chest at Kazan's words. Spare the innocents? All 3 ships were sunk by the Marines. At least have the courage to admit what you really did, you bastard. Her thoughts drifted to the pirate, who could have been the salvation of O'Hara, but whom they had pushed away. If only she hadn't shown prejudice toward Ross. Maybe, just maybe, O'Hara could have been saved if they had asked for the help of Pirate. Her anger surged. A pirate has more integrity than you so-called Marines. I always believed that pirates were the scum of the seas, but now I doubt that claim. At least those pirates had the guts to own up to their actions. You carry out genocide and act like it never happened, and even worse, you talk about justice, the teenager roared, her voice echoing through the alley, making Kazan pause. He had thought Olivia and the little girl were just rambling about the scholars, but it seemed something significant had happened to the evacuation ships he had defended from Sakazuki. Kazan felt an ominous foreboding. But Sengoku-san had promised him that he would take care of the civilians. What do you mean? Kazan's voice turned cold, sending a shiver down both Olivia and Lily's spines. The entire alleyway was covered with a sheet of ice, the coldness spreading everywhere, reflecting Kazan's growing dread. Lily's eyes blazed with fury as she faced him. You don't even know, do you? You stand here, talking about justice, and you don't even know what your own people have done. All 3 evacuation ships were sunk. Women, children, scholars, everyone. Sakazuki didn't leave a single survivor. He annihilated them all in the name of absolute justice. Her voice broke with the weight of the horror she was recounting. Kazan's expression darkened. That's not possible. Sengoku-san assured me the civilians would be spared. His mind raced, piecing together the fragments of information. He had always had his doubts about the world government's methods, but this was beyond what he had imagined. His fists clenched, and the ice around him cracked ominously. Olivia stepped forward, her face etched with a mixture of pain and anger. The world government lied to you, Akiji. They lied to all of you. O'Hara's destruction wasn't just about silencing scholars. It was about erasing an entire culture, a history they deemed too dangerous to exist. And you helped them do it under the guise of justice. Ancient weapons. O'Hara never studied ancient weapons. The weight of their words pressed heavily on Kazan. He had always believed in the concept of justice, but now he was forced to confront the brutal reality of how that justice was administered. The faces of the innocents he had tried to protect flashed in his mind, and a profound sense of failure washed over him. Why didn't you say anything sooner? Kazan asked, his voice barely a whisper. Would it have made a difference? Olivia replied bitterly. The Marines, the world government, they all have their agenda. We were just pawns in their game. And now, my daughter and I are hunted like animals because we're the last remnants who can uncover the actual truth of the world. Lily's resolve hardened as she looked at Kazan. You can kill us, but the truth will come out. O'Hara's knowledge, its spirit, won't die with us. And one day, people will know what you did, what you allowed to happen. Kazan's heart ached with the weight of his choices. He had joined the Marines to make a difference and to uphold justice. But now, standing before these broken survivors, he realized how deeply flawed that justice was. The coldness in his eyes began to thaw, replaced by a profound sadness. I didn't know, he admitted, his voice thick with regret. I thought I was doing the right thing. Suddenly, Akiji's observation haki flared, and he moved swiftly to stand before Olivia and Lily, shielding them as a cloaked figure descended from the air. Boom! A deafening punch sent Akiji crashing through the buildings in the alleyway, the sheer force of the blast hurling Olivia and Lily hundreds of meters away. The air was thick with dust and debris, and the shockwave reverberated through the narrow streets. Demons of O'Hara. So you are the ones who can truly help me unlock the secrets of the ancient weapons, the cloaked figure mused, stepping forward with an ominous air of confidence. Akiji, buried under tons of debris, pushed the rubble aside and stood up. His chest was dented, and blood stained his mouth. He was confused and alarmed. The cloaked figure was immensely powerful, too strong even for him to handle. He had no idea who this formidable enemy was, but it was clear the figure's target was Olivia and her daughter. Olivia groaned in pain and moved to check on Lily, who was already unconscious from the blast. The urgency of their situation hit her like a tidal wave. Akiji unleashed his full power. Without turning his head, he shouted, Run! Run away as far as you can. I will hold him back. Ice block, pheasant beak, he roared, sending a massive ice bird hurtling towards the cloaked figure. The bird, sharp and deadly, glinted in the dim light, its frosty wings cutting through the air. The cloaked figure stood unfazed. So this is what the current Marines level is. Pathetic. As the massive ice bird closed in, a sudden burst of armament haki emitted from the figure, shattering the ice attack into insignificant shards. The Marines sure have fallen low, the figure chuckled, rushing toward Akiji with terrifying speed. Olivia, sensing the grave danger, picked up Lily and started running toward the pier, her heart pounding with desperation. Akiji stood his ground, his ice powers radiating from him in a frosty aura. He knew he had to buy them time. Ice Age, he bellowed, his voice echoing through the alley. The ground around him froze instantly, a vast expanse of ice spreading outwards, seeking to trap the cloaked figure. But the figure was relentless. With a powerful leap, he broke through the ice, his armament haki shattering the frozen ground beneath him. He landed before Akiji, his eyes gleaming with malice. Akiji gritted his teeth, and unleashed a barrage of ice attacks, each more powerful than the last. Ice ball, partisan, massive chunks of ice and sharp spears flew towards the figure, but each attack was met with the same impenetrable hockey. The cloaked figure laughed, his voice a low, menacing rumble. Is this all someone who is appointed as an admiral candidate can muster? You're outmatched, Marine. With a swift, almost casual motion, the figure struck Akiji with a devastating punch, sending him crashing back into the icy ground. Blood splattered from Akiji's mouth as he struggled to rise, his vision blurred. "Run, Olivia!" he gasped, his voice weakening. "Get away!" Olivia ran, her breath ragged, Lily's limp form in her arms. The pier was in sight, but her legs felt like lead. She could hear the sounds of the battle behind her, each crash and shout a reminder of the danger they were in. Akiji summoned all of his strength. Ice time capsule. He trapped the cloaked figure in a massive block of ice, hoping to delay him even for a moment. The figure sneered, his hockey flaring. "You think this can hold me?" Akiji stood amidst the rubble of the alleyway, ice forming around his feet as he prepared for the onslaught. The cloaked figure, shrouded in an aura of malevolence, stepped forward with deliberate confidence, his eyes glinting with deadly intent. "Ice ball," Akiji shouted, launching a massive sphere of ice at the figure. The attack was swift and powerful, but the cloaked figure effortlessly dodged, moving with a speed that seemed impossible. Before Akiji could react, the figure closed the distance between them, his fist crashing into Akiji's stomach with a force that made the Admiral gasp for breath. The impact sent Akiji skidding backwards, his boots scraping against the icy ground. The cloaked figure chuckled darkly. "Is that all you've got, Akiji? Aren't you supposed to be the future pillar of the Marines?" His voice was dripping with contempt. Akiji gritted his teeth, trying to steady himself. "Ice saber," he cried, forming a long, jagged blade of ice and slashing it towards the figure. The cloaked man didn't even flinch. With a simple flick of his wrist, he shattered the ice blade, the shards scattering harmlessly around him. With a burst of speed, the figure was upon Akiji again, delivering a bone-crushing kick to his ribs. Akiji felt the breath leave his lungs as he was hurled into a nearby wall, the bricks crumbling under the force of his impact. Pain radiated through his body, but he pushed himself to his feet, refusing to give in. "Ice time capsule," Akiji yelled, summoning a giant block of ice to encase the figure. For a moment, it seemed to work, the ice trapping him in a frozen prison. But then, with a surge of hockey, the figure shattered the ice effortlessly, stepping out completely unharmed. Olivia reached the pier, her heart pounding. She placed Lily in a small boat and pushed it into the water, praying they could escape. As she looked back, she saw the cloaked figure break free from the ice, his gaze fixed on her with a murderous intent. The cloaked figure smirked. "Pathetic. Let me show you true power." He lunged at Akiji, his movements a blur. Akiji barely had time to raise his arms in defense before the figure's fists pounded into him with relentless fury. Each punch felt like a sledgehammer, breaking through his ice armor and bruising his flesh. Akiji tried to fight back, summoning ice spikes from the ground, but the figure danced around them, his hockey-infused blows striking with pinpoint accuracy. A punch to the jaw sent Akiji's head snapping back, and a brutal kick to the chest made him buckle, gasping for air. The cloaked figure grabbed Akiji by the collar, lifting him off the ground with ease. "Is this the best the Marines have to offer?" he sneered, before hurling Akiji into the air. As Akiji fell, the figure leapt up to meet him, delivering a spinning kick that sent Akiji crashing back to the ground with earth-shattering force. The impact created a crater, and Akiji lay at the bottom, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Desperation fueled Akiji's next move. "Ice Age," he roared, releasing a wave of freezing energy that turned the ground around him into a vast expanse of ice. The cloaked figure paused, momentarily slowed by the sudden cold. But it wasn't enough. With a roar of his own, the figure's hockey flared, melting the ice around him and allowing him to charge forward once more. Akiji barely managed to create an ice shield before the figure's fist shattered it, sending ice shards flying in every direction. Akiji's vision blurred as the figure continued his relentless assault, each blow driving him deeper into the ground. His body screamed in pain, and he could feel his strength waning. But he couldn't give up. Not yet. Summoning all of his power, Akiji formed an enormous ice dragon, its maw opening wide to engulf the cloaked figure. But with a dismissive wave of his hand, the figure obliterated the dragon, the icy fragments raining down like snow. The cloaked figure stood over Akiji's battered form, his expression one of cold disdain. "Are you out of tricks, little Marine? If this is all you've got, then I'm afraid I'll have to bury you here today." Akiji's mind raced, desperation mingling with a surge of anger. He had always considered himself among the strongest, a powerhouse in the ranks of the Marines. But now, facing this cloaked man who toyed with him like a mere plaything, he realized the vast chasm between their strengths. With renewed determination, Akiji's anger fueled his powers. The temperature around them plummeted, and the ice rapidly spread, engulfing the entire island in a frigid grip. The ground beneath them crackled and froze, the very air shimmering with cold. The cloaked figure watched with mild amusement. "This is going to be interesting," he mused, his voice carrying a chilling indifference. Marine HQ, Marineford. Fleet Admiral Sengoku had a throbbing headache as the most recent news from the New World shook him to his very core. Admiral candidate Akiji was found close to death after a titanic clash with an unknown assailant. The entire island had been razed, leaving Kazan unconscious and the assailant's identity shrouded in mystery. To incapacitate Akiji, who had been personally trained by Garp, so easily and leave him on the brink of death within hours indicated that the attacker was an absolute powerhouse. Sengoku doubted whether he could best the current Akiji in such a short duration. Among the three future pillars, Akiji is currently the strongest. Even Sakazuki pales in comparison. Who could be this monstrous figure that targeted Akiji, and why? Until Akiji regained consciousness, these questions would remain unanswered. All Sengoku knew was that a new, formidable player had emerged on the seas, with power capable of shifting the balance. How? How did it come to this? Who could have done this to Kazan? Sengoku couldn't help but ask, his voice filled with frustration and concern. Only the two admirals and the chief of staff were present, as the matter was too sensitive to be disclosed to the rest of the Marines. Even the Marines, who had found Akiji close to death, had been given a gag order not to spread the message. Could it be Whitebeard? Admiral Hazard questioned, doubt in his voice. Only Whitebeard currently has such overwhelming power. I doubt Charlotte Linlin could overpower Kazan so easily. Even if Kazan wanted to escape, there's nothing she could do to stop him. Shiki might not have much trouble keeping Akiji from retreating, but he shook his head. No, it can't be Shiki, nor can it be Linlin. We already have intel that the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates have crossed into South Blue territory. Shiki surely wouldn't miss the upcoming World Nobles hunt. Sengoku rubbed his temples, trying to make sense of the chaos. Tsuru, have you any idea who it was that took down Akiji and why? He questioned, looking toward the chief of staff. Tsuru shook her head, her expression mirroring his concern. No, Sengoku. We have no solid leads on the identity of the assailant. Whoever it was, they're exceptionally dangerous. Inwardly, Tsuru was deeply troubled. To do this to Akiji meant the opponent was indeed formidable. She suspected the attack might be related to the demons of O'Hara. The only logical reason for such aggression could be the pursuit of ancient weapons. She had already relayed this theory to the elders, but without concrete evidence, it remained speculation. Sengoku let out a heavy sigh, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. The implications are serious. We must be prepared for the worst. I doubt whoever the assailant was. Their target might have been Nico Olivia and her daughter, the only two remnants of O'Hara who can revive the ancient weapons. If someone with such power is after the ancient weapons, the balance of the world is at risk. Tsuru nodded in agreement. We need to find out more about this assailant. We must gather information from every possible source. Until then, all we can do is strengthen our defenses and be vigilant. Zephyr couldn't help but sigh. Easier said than done, Tsuru. Most of our elites have been dispatched to serve the World Nobles event in South Blue. Even myself and Admiral Hazard will have to depart soon under Fleet Admiral's orders. He added in a sour tone, still feeling resentment for Sengoku blackmailing him into overseeing this so-called hunting event. Maybe if Garp-san was here, we could have handled this situation better, Admiral Hazard voiced out, showing admiration for the Marine hero because of the overwhelming power the man wielded. Garp, that bastard, Sengoku growled, his frustration evident. Speaking of Garp, I just received intel from the giant squadron that Garp's protege has recruited a new giant to their cause and also stole the giant marine ship of Vice Admiral John Giant. Tsuru added, her tone calm, but her words impactful. Zephyr couldn't help but smirk as he saw the news bring Sengoku more headaches. He was still feeling resentment for being blackmailed by Sengoku using Virgo's deployment, and he was one of the very few who were opposed to the idea of ambushing Ross back then. They should have handled the matter much more delicately. Sengoku's headache only worsened. Ross, that kid has grown too powerful too quickly. If only we hadn't let him go. Now he's causing chaos that we can't control. Ross's actions are troubling, but right now, our immediate priority is not identifying and neutralizing the threat that took down Akiji or the Don Quixote brothers. It's the Sorbet Kingdom and the native hunting competition, Tsuru stated, bringing the focus back to the immediate crisis. Sengoku nodded, his expression grim. You're right. We'll deal with Ross in due time. For now, we need to gather all possible intelligence on this new threat. He paused, his gaze shifting to the newspaper he slammed onto the table. But first, tell me, is there any substance to the rumors that have been spreading? Have we been able to identify who's behind this surge in information? Practically the entire world knows about the native hunting competition, and it's causing an uproar. He pointed to the latest edition of the World Times, the paper's headline glaring up at them. The elders were furious, demanding that Sengoku handle the situation swiftly. But with Garp absent due to their recent clash, the task had fallen squarely on Sengoku's shoulders. The reactions from the affiliated kingdoms are severe. The prestige of the Marines is being dragged through the mud. Despite our efforts to declare the entire country as now owned by revolutionaries, not everyone is buying the story. Worse, the other newspapers we control are losing traction as more and more people read this new one. If this continues, we could have a major upheaval on our hands. Sengoku's hand crumpled the World Economic Times newspaper in frustration. It had always been a tool for managing the narrative and keeping unsavory information in check. But now, even that control was slipping away. Admiral Hazard couldn't resist a wry smile. As if that wasn't bad enough, there are rumors about the prizes for the competition spreading like wildfire. Some are so exaggerated that even I'm tempted to snatch the prize myself. He joked, but Sengoku's scowl quickly silenced him. The gravity of the situation was no laughing matter. With a light cough, Hazard returned to his serious demeanor. The folder in his hands felt heavier as the mood in the room remained tense. Zephyr, Sengoku continued, turning to the most veteran admiral, I'm trusting you on this one. It's all but confirmed that Whitebeard and Big Mom have crossed the comm belt into the South Blue. I have no idea what's driving them to traverse such a distance, but I do not want a repeat of God Valley. The ominous tone in Sengoku's voice hung in the air like a storm cloud. Zephyr's frustration was palpable as he responded. If you were so worried, you should have convinced the elders of their folly. What madness is even driving them to conduct the event now? Almost the entirety of Rock's remnants are gathering. Hazard raised his eyebrows, intrigued. He wasn't fully aware of the events that transpired at God Valley, but as someone who had operated during Rock's era, he knew it was significant enough to warrant such a strong reaction from Sengoku. Like it or not, Sengoku, Tsuru interjected, her voice calm but firm. I feel like our current forces are not enough. We don't know how much support the world government will actually deploy, and if they make a mistake, the blame will fall entirely on us. We really need Garp. Her words carried weight, and everyone in the room felt it. Sengoku sighed deeply. The Marine hero was their best hope, yet he was conspicuously absent during one of the most critical times. Sengoku, what Tsuru said makes sense, Zephyr added, his tone measured but resolute. We might be able to handle Big Mom. We might even be able to handle Shiki, but tell me, if it truly came to a fight, can anyone here stop Whitebeard? You, more than anyone, should know the answer to that. Zephyr's words struck a chord. Having chased Whitebeard for more than a decade during his time as an admiral, no one in the Marines knew the true terror of the world's strongest man better than Sengoku. "We'd be hard-pressed just to keep Lin Lin and Shiki in check," Zephyr continued. "And we can be sure that quite a few pirates will want to dip their fingers into these troubled waters. If Whitebeard joins the fray on top of that, unless we get substantial support from the world government, I'm afraid the worst might happen. Maybe this is what the world government truly wants. Maybe they want the Marines to fail." Hazard murmured, more to himself than to anyone in particular. "But it would only put the celestial dragons in danger, so why?" Suru's eyes narrowed at Hazard's words. The man was sharp, and though he had posed it as a possibility, he had hit dangerously close to the truth. The Elder's goal was indeed to use a borrowed knife, to let the Marines take the fall while teaching the celestial dragons, who had stepped out of line, a lesson once and for all. Zephyr, sensing the gravity of the situation, clenched his fists. "We're being set up to fail, but we can't let that happen. We need to figure out who's pulling the strings and why. We also need to uncover what exactly the Elders are planning so that we can minimize the backlash." Suru, her voice steady but urgent, added, "Sengoku, set aside your ego for now and give Garp what he wants. He doesn't need to get directly involved with the event in the Sorbet Kingdom, but if he intercepts Whitebeard before he reaches there, our remaining forces should be able to manage the situation. Whitebeard must be contained, and Garp is the only one in the Marines who can accomplish that." Sengoku sighed deeply, the weight of the decision pressing on him. "That stubborn idiot Garp. I don't think I can convince him with mere words. He'll try to blackmail me and push the agenda he's been advocating for since I took office." Reluctantly, Sengoku pulled out a folder he had kept hidden, a proposal he had outright rejected when it first crossed his desk. He hadn't shown it to anyone, knowing how controversial it would be. Suru's curiosity was piqued. Even she wasn't aware of what Garp had proposed. As the chief of staff, she was responsible for keeping an eye on all high-ranking officers, including Garp. She took the folder from Sengoku and began to flip through its contents, her eyebrows shooting up in surprise as she read. "Garp wants to establish a separate unit within the Marines called Sword," Suru began, her voice tinged with disbelief. "A secret special forces unit under his direct command. He's asking for complete autonomy. This Sword unit would answer only to him. Neither the Fleet Admiral, the world government, nor even the Elders would have any authority over it." The room fell into a stunned silence as Suru's words sank in. Zephyr and Admiral Hazard exchanged uneasy glances, each understanding the magnitude of what Garp was proposing. If Garp were granted such authority, it would be like unleashing a force no one could control. The idea of a Marine unit completely outside the purview of the Fleet Admiral and the world government was almost unthinkable. Yet, Garp's audacity knew no bounds. Suru frowned deeply as she continued, her mind racing. If this were allowed, it would be like giving Garp a free pass to act however he pleases. No one would know what he might end up doing. There's no way the Elders would sign off on this. But the situation is dire. It seems Garp has grown shrewder in recent years. After the incident at Marineford, he's been leveraging his position as the Marine hero, acting more independently than ever before. She rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Garp had always been a ferocious predator in the open, a force the world government could at least predict. But now he was lurking in the shadows, using his clout in ways that unsettled even Suru. Without Garp's support, the balance of power in the world could crumble, especially with Whitebeard's presence. Suru hadn't expected him to play such a bold card. No wonder Sengoku had said it would be nearly impossible to convince Garp to move without giving in to his demands. But she had to try. Maybe, just maybe, if they could make a few concessions, they might be able to appease both Garp and the Elders. "Sengoku," Suru said thoughtfully, "perhaps I should bring this matter to the Elders. They may have forgotten just how crucial Garp is to the Marines. This idea, it might be feasible. If we position it correctly, we could even allow some of the Marines who struggle with authority to follow Garp. Having a unit out of the Elders' direct control might actually be beneficial to us in the long run, don't you think?" Her words were carefully measured, but her true intentions remained veiled. The creation of Sword could serve multiple purposes, some of which aligned with her own strategic vision for the Marines. Admiral Hazard, always quick to adapt to the winds of change, nodded in agreement. The Chief of Staff is right. Sometimes we need a team that can handle delicate matters without the restrictions we face. A unit like Sword could operate where we cannot, dealing with the kinds of threats and situations that are beyond our official reach. Hazard leaned back, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Maybe if Sword is formed, I should ask Arpsan if he'd allow me to join the special unit. It sounds like the kind of challenge I've been looking for. Sengoku looked around the room, weighing his options. The situation was spiraling out of control faster than he had anticipated. Tsuru's plan might be the best chance they had to turn the tide. With a heavy heart, he nodded. Very well. Tsuru, you'll take this to the elders. But make no mistake, this is a gamble. If it backfires, it could shatter the very foundation of the Marines. Mary Geos, Redline. The Holy Land was alive with feverish activity as the world nobles prepared for the upcoming native hunting competition. After years of hiatus, the event had returned, stirring excitement among nearly all of the 19 celestial dragon families. For many of these twisted elites, the competition was an eagerly anticipated occasion, a chance to indulge in their most sadistic desires. Yet a small number of nobles who had been present at God Valley felt a growing unease, a sense of foreboding that something terrible might occur during the event. Despite their caution, the majority of the world nobles were consumed by their preparations, their arrogance blinding them to any potential danger. With special permissions granted by the highest authorities, a host of black market traders, those with direct connections to the world nobles, had been allowed entry to Mary Geos. Their purpose was to supply the nobles with whatever they desired: powerful slaves, devil fruits, advanced weaponry, and more. The initial intelligence indicated that the island would host not only civilians as prey, but also revolutionaries and various dangerous criminals and pirates from across the globe. This added a new layer of thrill to the hunt, as the nobles could now hunt not just rabbits, but formidable foes as well. I can't wait. I've always wanted to be the champion, but the event was stopped before I got the chance. Now, finally, it's my turn, exclaimed a young celestial dragon from the Jupiter family. His eyes gleamed with twisted excitement as he watched a powerful slave being auctioned. The thought of using such a slave as a hunting hound to chase down and tear apart the bunnies on the island filled him with glee. Unlike previous events, which were limited to tens of thousands of prey on small, unaffiliated islands, this hunt in the Sorbet Kingdom promised millions of targets. It was the largest and most grandiose hunt since the competition's inception. 60 million. Going thrice sold, declared a broker, concluding the auction for a giant of a man who stood over 8 meters tall. The slave, a monstrous figure with a reputation as a bloodthirsty killer, was just one of the many hounds the nobles would unleash. To ensure the slaves remained compliant, explosive collars and other harsh measures were employed, for the nobles cared only about their entertainment, not the risks involved. In a different part of the same plaza, away from the auction of the hunting hounds, another platform had been set up. This one drew even more attention, as it showcased the latest in advanced weaponry. Though all world nobles had privileges, only a select few truly cultivated personal strength. The rest relied on weapons, and this plaza was hosting the largest weapons showcase the world had ever seen. This, my lords, is the latest dedicated marksman rifle, a slick underworld representative announced, holding up a gleaming weapon. It's perfect for both indoor and outdoor use, with a maximum effective kill range of nearly a mile. Your targets won't even know what hit them. A young celestial dragon from the Don Quixote family stepped forward, his interest piqued. He lifted the rifle from its display, admiring its craftsmanship. A mile, you say? His voice was thick with smug anticipation as he examined the weapon. He had many toys, pistols, rifles, all manner of deadly devices, but nothing quite like this. The rifle wasn't just functional. It was a work of art, with precious metals and jewels encrusted into its design. Doflamingo, ever the opportunist, had instructed that a special batch of these exquisite-looking weapons be sent to the showcase. They were identical in performance to the standard models, but adorned to appeal to the noble's vanity. What would normally sell for hundreds of thousands was now priced in the millions. "Oh, this is lovely. Perhaps I'll take it. Do you have anything with a longer range?" The young Don Quixote, celestial dragon's voice, was casual, as though he were discussing the purchase of a mere trinket. "Yes, my lord. We have the latest sniper rifles, capable of taking down targets from 5 miles away. The weapon is designed to have minimal recoil, making it perfect for precision shots. This is one of the most recent offerings from the Don Quixote family, and nearly all the advanced weapons here today are their creations," the representative continued, unaware of the young noble's reaction to the mention of the Don Quixote name. The Don Quixote, celestial dragon's expression darkened. "Don Quixote family," he muttered, his voice dripping with venom. Turning to his guards, he barked, "I'd like to test this weapon. Prepare me a target." The guards, understanding their master's intent, moved swiftly. 2 of them seized the underworld worker who had been demonstrating the weapon, dragging him toward a nearby pole. The worker's protests were ignored as he was bound tightly, an apple placed on his head. The sniper rifle was meticulously set up on the back of a slave, who had been forced to act as a makeshift stand. The slave, trembling but silent, bore the weight of the weapon as the young celestial dragon took his time adjusting the scope. Almost all the world nobles present watched the scene with amusement. Some mused that they should have thought of such an entertaining way to test the weapons themselves. The idea of using the underworld workers as target practice appealed to their twisted sense of humor, and they mentally noted to take their turns next. "Please, please, no." The man tied to the pole whimpered, still unable to comprehend what he had done wrong. But he had failed to consider the deep-seated grudge within the Don Quixote family, a name that was taboo among the celestial dragons, especially within their own ranks. Oblivious to the man's pleas, the young Don Quixote noble was more engrossed in the explanation of how to operate the jewel-encrusted sniper rifle. "Oh, so this is what you call a precision scope," he remarked, peering through the lens like a child with a new toy. "Yes, my lord," the underworld executive nervously explained, "and to fire, you simply squeeze the trigger." Bang! The rifle boomed, the sound reverberating across the plaza. The slave, who had acted as the stand, winced in pain as the recoil tore through his back, ripping his flesh. But his suffering meant nothing to the noble, whose eyes were fixed on the pole. The head of the man tied to the pole exploded, along with the top of his body, splattering blood and gore across the ground. The world nobles watching widened their eyes in surprise and delight. They began to murmur among themselves, eager to get their hands on a sniper rifle of their own. The idea of a weapon with such devastating power appealed to their twisted sense of superiority. "TCH," he said, the recoil would be minimal. "I should have him whipped." The young Don Quixote, celestial dragon, chuckled, his anger simmering down as he fell in love with the weapon. The underworld executive, sensing an opportunity, quickly approached. "Pack this for me," the noble ordered, puffing out his chest with pride as he glanced around at the other world nobles, many of whom were now moving forward, their interest piqued. "It will be 80 million, Tenno-sama," the underworld agent added carefully, his voice trembling slightly. The world noble merely waved his hand, and a servant stepped forward to settle the bill. Just then, another voice rang out. "I'll give you 100 million. I want that weapon," declared another young celestial dragon, this one from the Warcury family. He stepped up, challenging the purchase with a defiant smirk. The executive froze, caught between 2 powerful and ruthless customers, knowing that anything he said could cost him his life. Sensing the danger, the supervisor, who had been watching the scene unfold, quickly intervened. "Tenrigato-sama," he addressed the Warcury noble with a placating smile. "We have many models similar to this one, each with different encrusted precious stones to suit your taste. I can assure you the performance will not vary, and you can choose something that better suits your aesthetics." The young Don Quixote, celestial dragon, seemingly mollified by the suggestion, turned back to the rifle. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I like a different color. This one looks too dull." he remarked with a dismissive wave. The underworld executive wasted no time in introducing the other designs, each one more ostentatious than the last. Damn you, Doflamingo! How the hell did you know these world nobles would spend so much just because you plastered a few stones on a standard model? The underworld broker fumed internally, his frustration bubbling beneath a mask of polite servitude. He stood at the edge of the chaotic plaza, watching as the celestial dragons eagerly shelled out millions for weapons that, despite their gaudy embellishments, were no different from the ordinary models. If I'd known they'd fall for this trick, I'd have bought them myself and resold them here for a fortune. He clenched his fists, trying to suppress his bitterness. His mind raced with what-ifs and missed opportunities. But reality hit him like a cold wave. He was only getting a commission from the sales. A measly cut, compared to the fortune he could have made if he had been the one to sell these weapons directly. The thought gnawed at him, but he dared not express his frustration openly. The broker cast a wary glance around the plaza, noting the other underworld agents scattered among the crowd. Some were seasoned professionals, while others were new faces, strangers whose loyalty and motives he couldn't easily gauge. He had no way of knowing how many of them might be informants for the heavenly demon himself. The Don Quixote family patriarch was infamous for his ruthlessness and uncanny ability to sniff out treachery. Even the slightest attempt to falsify prices or skim profits would not go unnoticed. If he dared to embezzle a single berry, Doflamingo would know, and the consequences would be anything but pleasant. A shiver ran down the broker's spine as he imagined what Doflamingo might do to him if he ever got caught. The man was a sadistic monster who took pleasure in making examples out of those who crossed him. No, the broker had no choice but to play by the rules. He sighed deeply, resigning himself to his fate. Still, he wasn't about to let the opportunity slip through his fingers completely. If he couldn't manipulate the prices outright, he could at least hike them as much as possible. After all, the nobles were in a frenzy, eager to outshine one another. They barely blinked at the exorbitant costs as long as the weapons in question glittered with enough gold and jewels. We've got hundreds of these units prepared, he thought, his eyes flickering with greed. Different designs, all equally extravagant. They'll sell like hotcakes, and every time I push the price higher, that's more money in my pocket. He moved among the world nobles with renewed vigor, adopting a fawning demeanor as he showcased the weapons. Each time a noble showed interest, he subtly suggested that an even more exquisite model was available, just waiting for the right owner. He played on their vanity, their desire to own something unique, something that would make them the envy of their peers. Tenrivido sama, he would say, his voice dripping with sycophantic charm. This rifle is indeed magnificent, but might I interest you in another model? This one, adorned with sapphires and gold filigree, is even more befitting of someone of your stature. And for a noble as distinguished as yourself, the price is a mere trifle, only 100 million berries. The nobles, intoxicated by their own sense of superiority and the thrill of the upcoming hunt, eagerly agreed, not realizing, or perhaps not caring, that they were being played. For them, the cost was irrelevant. It was all about possessing the finest, the most luxurious weapons. The broker, meanwhile, felt a surge of satisfaction each time a transaction was completed. He could almost see his commission growing with every sale, envisioning the wealth that would soon line his pockets. Soon enough, the scene repeated itself as more and more world nobles began testing their weapons on slaves or other unfortunate souls who had displeased them. The plaza was quickly transformed into a grotesque shooting range, where human beings were slaughtered like animals, and their deaths were met with laughter and applause. Each world noble took turns showcasing their weapons to their competitors, flaunting their newfound toys in a sick display of power and cruelty. The depravity of the world nobles knew no bounds. Their hearts were as cold and twisted as the gems that adorned their weapons. Their amusement derived from the suffering of those they considered beneath them. The Holy Land, for all its grandeur, was nothing more than a den of monsters, where the powerful preyed upon the weak with impunity. The upcoming hunt promised to be a bloodbath, a celebration of their unchallenged dominion over the world. Meanwhile, unlike the flourish and excitement that was happening outside in the main plaza of the Holy Land, the atmosphere within the Room of Authority was grim. The air was thick with tension as a rare and imposing guest had come to visit the five elders. This was no ordinary visitor, sitting with an air of absolute confidence on a specially arranged couch, which matched the grandiosity of the seats occupied by the elders, was none other than Figureland Garling, the supreme commander of the God's Knights. The elders exchanged uneasy glances. They had a vague idea why the cunning and ambitious head of the Figureland family had graced them with his presence, but they hoped against hope that it wasn't the matter they dreaded. Figureland Garling was not someone who came to merely exchange pleasantries. His visits always bore weight, and more often than not, they left ripples across the power structure of the world itself. Elder Warcury, attempting to steer the conversation away from the potential minefield, tried to engage the commander in a different matter. "Tell me, Saint Figureland," Warcury began, his tone laced with feigned curiosity, "have you any idea about what happened to Admiral Candidate Akiji? It seems like a new party has joined the race for the world's authority." Figureland Garling's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes gleaming with a mix of amusement and disdain. "Elder Warcury, if you're suggesting that the God's Knights or anyone under my command were involved in that incident, you can rest assured we had nothing to do with it," he replied, his voice dripping with confidence. He knew full well about the incident, a mysterious attack that had nearly claimed the life of Admiral Candidate Akiji, apparently orchestrated by an unknown assailant targeting the last survivors of O'Hara. But he also knew that his denial, whether believed or not, would be accepted. His authority, bolstered by his favor with Imu-sama, was beyond reproach. But, he continued, his gaze locking onto the elders with an intensity that made even them shift uncomfortably, "that is not the matter we are here to discuss today, is it?" There was a dangerous glint in his eyes, a sign that Figureland Garling was not here to be trifled with. Unlike others, he did not fear the elders. His position and his favor with Imu-sama placed him on equal footing with them, a fact he never hesitated to make clear. Elder Jupiter, his patience already wearing thin, leaned forward with a sneer. "So why are you here then? If it's regarding the upcoming native hunting competition, we've already shared the list of world nobles who will be taken care of during the event. If you had something to convey about that, sending one of your God's Knights would have sufficed. Or is this regarding a personal request?" The elder's tone dripped with condescension, but there was an underlying wariness. Jupiter knew that Figureland Garling was not to be underestimated. The man was a serpent, always lurking in the shadows, moving pieces in a game only he seemed to understand. Even within the rarefied air of the world nobles, where ambition and treachery were common currency, Garling was a force to be reckoned with. He had risen through the ranks of authority with unsettling speed, gaining power and influence that rivaled even the elders themselves. Figureland Garling's smirk widened at Jupiter's words, but his eyes remained cold, calculating. "Are you sure, Garling? Or perhaps this is about one of your progeny?" Elder Nustro interjected, trying to probe into Garling's personal affairs. "I've heard rumors that you've been having problems with one of your children." Nustro's words hung in the air like a challenge, but they were abruptly cut off as Figureland Garling's gaze sharpened, cutting through the elder's challenge like a knife. "That is none of your concern, Elder Nustro," Garling said, his voice low and dangerous. The room seemed to darken as he spoke, the weight of his authority pressing down on everyone present. "I don't appreciate others meddling in my household affairs. Or have you forgotten that we are all celestial dragons, serving the one true ruler of this world?" His words were a direct challenge, a reminder that his loyalty was to Imu-sama and Imu-sama alone, not to the whims of the elders. Nustero's frown deepened, and his attempt to rattle Garling clearly backfired. Whatever they may think about Figureland, his dedication to Imu-sama was unquestionable. The tension in the room thickened as the other elders watched the exchange in silence, their expressions carefully neutral. They knew better than to underestimate Figureland Garling. The man had shown time and again that he was not afraid to push boundaries and challenge authority, even theirs. "Speak, then," Elder Jupiter finally said, his voice tinged with reluctance. "What is it that you've come here to discuss, Saint Figureland?" Garling leaned back on the couch, his posture relaxed, but his eyes still burning with intensity. "Let's not waste time with petty distractions," he said, his tone dismissive. "I'm here for a reason, and it's not to discuss trivialities. Though the native hunting competition is a matter of interest, it is not something I am currently bothered with, as I am sure the elders are capable of dealing with the matter. I am here for something that was promised to me years ago." The elders exchanged wary glances as they understood that Figureland was here for something they had feared that he wouldn't come to know about. They could feel the power shift in the room, the delicate balance of authority teetering as Figureland Garling asserted his dominance. He was a man who moved in the shadows, but when he stepped into the light, he commanded it, bending it to his will. And now, it seemed, he had come to exert that will once again, whether the elders liked it or not. Elder Mars's frown deepened, the lines of his face hardening as he tried to maintain an air of control. "I'm not sure we understand you, Saint Figureland. Enough with the suspense. State your business plainly. Unlike you, we have important matters to attend to," he said, his voice carrying a hint of irritation. The elders knew very well what Figureland Garling was alluding to, but they feigned ignorance, hoping to deflect his demand. Granting him what he was promised could disrupt the delicate balance of power they had painstakingly maintained. Garling's smirk widened, transforming into something far more predatory. "Ah, now we're getting to the heart of the matter," he said, his tone smooth yet laced with a dangerous edge. "Fine. If you want to play ignorant, so be it. Allow me to refresh your memories." He leaned forward, his gaze cold and devoid of any warmth, a stark contrast to the casual demeanor he had maintained earlier. "Years ago, I found the mythical dragon fruit. It was rightfully mine by discovery, but you used your authority to take it from me. You dangled it as bait to lure Zebek, all to uncover his true intentions." Garling began, his voice steady but seething with controlled anger. "I played along with your game, even participating in that farce of a hunting competition where I clashed with Whitebeard under the promise that the victor would claim the fruit. But then you let it slip through your fingers, allowing a filthy pirate to consume what was mine. Yes, we all know the story, Saint Figureland. Get to the point. We don't have all day," Elder Mars snapped, his impatience evident. But behind his frustration, the elders exchanged uneasy glances. They had hoped Garling was still in the dark about recent developments, but it was clear now that he was fully aware, and that knowledge made them nervous. Garling's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as he continued, ignoring Mars's interruption. "You promised me, in exchange for the lost mythical dragon fruit and in recognition of my accumulated merits, that when we found the user of the awakened Ope no Mi, I would be next in line to receive the eternal youth surgery. That promise was made in front of Imusama, and yet now I hear whispers that the good doctor has been found, and you kept this matter hidden from me." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. The room grew tense, and the air was thick with unspoken threats. "Were you planning to deny me what is rightfully mine once again, elders?" Garling's voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it carried a deadly undertone. "I wonder how Imusama would react if they were to learn that you attempted to withhold from me what was agreed upon under their very gaze." The elders shifted uncomfortably in their seats, the gravity of the situation pressing down on them. They had indeed intended to keep the discovery of the Ope no Mi user from Garling, hoping to find a way to leverage the power of the fruit without granting it to someone as ambitious and dangerous as him. But now their hand was forced. Elder Jupiter spoke up, his voice measured but betraying a hint of unease. "Saint Figureland, you must understand that we had to ensure the security of the Ope no Mi user before making any decisions. The doctor is not yet fully under our control, and we couldn't risk bringing this information to light prematurely. Spare me the excuses. Garling cut in, his tone sharp. The fact remains that you withheld this from me, breaking the very promise you made. I'm not here to negotiate, elders. I'm here to claim what is mine. And if you think you can keep it from me, you're gravely mistaken. The room fell silent, the elders weighing their options. They had always known that Figureland Garling was a force to be reckoned with, but now, faced with his open challenge, they realized just how precarious their position was. The balance of power they had maintained for so long was teetering on the edge, and one wrong move could send everything crashing down. Elder Nustero finally spoke, his voice calm, but with an underlying tension. We have no intention of breaking our promise, Saint Figureland. The Ope Nomi user is indeed under our custody, but the situation is delicate. We must ensure that everything is in place before proceeding with the Eternal Youth Surgery. This is not just about power, but about stability for all of us. And you must know very well that the user has to willingly sacrifice their life in order for the technique to be a success. Figureland Garling's face twisted into a cruel snarl, his predatory grin now replaced by a look of pure malevolence. This was exactly why he had come here, to leverage his advantage. Now that you've deceived me once again, he said, his voice laced with venom, don't you think I deserve more than just the doctor? I want compensation in addition to transferring him under my custody. Elder Saturn finally broke his silence, his voice gruff and laden with the weight of the situation. What do you mean by compensation? He had known from the moment they decided to conceal the truth from Figureland that this day would come. They had hoped to keep the matter hidden long enough to maneuver around this snake, to control him, but their plan had backfired spectacularly. If this were to reach Imusama, the consequences would be catastrophic. Garling's expression softened into something resembling false modesty, though his eyes betrayed the ambition burning within him. Ah, nothing much, Elder Saturn, he replied, his tone deceptively casual. I want the Washu no Mi's ultimate technique to be used on my behalf. Brainwash the good doctor to perform the Ope no Mi's Eternal Youth Surgery. You denied me eternal life once. I won't let a second chance slip away. The room fell into stunned silence, as Garling's ambition was laid bare. The elders exchanged uneasy glances. They had underestimated him once, years ago, when they denied him the mythical dragon fruit in a bid to humble him. They had believed that taking away such power would make him bend to their will. But instead, the incident had only fueled his ambitions, making him more cunning and dangerous than ever. You! Impossible! Elder Mars and the others, save for Saturn and Nustero, shot up from their seats, their voices rising in unison. The sheer audacity of Garling's request stunned them. How had he even learned about Tsuru's true allegiance and her ultimate technique? It didn't matter now. If Tsuru were to brainwash the doctor into performing the surgery, Figureland's victory would be assured. And that was something they couldn't allow. Not if they wanted to prevent a new figure from emerging with authority that might eclipse their own. Figureland, you must understand the gravity of what you're asking, Elder Nustero said, his voice tinged with agitation. Tsuru's ultimate technique is one of our trump cards, a crucial tool in dealing with that cursed devil fruit. If someone were to truly awaken Sun God, Nika's fruit, Tsuru's fruit, is one of our only safeguards to bring such a person under control. And even if not for that, the technique is too valuable to be used for your personal gain. It's meant for matters of the utmost importance. Garling's gaze hardened, the dangerous glint in his eyes growing sharper. Do I look like I care, elders? He hissed, leaning forward with a predatory intensity that made even the seasoned council members uneasy. If you refuse my request, I'll have no choice but to take this matter directly to Imusama. You know as well as I do what Imusama thinks of those who break promises, especially one made with Imusama as a witness. The threat hung heavy in the air, chilling the room. The elders knew that Garling had them cornered. Imusama might remain aloof from the world's affairs, but there were certain transgressions that even the highest authorities dared not commit. Breaking a promise made in Imusama's presence was a direct path to ruin, even for an elder. They were trapped, forced into a position where they had to choose between two equally dangerous outcomes. Elder Saturn, who had remained silent until now, spoke once more, his voice weighed down by the gravity of the situation. "You know what you're asking could destabilize everything we've built," he said, though his tone lacked the conviction it once held. Even he realized they were out of options. "Stability?" Garling mocked, his lip curling in disdain. "You speak to me of stability when you're the ones who have repeatedly undermined me, try to control me? No, this isn't about stability. This is about what is owed to me. You may think you can keep me in check, but let me make this clear. I will have what is mine, and you will not stand in my way." The elders were left with no choice but to concede. Garling had played his hand perfectly, and now they had to pay the price for underestimating him. The atmosphere in the room was heavy with unspoken tension, the balance of power shifting precariously towards Garling. For now, he had won, but everyone in that room knew that this was only the beginning of a far more dangerous game. Fu. You've got some nerve, little brother. A marine giant ship. Really? Do you even have enough hands to man that thing? Daffy's jovial voice crackled through the transponder snail, his amusement evident. I couldn't help but smirk as I glanced toward the massive deck where Dora was standing, effortlessly directing the Sea Kings to speed up. The sight was almost comical, just the two of us handling such a massive ship like it was child's play. Dora had seized the ship on a whim after nearly beating John Giant to death. I'd offered to take his head, along with the other giants, as trophies, but Dora had refused. Despite their betrayal, she still considered them kin. So we spared them but took the ship as a spoil of war. Dora had grown tired of traveling on a raft. "That's what the Sea Kings are for," I replied with a chuckle, knowing full well how absurd our situation was. Daffy's laughter echoed again through the transponder snail. "So, tell me, how's your little protege doing?" I asked, shifting the conversation to the disciple he'd taken under his wing, Reiju, the princess of the Germa kingdom and Sanji's elder sister. In the original canon, she would have been a part of the Germa 66 main force, becoming Judge's lackey. Fate, it seems, has a twisted sense of humor. Even I was surprised when Daffy told me that Reiju had joined our family, and he had plans to nurture her as his protege. Daffy's tone softened slightly. "She's coming along nicely, little brother. Reiju is proving to be a quick learner and has a knack for our line of work. She's got potential, more than I initially thought. And the other kids? How are they doing? How's Monet holding up?" I couldn't help but ask. I knew what Monet had done, and I was certain Daffy had a hand in it, pushing her to kill her own father in cold blood. But I didn't hold it against him. A man like Monet's father didn't deserve mercy, even in my books. Still, I sighed at the memory. If there was one thing Daffy resented me for, it was denying him the chance to kill Homing. He still held that grudge. "Monet is strong and fiercely loyal," Daffy said, a hint of pride in his voice. "I can see it in her eyes. You've got a talent for finding such trustworthy allies in this treacherous world, little brother." He chuckled, but then his tone grew more serious. "So, tell me, why did you ask me to return to the New World in such a hurry?" "I was just enjoying my hunt in North Blue. Though it's mostly under our control now, there's still a few stragglers left." Before I could respond, a piercing scream tore through the transponder snail, making me wince. I wondered who Daffy was toying with this time. On his ship, a man clad in a tattered suit was tied upside down to the main mast, his body marred with countless burn wounds. The man's screams were bone-chilling, but none of the crew seemed bothered. They went about their work as their captain played with his prey. "Daffy, have you forgotten? We still need to pay them back for that attempt on your life in North Blue. The opportune time is upon us. We'll strike when the Marines and the world government have their attention fixed on South Blue." Fu. "Oh, little brother, you sure know how to brighten my day." Daffy's laughter was almost gleeful. "I was itching to get back at those bastards. Now I understand why you explicitly asked our affiliated groups to steer clear of the upcoming native hunting tournament. I wish I could have participated myself. Perhaps I could have hunted the celestial dragons." His chuckle was dark, matching the twisted smile on my face. Best to stay clear of that mess. We do not want our heads in that meat grinder. I replied, my voice laced with caution. This event is anything but simple. With the fuse I've lit, Whitebeard, Lin, Shiki, everyone is on the move. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath. Even without us, I'm sure quite a few celestial dragons will fall, especially with the rumors I've spread about the prizes. Let them tear each other apart. Haha. My laughter echoed across the deck, sending a chill down Dora's spine. She glanced over, her instincts kicking in at the sound of my evil laughter. Daffy's enthusiasm was palpable. So what's our target this time? Last time it impelled down, we didn't have enough time to pull off something grand. This time, I want to make a statement. So, tell me, little brother, what's our next target? I let the suspense build for a moment, savoring the anticipation before answering. Punk Hazard. The name hung in the air, heavy with the promise of chaos and destruction. Daffy's eyes lit up with a dangerous excitement, and I could almost hear his wicked grin through the transponder snail. Punk Hazard, huh? Fufu. This is going to be fun, little brother. I can't wait to see what kind of madness we'll unleash this time. Innocent. Akainu's lips curled into a sneer. There are no innocents here. Every one of them is guilty by association, tainted by the filth of rebellion. And you have betrayed the very core of justice. Akainu raised his fist high, the lava swirling and bubbling ominously. The civilians on the ship screamed, clinging to each other in terror. Vice Admiral, no, Hiroshi shouted, throwing himself in front of the ship, his arms spread wide. These people are not criminals. We're supposed to protect them, not murder them. Akainu's eyes narrowed, his voice dripping with disdain. Justice cannot tolerate the weak-hearted. You have chosen your side, Captain Hiroshi, and now you will die with the criminals you sought to protect. Ryusei Kazan. Akainu's fist came crashing down, and a barrage of molten fists erupted from the sky, slamming into the ship. The wood splintered and cracked, the metal groaned under the heat, and in an instant, the ship was engulfed in flames. No! Hiroshi screamed as the ship began to sink, the terrified cries of the civilians and his fellow Marines filling the air. He tried to rush to the ship, to save anyone he could, but Akainu's hand caught him by the collar and threw him back to the ground. You chose this, Hiroshi, Akainu said coldly, watching with unblinking eyes as the ship sank into the boiling sea, the last of the screams fading into silence. Weakness has no place in the Marines. You betrayed justice, and now you will pay the price. Hiroshi struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with tears and fury. You monster! How can you call this justice? Akainu stepped forward, his massive form towering over Hiroshi. This is absolute justice, the only kind that can cleanse this world of filth like you. His voice was unwavering, devoid of any remorse. With a swift motion, Akainu's molten fist shot forward, piercing through Hiroshi's chest. The captain's eyes widened in shock, blood spilling from his lips as he crumpled to the ground. Justice must be absolute, Akainu muttered, watching Hiroshi's body fall lifeless to the ground. He turned his back on the burning wreckage, the cries of the dead already fading from his mind. To Akainu, there was no room for weakness, no room for doubt. Those who opposed justice, those who defied the Marines, were enemies of the world, and they all deserved the same fate. As the last remnants of a ship disappeared beneath the waves, Akainu walked away, leaving behind nothing but destruction and the chilling reminder that in his eyes, there was no mercy, only absolute justice. Inside a dilapidated barn at the edge of the Sorbet Kingdom, the air was thick with despair. The small structure, once filled with the sounds of farm animals and the laughter of children, now housed a family hiding from the horror that had engulfed their homeland. They had managed to evade the Marines and the world government forces that were ruthlessly hunting down every last soul in the kingdom. But deep down, they knew their time was running out. A man, not yet old but worn by the weight of the world, knelt on the cold, dirt floor, his hands trembling as he clutched a rusted knife. His name was Ruji, and he was a simple farmer, never meant for violence or bloodshed. But here he was, faced with an unimaginable task. His heart pounded in his chest, and his breaths came in ragged gasps as he looked at his family, his elderly parents, his beloved wife, and his 3 precious children. The barn was dimly lit by the moonlight filtering through the cracks in the wooden walls. His children, 2 boys and a little girl, huddled close to their mother, their faces pale with fear but also with a strange acceptance. The eldest, Kazuo, only 12, tried to put on a brave face for his younger siblings, but his trembling hands betrayed him. The little girl, Hannah, barely 6, clung to her mother's arm, her innocent eyes wide with confusion. She was too young to fully grasp what was happening, but she knew enough to be terrified. The middle child, Daisuke, 10 years old, stared at the ground, his fists clenched in a futile attempt to suppress his tears. Ruji's wife, Aiko, knelt beside him, her eyes wet with tears but her voice steady. She placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, trying to ease the burden that weighed him down. "Ruji, love, it's the only way. We can't let them take us. We can't let them take the children," she whispered, her voice cracking. Ruji squeezed his eyes shut, tears spilling down his cheeks. "I'm so sorry, Aiko. I should have protected you all. I should have found a way out," he choked, his voice thick with grief and self-loathing. Aiko cupped his face with both hands, forcing him to look at her. "You've done everything you could. This isn't your fault, Ruji. The world is cruel. We were caught in the crossfire of powers beyond our control. But we can still choose how this ends." Kazuo stepped forward, his small frame shaking. "Father, please do it. I don't want them to hurt us. I don't want to see them hurt Mother or Hannah." His voice was thin, barely a whisper, but the determination in his eyes was that of someone far older. Ruji's heart shattered at his son's words. "Kazuo, my brave boy." Hannah tugged at Aiko's sleeve, her innocent voice cutting through the silence. "Mama, where are we going? Why is Papa crying?" Aiko swallowed the lump in her throat, her heart breaking at the sight of her little girl's confusion. "We're going to a better place, Hannah. A place where we can be safe together, forever." The sheer size of the ship was enough to draw attention, but it wasn't the ship alone that had captured the curiosity of the island's inhabitants. It was the presence of Dora, a giant from Elbaf, standing tall and imposing on the island. For many of the villagers, it was their first time seeing a giant. At first, they couldn't believe their eyes, unsure if what they were witnessing was real or some trick of the mind. Children clung to their parents' legs, eyes wide with a mix of fear and awe, while the older villagers whispered amongst themselves, exchanging tales they'd heard of giants from distant lands. Even mountain bandits, usually hardened and unshakable, found themselves gawking at the sight before them. I, however, was enjoying every moment of it. The looks of sheer disbelief on the faces of Dora, Mancheri, and Leo were priceless. The disparity in size between Dora and the 2 smaller members of our crew was almost comical. Leo, no bigger than a toddler's toy compared to Dora, stood with his mouth agape, while Mancheri jumped around Dora's head like a tiny, curious bird. "Ross, is Dora really going to be part of our crew?" Robin stepped up curiously, her eyes shining with a mixture of hope and nostalgia. She was instinctively drawn toward Dora, as memories of O'Hara and her bond with Saul, the giant who had risked his life to protect her, resurfaced. "Yes, Robin," I replied with a reassuring smile. "Dora is now a part of our family." Robin's face lit up at the confirmation. Without hesitation, she let out a soft, warm laugh, imitating Saul's distinctive chuckle, Dureshishishi. Dora's eyes widened in recognition of the sound. The deep, booming laughter echoed memories long buried, and in that instant, she realized Robin must have known Saul well. It was as if a bridge had been built between them, one made of shared histories and unspoken understanding. As the 2 began to bond, their conversation turned into a quiet exchange of stories, both filled with laughter and bittersweet recollections. The connection between Robin and Dora became evident to everyone around, deepening with each passing moment. It was clear that Robin had found in Dora a reminder of the kindness she had once known, and Dora, in turn, found solace in Robin's presence. Meanwhile, standing by the side with his arms crossed and a snow-white pigeon perched on his shoulder, Lucci observed the scene with a mix of curiosity and something else, an eagerness. "Master," he spoke up, his voice tinged with the excitement of a new challenge. "Do you think I can beat a giant?" I couldn't help but recall how he had come to acquire the bird. It all began when my hawk brought back a rare bird of prey's nest during one of his training sessions. Robin, Mancheri, and Lucci had each taken a hatchling to raise. As fate would have it, while Robin's and Mancheri's hatchlings turned out to be formidable raptors, Lucci's bird ended up being a snow-white pigeon. I smiled at Lucci's question, knowing the fire that burned within him. "Why don't you give it a try, Lucci? I'm sure you'll have your answer after you trade blows with Dora. Just make sure to have your bout away from the island. We don't want to accidentally level the place. And remember, Dora may look innocent, but she's much stronger than the average giant. She's proficient in hockey, so she'll be a good sparring partner for you." Lucci's eyes gleamed with anticipation at the prospect. He had always been a fierce fighter, and the chance to test his skills against someone of Dora's caliber was an opportunity he relished. "Oh, and Lucci," I added, my tone shifting slightly. "Remember, we're heading back to the New World soon." Lucci, who had been lost in thoughts of his upcoming fight, turned his attention back to me. "Are we leaving East Blue, Master?" "Not exactly," I said, with a hint of mystery in my voice. "It's just going to be you and me this time. Now that you're proficient in hockey, it's time we find you a devil fruit, don't you think?" "Devil fruit. Devil fruit." The pigeon on Lucci's shoulder echoed, mimicking the words in a surprisingly clear voice. Lucci's stoic demeanor cracked for a moment, revealing a glimmer of excitement. His progress in hockey had been steady, but he'd felt his growth slowing recently. The idea of gaining a devil fruit, something that could elevate his abilities to the next level, had been on his mind for a while. Although the Don Quixote family had access to a decent collection of devil fruits, I had always been cautious, forbidding him from consuming one until he was truly ready, and I had a specific devil fruit for Lucci in mind. Anything less would be wasting his talent. Because even among the family, if there was anyone who could truly catch up to me in the future, it was Lucci. Now, hearing that his time had come, Lucci couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. His thoughts raced, pondering what kind of devil fruit he might receive. Gladius had the crystal logia, and Smoker possessed the smoke logia, both formidable powers. But Lucci craved something more, something that could make him stand out even among his powerful peers. He recalled the times I had mentioned that mythical zoans were the rarest and most powerful of the devil fruits, granting their users abilities far beyond the norm. The idea of possessing such a fruit intrigued him deeply, but he knew how rare they were. The family had yet to acquire a mythical zoan user, and even within the vast seas, they were spoken of more in legend than in reality. Still, as Lucci mulled over the possibilities, a determined glint flashed in his eyes. Whatever devil fruit he ended up with, he was resolved to master it completely, just as he had done with hockey. The thought of the power that awaited him, combined with the thrill of the unknown, set his heart racing. "Whatever fruit I get, Master," Lucci finally spoke, his voice firm with resolve, "I will make sure to become even stronger. I won't let you down." I nodded, pleased with his determination. With that, our twisted plan was set in motion, and the bond between brothers was strengthened by our shared thirst for chaos and ambition. The world would soon tremble under the weight of our actions, and nothing would stand in our way. Sorbet Kingdom, South Blue. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed across the shore of the Sorbet Kingdom, where the lifeless bodies of its defenders littered the ground. The remaining forces, few and desperate, hurled themselves at the wall of Marines that had formed a blockade, sealing off the island entirely. In a horrifying display of power, the world government forces, in tandem with the Marines, corralled the kingdom's civilians like cattle, herding them into massive cages. Any sign of resistance was ruthlessly crushed. "You bastards! Aren't you Marines supposed to personify justice? Is this your justice? This is genocide. You'll all rot in hell for this." A man bellowed, his voice thick with grief and fury as he watched his wife and children being dragged into one of the cages. Desperation fueled his futile attempts to fight back. "Sure gone." The cold, efficient voice of a CP agent cut through the chaos as his finger, hardened like iron, pierced the man's throat with deadly precision. The man's breath caught in his throat, blood spilling from his mouth as he choked on his own life. His young daughter screamed in horror and broke free, running towards her father. "Father!" she cried, her voice a mix of terror and heartbreak. Her mother, driven mad by grief, shoved past the Marines, launching herself at the agent who had just murdered her husband. Bang! The crack of a gunshot rang out, and the mother fell lifeless to the ground, her body collapsing in a heap beside her husband. The Marine who had fired the shot, a rear admiral with a cold, unyielding gaze, sneered at the scene before him. "You rebel bastards! Do you still have the guts to speak of justice after aiding terrorists?" he bellowed, his voice filled with self-righteous fury. The rear admiral's orders were clear. There would be no mercy, no room for doubt. Sengoku had made it explicit. The Marines must not allow these civilians to gain any moral high ground. To maintain the facade of justice, to keep the world's faith in the Marines, they needed to justify this massacre. The world government might not care about the Marines' reputation, but Sengoku knew the truth. Without their credibility, the Marine structure would crumble. Their entire system was built on one word: justice. And if the people began to question that justice, the foundation of the Marines would collapse. "The spawn of a rebel will end up a rebel," the rear admiral muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible as he raised his pistol once more. Bang! Another shot rang out, and the little girl's cries were silenced forever. The sight of the child's lifeless body sent a shiver down the spines of even the most hardened Marines. A heavy silence fell over the scene as the reality of what they had just witnessed settled in. Some Marines averted their eyes, unable to bear the sight of what they had become complicit in. Their inner turmoil was etched into their faces. Eyes that once held pride in their work, now clouded with doubt and guilt. They had been taught to believe in justice, to believe that they were the righteous protectors of the world. But here, on the shores of the Sorbet Kingdom, they found themselves questioning everything. Was this truly justice? Was this what they had sworn to uphold? Yet, for many, the only way to cope with the horror was to embrace the lies they had been fed. They told themselves that the entire Sorbet Kingdom was corrupt, that these people, these men, women, and children, were all rebels who would grow up to threaten the peace of the world. They clung to that belief because the alternative was too horrifying to accept, that they were not heroes but monsters. Still, others could not shake the feeling of unease, the gnawing doubt that crept into their minds. They had seen the fear in the eyes of the civilians, the helplessness in their screams. They had heard the cries of children and felt the weight of their own actions pressing down on them like a suffocating fog. The rear admiral, however, showed no such conflict. His bloodshot eyes scanned the crowd of frightened civilians, who, realizing the futility of resistance, resigned themselves to their fate and stepped into the cages. The rear admiral's heart had long since hardened to the suffering around him. To him, this was necessary, an unpleasant but essential part of maintaining order in a chaotic world. But as the last of the civilians were locked away, the doubts among the ranks of the Marines lingered, festering like a wound that refused to heal. Each Marine carried that doubt with them, a silent question burning in their minds. Was this truly the justice they had signed up to protect? And if not, what did that make them? Under the shroud of night, a small group of Marines moved quickly and silently through the darkened streets of the Sorbet Kingdom. The sounds of gunfire and screams from the massacres on the shore still echoed in their ears, but they forced themselves to focus. This was their last chance to save whoever they could. "Quickly, we don't have much time," whispered Captain Hiroshi, a young Marine with sharp features and a heart weighed down by guilt. His hands trembled as he guided a group of terrified civilians through the alleyways towards the hidden dock, where they had managed to secure a small Marine ship. "Please, stay quiet," he urged the group, glancing back at the wide-eyed children clinging to their mother's skirts. "We're almost there. Why are you helping us?" One of the civilians, a frail old man, asked, his voice barely a whisper. Hiroshi hesitated. "Because this isn't what the Marines are supposed to do," he finally replied, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. "This isn't justice." As they reached the hidden dock, the sight of the ship brought a wave of relief to the group. A few other Marines, who had also grown sickened by the slaughter, were already on board, preparing to cast off. "Get on, quickly," Hiroshi urged, helping the civilians onto the ship. "We'll take you somewhere safe, away from this madness." The civilians, filled with hope, scrambled aboard, whispering hurried thanks to the Marines. Hiroshi took one last look at the darkened kingdom behind him and felt a pang of sorrow for those he couldn't save. But there was no time to dwell on that now. He had to get these people to safety. "Captain, we're ready to go," one of the Marines said, giving him a nod. Hiroshi returned the nod, relief washing over him. "Good, let's die funka." A chilling voice cut through the night, freezing Hiroshi in his tracks. The air suddenly grew hot, and the sea around them began to bubble and steam. Hiroshi's eyes widened in horror as he turned to see a towering figure standing on the dock, his fist engulfed in molten lava. It was Vice Admiral Akainu. "Vice Admiral Akainu." Hiroshi gasped, his blood running cold. "You traitorous scum!" Akainu's voice was cold, filled with disgust. "You dare defy the Marines' orders? You dare defy justice?" "Vice Admiral, please," Hiroshi pleaded, stepping forward, his hands raised in desperation. "These people are innocent. They have nothing to do with the rebels. This slaughter is wrong." "So, you're heading back to the New World, are you?" Mihawk, standing beside me with his usual calm demeanor, broke the silence. His keen eyes were fixed on the distant horizon, but I could sense the underlying curiosity in his voice. He had chosen to ignore the summons of the world government for the native hunting competition, opting instead to remain in East Blue at my request. "Yes, just a short trip," I replied, my gaze drifting toward Dora, who was playing with the other kids on the shore. The ground trembled slightly as she ran around, her massive form causing ripples of excitement among the children. "In the meantime, I'll have to trouble you to look after the little ones." Mihawk's lips curled into a faint, amused smile. "Little ones," he mused, his gaze now following mine. The contrast between Dora and the other children was almost comical, yet endearing in a way. Despite her size and strength, Dora's innocence shone through, making her a natural guardian and playmate for the others. But Mihawk's mind was elsewhere. Though he had made significant progress during his time in Shimatsuki village, he had not yet achieved his ultimate goal, transforming Yoru into a black blade. My teachings on Conqueror's Haki infusion had only added fuel to his fire, driving him to push his limits even further. "Well then," he began, his voice taking on a casual tone that belied the intensity behind it. "Why don't we have a spar? I believe I'm close to achieving Conqueror's Haki infusion." I couldn't help but give him a dumbfounded look since I had told him about the Conqueror Haki infusion only recently, and he was saying that he was already close to achieving it. That aside, I had barely returned, and already he was itching for a fight. But Mihawk's idea of a spar was far from a simple exchange of blows. Our last few encounters had stretched on for hours, sometimes even more than a day. They were grueling tests of endurance and skill, pushing both of us to the brink. Yet I had promised him. After he had lent his support to Daffy in North Blue, I owed him this. I sighed, resigning myself to the inevitable. "Sigh. Fine. Let's just get it over with. I hope you're ready for a good beating," I added with a chuckle, though the lightheartedness in my voice was laced with a competitive edge. "Say, Mihawk, which island would you like to sink today?" I asked while stretching my observation haki to find a suitable island nearby. Mihawk flinched ever so slightly, the briefest flicker of apprehension crossing his usually stoic face. But it was gone in an instant, replaced by the same calm resolve that had made him the world's greatest swordsman. He nodded, the challenge accepted without a word, as we both knew what was coming, a clash of wills and power that would echo through the island. Soon we found ourselves on a rocky, lush green island a few dozen miles away from Shimatsuki village. "Are you ready?" Mihawk asked, his voice low but firm, as we finally took our stances. His gaze locked onto mine, and for a moment, the world around us seemed to fade away, leaving only the two of us and the silent promise of a battle that would push us both to our limits. "Always," I replied, a smirk tugging at the corners of my mouth. Mihawk unsheathed Yoru, the supreme grade blade gleaming menacingly under the midday sun. Its semi-dark surface seemed to drink in the light, exuding a quiet but overwhelming power. In response, I drew Shusui, its legendary black steel shimmering with an ancient aura. Mihawk's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of disappointment crossing his usually stoic face. "Just Shusui?" he asked, his voice laced with challenge, as if daring me to take this duel more seriously. I couldn't help but smirk at his words. "You're still too weak for her," I replied, my hand lightly brushing against the second blade strapped to my side, Akatsuki. "When you can truly reach the level of an emperor, I'll show you Akatsuki's might." My tone was teasing, but there was a firm undertone of truth that Mihawk couldn't ignore. He frowned harder, his pride clearly stung, but he didn't argue. Deep down, Mihawk knew that the current him wasn't ready to face Akatsuki, a blade that seemed to have a life of its own. Out of curiosity, the last time he tried to handle the blade, it felt as if the blade wanted to devour his soul. Ross wasn't joking when he said that the blade would devour anyone other than himself that tried to handle it. Knowing that his friend was trying to help him work harder, he took the jab in stride, focusing instead on the task at hand. After all, he had his own ambitions, and he was determined to catch up sooner or later. Unbeknownst to me, Mihawk had been harboring a secret, a hidden power that he had only recently begun to understand. It wasn't just hockey, at least not in the way he had always known it. This mysterious force had stirred within him during his most intense battles, and he believed it to be something different, something that could change the course of his destiny. Mihawk had decided to keep this hidden power to himself until he could fully grasp it and understand it, intending to reveal it only when the time was right, perhaps even to me, his own blood brother. For now, however, he set aside those distracting thoughts. His focus sharpened as he let his conqueror's hockey burst forth, the sheer force of his willpower rolling out like a tidal wave. The air around us thickened. The ground beneath our feet trembled heavily under the weight of our clashing spirits. "Itushura," Mihawk intoned, his voice low and deadly, signaling the beginning of our duel. And with that, the world erupted into motion. Our blades met with a deafening clash, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The force of our strikes cracked the earth beneath us and sent gusts of wind tearing through the surrounding trees. Every swing of Yoru was precise and deadly, a testament to Mihawk's unparalleled skill as the world's greatest swordsman. But Shusui was no ordinary blade, and in my hands, it became a force of nature, responding to each of Mihawk's strikes with equal ferocity. Our movements blurred as we pushed each other to the limit, neither of us holding back. Mihawk's conqueror's hockey infused his blade, creating a vortex of power with each strike. But I matched him blow for blow, my own hockey wrapping around Shusui like a shroud of darkness, amplifying its destructive potential. "Not bad, Mihawk," I called out over the roar of our battle, genuinely impressed by his progress. "You've come a long way." I had to admit that when it came to pure swordsmanship, Mihawk could give me a run for my money. Mihawk's eyes burned with determination. "I'm far from done, Ross," he retorted, his voice carrying the weight of his resolve. With a fierce swing, he unleashed a powerful slash, the air around Yoru humming with energy as the blade cut through the space between us. I parried the attack with a deft movement of Shusui, the impact sending a shockwave that tore through the ground, leaving a deep gash in its wake. The sheer force of our clash sent nearby boulders stumbling back. Nature itself seemed in awe and fear as they witnessed the destructive power of our duel. Hannah blinked, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears. Will it hurt, Mama? I'm scared. Aiko pulled her daughter close, hugging her tightly. No, my love, it won't hurt. You'll just close your eyes, and when you wake up, we'll all be together again. I promise. Ruji's mother, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Her voice was frail, but there was a calm acceptance in her tone. Ruji, my dear son, you must do this. We cannot let them take us. It's better this way. I have lived my life. I have no regrets. But the children, they should not suffer at the hands of those monsters. His father, a stoic man who had always been a pillar of strength, nodded in agreement. And at Ruji. For them. For us all. Ruji's hand tightened around the knife, his knuckles turning white. His whole body trembled as he fought against the overwhelming despair that threatened to paralyze him. I can't do this, he whispered, his voice breaking. You can, Ruji, Aiko said softly, her eyes filled with an unbearable sadness. You're the strongest man I know. I love you, and I'm proud of you. Please do it for our children. Ruji's vision blurred with tears as he nodded, his heart breaking with every beat. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his shaking hands. I'm so sorry, he whispered again, more to himself than to anyone else. He moved toward his parents first. His mother gave him a small, reassuring smile, despite the tears streaming down her face. It's all right, my son. We will be at peace. Ruji knelt beside her and gently cupped her face, his hands trembling. With one swift motion, he slid the knife across her throat. Blood poured from the wound, and his mother gasped, her eyes widening before they slowly closed. She slumped to the ground, her life slipping away. His father watched, his eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and pride. Go quickly, Ruji. Don't let us suffer. Ruji's hands shook even more violently as he repeated the act, his soul tearing apart with every movement. His father's body crumpled beside his mother's, the life leaving his eyes as he whispered, Thank you, my son. Aiko pulled the children close, kissing each of them on the forehead, whispering words of comfort and love. Be brave, my darlings. We'll be together again soon. Kazuo stood tall, biting his lip to keep from crying out as he stepped forward. Do it, father, please. Ruji could barely see through the tears that streamed down his face. His heart felt like it was being ripped from his chest as he approached his eldest son. He knelt in front of Kazuo, his hands shaking so violently he could barely hold the knife. I'm sorry, Kazuo. I'm so sorry. Ruji sobbed as he gently placed a hand on his son's cheek. Kazuo, with a courage that belied his age, nodded. I know, father. I love you. With a trembling hand, Ruji brought the knife to his son's throat, and with a sob of utter despair, he drew the blade across. Kazuo's body fell into his arms. The boy's life snuffed out in an instant. Daisuke stepped forward next, his small frame shaking with fear, but he too found the strength to face his father. Father, don't cry. It's better this way, better than being their toy. Ruji's sobs grew louder as he held his son close, unable to believe what he was doing. He wanted to scream, to curse the world that had brought him to this moment. But there was no other choice. I love you, Daisuke, he whispered, his voice choked with tears. I love you too, father, Daisuke replied, closing his eyes and waiting for the end. Ruji's heart shattered completely as he drew the blade across his son's throat, the boy's body going limp in his arms. He laid Daisuke down beside Kazuo, his vision blurred with tears. Aiko held Hana close, her hands trembling as she kissed her daughter's forehead. It's time, Hana. Be brave for Mama, okay? Hana looked up at her mother with wide, innocent eyes. Okay, Mama, I'm scared, but I'll be brave. Aiko's voice broke as she nodded to Ruji, who was on his knees, broken and weeping. Ruji, it's time. He looked at his wife and daughter, his vision clouded by tears. He couldn't move, paralyzed by the horror of what he was about to do. But Aiko reached out, taking his hand in hers, steadying him. Do it, Ruji, she whispered, her voice filled with sorrow and love. Please. With a final, heart-wrenching sob, Ruji raised the knife one last time. He moved forward, kissing Hana's forehead as he gently drew the blade across her throat. The little girl's body fell into her mother's arms, lifeless and still. Aiko held Hannah close, her own tears falling freely. "Thank you, Ruji. Thank you for sparing her from this world." Ruji, now a broken man, could barely hold the knife as he approached his wife. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with nothing but love. "I'll see you on the other side, my love," she whispered, closing her eyes and waiting for the end. Ruji's hands shook uncontrollably as he drew the blade across her throat. Aiko's body slumped against the barn wall, her life slipping away in silence. He collapsed to the ground, the knife falling from his hands, his body racked with sobs. Ruji, overcome with despair, reached for the rusted knife, desperate to end his own life before he could be taken. His hands trembled violently as he brought the blade to his own throat, his vision a blur of tears and anguish. He had nothing left, no reason to continue in a world that had ripped everything from him. As he steeled himself to make the final cut, a heavy boot came down on his wrist, crushing his hand against the dirt floor. The knife clattered to the ground, just inches from his reach. Ruji looked up, his tear-filled eyes widening in terror as the CP agent loomed over him, his expression devoid of any emotion. "No!" Ruji screamed, his voice raw with desperation. He thrashed against the agent's grip, trying to free his hand, to grab the knife, and finish what he had started. "Let me die. Please, let me die." The CP agent remained silent, his face a mask of indifference. With a swift, brutal motion, he twisted Ruji's arm behind his back, forcing the man to the ground. Ruji cried out in pain, his struggles growing weaker as the weight of his despair bore down on him. "Please," Ruji sobbed, his voice breaking as he pleaded with the agent. "They're all gone. There's nothing left for me. Just let me end it." But the CP agent didn't respond. His orders were clear. Everyone needed to be captured as targets for the upcoming hunt. Everyone had to be brought to the capital, where they would be confined to special cages. With ruthless efficiency, the agent delivered a sharp blow to the back of Ruji's head. The world spun around him, and a dull, throbbing pain filled his skull. His vision darkened, and the last thing he saw before losing consciousness was the lifeless bodies of his family, crumpled on the cold ground. Shimatsuki Village, East Blue. A massive marine ship lay anchored near the shores, casting a long shadow over the island. The villagers, along with the usually elusive mountain bandits, had gathered in droves to witness the colossal sight. Despite the intensity of our battle, there was a mutual respect that lingered in the air between us. Mihawk was relentless, pushing forward with everything he had, but I could sense that he was holding something back, a reserve of strength that he hadn't yet tapped into. "Is this all you've got?" I taunted, pushing him to reveal his full potential. "If you want to ever truly take the title of the world's greatest swordsman, you'll have to do better than that." Mihawk gritted his teeth, his frustration evident. "I'm just getting started," he shouted, channeling even more of his haki into Yuru. The blade glowed with a fierce intensity as his will pushed it towards complete blackening, and for a moment, it seemed as though the very air around us was about to ignite from the sheer power of his will. Our duel raged on, the sound of clashing steel echoing across the island. The ground beneath us was torn asunder, trees were uprooted, and the very air seemed to tremble with the force of our battle. Each strike, each parry, each movement was a testament to our skill and strength, a dance of death that neither of us intended to lose. But even as we clashed, there was something in Mihawk's eyes that caught my attention, a spark of something more, something that went beyond the mere desire to win. It wasn't just ambition or the hunger for power. It was a deeper, almost primal energy, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. As our battle raged, that mysterious force within Mihawk seemed to grow stronger, more pronounced. Whatever this power was, it was unlike anything I'd ever encountered, a power that was fundamentally different from anything I had ever known. I could sense Mihawk was aware of this new power, too. He hadn't fully grasped it yet, which is why he kept it hidden, even from me. He was waiting, biding his time, determined to understand it completely before revealing it. But I could see it in his eyes, in the way he fought, My hawk was on the cusp of something extraordinary. My curiosity was piqued. In my previous life, I had scoured every inch of the One Piece canon, and yet I had never come across anything like this. It made me wonder if this was something that had simply been overlooked, something hidden within the story that I never got the chance to uncover before my untimely death, or if it was something entirely new, unique to this real world I now inhabit. Either way, I knew one thing for certain. Whatever this power was, it was growing within my hawk, and it wouldn't be long before he unleashed it in full. And when that day came, I would be ready. Whether as a rival, a mentor, or a brother, I would stand by his side.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.